Good morning and welcome everyone to the Council meeting of Tuesday the 2nd of June 2026. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit and we meet down on Devonport Road towards the Strand. Please be aware that today's meeting is live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. So we've got quite a big agenda today, and I'll ask for Councillor Rolleston, if he could please give us an opening karakia.
Tēnā koe mahei, o te rā tēnā tātou, e mua te karakia. Kua hinga te tōtara nui o te wā nui o tāne, te tino rangatira o Ngāti Awa, tā Hiruni Moko Mead, ko tēnei te rā nehu, i te teko i tēnei ata. Nō reira, e te rangatira, moi mai rā. So just paying our respects to an esteemed historian, leader in Te Ao Māori, Sir Hiruni Moko Mead, who's lying in state today at Te Teko, and his burial will be later this morning. A well-respected kaumātua in Tikanga Māori, Mātauranga Māori, actually just published a book the last few weeks on Mātauranga Māori, and all accounts he died doing what he loved at a hui with his iwi Ngāti Awa at a wānanga in the last few days. So e te rangatira Hiruni, tā Hiruni, moi mai rā. Anei, he mihi hoki ki ngā memo te hapori ko tai mai nei, ki te kōrero ki a koutou i tēnei wā, ki a kaha. Kia mai, kia manawa nui, just to those of our community that are here and maybe online. Thank you for attending, and we look forward to hearing your kōrero this morning. Nō reira, kia noi tātou. Tui runga, tui raro, tui roto, tui waho, tui te here tangata karongo te ao, karongo te pō, nau mai te ihi, te wihi, te mana te tapu, paupau ki roto ki a mātou mō tēnei rā. Koia rā e rongo whakiiri raki ki runga, turuturu whakamaua ki a tīna. Haumi e hui e. Thank you.
Call for apologies, but I think we've got a full house. Thank you. And we'll move straight into the public forum. We have 6 speakers this morning, so a very packed public forum, and each member will have 5 minutes to talk, and then any questions that we may have. And and so we'll start with Jan Jengers, who will come and speak first.
Good morning, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, Acting CEO, staff, other speakers here this morning, members of the public, both here and watching online. We are the only community in New Zealand that under current legislation doesn't yet know what its representation for Māori wards will be for the years 28 through 34. Your Worship, with reference to your letter to Minister Watts and Minister Bishop, dated 19th of May 26, and included in today's agenda, item 11.5, attachment 3, page 210, in part covering matters to do with Māori wards for TCC, from which I quote, I seek your consideration of a pragmatic alternative, namely deferring Tauranga City Council's statutory requirement to resolve or hold a poll on this matter with the intent that it be addressed as part of any future governance arrangements arising from the simplifying local government reforms. End quote. I strongly object to your request and have written to Minister Watts expressing that. I sent my email to Minister Watts last Friday. I'm now going to quote from my email to the Minister. My reasons for my objection are: the legislation clearly indicates that TCC have until 30th of November 26 to vote as to whether they want to continue with the Māori ward. If they vote yes, then a referendum is required to be held by 28th of March 27. Because Tauranga's 2025 election was cancelled by the Minister of Local Government, early elections having been held in July 24, the Amendment Act provides legislation direction specific to Tauranga City Council. That legislation provides that Council must, by 30th of November 26, resolve to establish for the 28 triennial general election onwards its Māori ward, or resolve to hold by 28th of March 27 a poll on the question whether the district should be divided into one or more Māori wards. I do not believe the Council met the required level of engagement with the community for the significance of the Mayor's request. There has been no public consultation on the subject matter of his request, and wrote his letter to you before anything relating to the matter was even tabled in a TCC meeting. The first time it came to the public's attention was when the Tangata Whenua TCC committee furnished a report to the TCC meeting, 26th of May 26. The report was included in the agenda for this meeting, page 123. The following recommendation was made to Council. Resolution TW/26/0/1, moved by Mr Whitiora McLeod, seconded by Councillor Hatapu Baker, that the Tangata Whenua Tauranga City Council Committee recommends to Council to retain the Māori ward and to investigate and advocate for the deferral of the Māori ward referendum to the 2028 election. Carried. There remains a question as to whether proper process has been followed by Council and our Mayor prior to our Mayor writing to you. We are the last Council to be deciding the future of our Māori ward representation, with the regional deal having been signed and now the 90-day amalgamation discussions happening. It seems TCC are getting ahead of themselves. The format of our elections for 2028 and the representative arrangements for our 2028 election under current legislation are due to be consulted on in the near future too. I, of all people, don't want there to be any unnecessary spending. However, our democratic rights must be upheld. We are in the middle of a 4-year term, an arrangement we had no say in. TCC are continuing to spend outside of core services and haven't consulted formally on the 26-27 annual plan. Satisfaction with TCC remains low. I would greatly appreciate your response with how this all is to be navigated. End of quote from my email to the Minister.
Thank you, Jan. Yeah, I appreciate your discussion today, and you know, the email or the letter to Minister Watts came off the back of a conversation I had with Minister Watts, and there's a whole lot of work going on around representation reviews. Obviously, if we do choose to go down the Head Start process, all that representation will be dealt with in that process, and this would be a waste of money because it would have no bearing on that representation. However, if we don't go down the Head Start process, then I would expect that we'd have to comply with the legislation and have a referendum by next year. So thank you. Is there any questions for Jan?
Your Worship, am I able to finish my presentation?
Well, you're out of time, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, do you have any questions? Yeah. Councillor Crowther.
Can you just clarify, please, Mahe, just because there are other people who have approached me anyway about this issue, and my understanding is that what you've requested from the Minister will only apply if the Head Start approach is approved. Otherwise, the default option will be that council will decide explicitly whether to hold the referendum and so forth.
Well, there's not a choice if status quo happens. But I guess there's a big question around representation and how that's done, because obviously, as Jan mentioned, we're supposed to have our first part of a representation review in September, yet we're supposed to put a Head Start proposal in August. So it doesn't sort of work, and I think DIA is certainly aware of that. But how that's dealt with. But yes, absolutely. I think. Well, I don't think we'd be given any dispensation if we didn't have a Head Start proposal.
Yeah, just to be very precise, meaning that we have until November to make the decision about whether to have the referendum. So if the Head Start, which we've been notified about in October, doesn't come through, we could still decide to have the referendum and meet the March deadline. And that's, my understanding is that's the intention of this council. And maybe the wording was a little unclear in the letter for the public, but I think just hopefully that's a reassurance to people.
Yeah, so I think just as clarifying, the tangata whenua recommendation was separate, I guess, to that letter. However, timing-wise, they came at similar times. So, any other questions? Okay, thank you. So now we'll ask Kim Reibenheimer and Jim Merson to come forward. They're talking real estate signs. You'll have 5 minutes and then any time for questions.
Okay, good morning. And we've also got Rosie from ABC, so we're all kind of professional signboard installers, if you would call us that. So just for a little bit of background information, between all of us, there's currently approximately 8,000 to 10,000 signboards out in the marketplace. That equates to $2 million worth of signboard stock. The cost to replace all of these boards for a new size would just be, I couldn't even work it out. We also, I'm not sure council is aware, but we work on sizes for the brands nationwide. So for example, Harcourts has the same size signboard, whether it's in Auckland all the way down. So we would need them to change their templates in our systems in order for us to change the signboard size, which again would be a lot. The stock is all owned by professional installing companies like Aztec, ABC and OpenTV Signs. So the real estate agents don't actually own their own signboards. Because we are specialist businesses, we know Tauranga City Council bylaws and we comply with them carefully. In fact, if you receive an email from me, it actually has the link to your laws at the bottom of it, so that every agent who receives an email from me can see that. And we do, on a daily basis, discipline them. So we do know the rules, and that's what we like to have it. We take the safety very seriously. All signs are built of substantial material to withstand most situations. In fact, in the recent cyclone and the tornado that went through Welcome Bay, I think between the three of us, we only lost 4 signboards, which says a lot about our stock. We're not having tiny little signs blowing around the district. We know how to put them in. The bylaw will create hardship for sign businesses, and we'll see many more of the 650 plus agents self-install boards. This will become a problem for the city and the environment. As we know, Steve, you can stand by me, the small boards get stapled to a piece of wood and they walk away. We don't want to see that. We have a couple of suggestions. So Auckland Council, and Rosie will talk a bit more on that, but they have a lot of rules that I think suit the whole country, where as on a sole agency, it's only one sign up to 2.2 square meters in size. This gives agencies the ability to have a bit of different marketing, or if you've got more to say on a board, and it's on one side, so it gives you a bit of capability to have. We've put in front of you the different size signboards that are used across commercial, residential, rural, and all the other things, so that you can see that. So multiple agencies, still one board per agency, because we can print multiple people on one signboard, so that doesn't change anything. They do that in Auckland, where we have 2 brands at the top. rather than it being a small size. Signs can be up to 2 metres above the ground, must be placed on the site of the premises, on a wall or on a fence, and we generally try not to put them on a berm, but there is always the odd occasion where we can't help that. 9 times out of 10, we generally deal with your guys anyway, and we will phone them and say, we're stuck. There's nowhere else to put the sign except somewhere where it's going to breach rules. What do you want us to do? And we will make a plan. So they must be removed within 7 working days of a stolen notification being placed on the sign, or within 14 working days of the date the premises is sold, whichever date occurs first. And any other signs in Auckland that need to be slightly bigger or for a big project, let's say it's a new subdivision, they basically talk to council first, and we're more than happy to do that. Rural can have 2 signboards per property. In the rural zones, they can be up to 3 square metres in signs, and I think that's fair because they've got a lot more space. So we can certainly assist council with compliance. Like, as soon as you guys have decided, we are going to be the people on the ground who stick to compliance, which will be easier for you. And I think what would be fantastic for all of us would be to have one phone number of someone we can call. Like, we do have the guy in Western Bay Plenty where we can call and just say, right, what do we do here? To help us, and then they tell us. So please don't do it to us and make us just do one small size, because it will be the death of 3 businesses. I'll hand over to Jim because he does mainly commercial, and he will.
Yeah, basically the commercial guys are, as you can tell, they're selling the bigger properties, so they obviously need a slightly bigger sign just to get the thing, because like you say, the area involved, they'll have a sign at this end of the place and then another sign at the other end of the place, and if it's a little late for 12, no one's even going to see it. So generally with the commercial stuff too, you'll have a multiple listing, like you'll have the Colliers, you might have 4 different agencies all advertising the same property. So you can, like Kim was saying, you can have the same properties on the thing, but if you had them on a small board, the information, you just wouldn't be able to read it. So, yeah, so the commercial guys especially, it's a bit difficult sometimes commercial because it's in like an industrial area and there's limited space to actually put these signs sometimes. So where we put them is generally up against the fences or attached to the actual building itself. So, I mean, you can afford to have a bigger sign. The smaller ones just won't work for them.
Sorry, just like some clarification from staff. Is anyone able to answer? It was just, so you talked about having them on the fence on the building. My understanding is that these restrictions wouldn't apply to that. Is that right? Because only on berms, etc.
But when I did speak to your lady from here, who's very helpful, she did say to us, how often do we put them on the berms? It's often, because when people build, they will put their fence on the boundaries. So it's great sometimes if we can put it on the fence, or we can install it right next to the fence, but we are still more often than not on the berm.
Okay.
But just outside the fence.
Yeah. And sorry, you spoke about 2.2 metres squared?
2.2 is the size they use in Auckland, because then we can go up or we can go smaller, but then
Yeah.
it gives us the ability
Okay.
for agencies to have slightly different branding.
And so if that was the case, that would be your preference if we had that as
Yeah.
the
Minimum
top
size.
one sign at that, then that would
Yeah.
sort of solve all the
Because
issues.
then if we can only fit a small one, we will, but if we need to put something bigger, we can, just depending on the property.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roseboom?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Mayor. So it's not so much it's the fixed dimension that is the problem.
Yeah.
18 by, so if we went for a total area of 2.2 square metres,
Yeah.
as long as you're within that size, you'd be fine.
Correct.
Gives you a lot more flexibility
Yeah.
around
Yeah.
Because you get a
the size and
landscape
shape.
or portrait.
Yeah,
or,
you can move it around, so it's the total area size. So if we just made it a total square metre size maximum,
Yes.
and removed the limiting 12 by 8 in this, it would help.
That would be fantastic, and that really is what they work on in Auckland, and it's pretty simple, and then we can monitor it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Correa?
Thank you. So just to clarify around what I heard you say regarding a sign fixed to a fence, sometimes you can't do it because of the material the fence is constructed of.
Yeah.
So you'd put it parallel to the fence, but just in front of the
Yes.
fence, which technically is on the berm. So you're suggesting that a sign affixed parallel to a boundary shouldn't be included as a berm sign?
We try where we can, but if you can visualize, this is the berm here, okay, and the fence is here. Where we can, we will affix it to the fence. But when people have put in a new fence, obviously it's plaster, they don't want the fence. But we're still a little bit out because we've got to have the security stairs behind it so that it doesn't. But I think we're not, I think maybe someone was under the misrepresentation that we're putting them like way out on the berm. We never ever put them anywhere near. First of all, there's, I don't know what.
They're never roadside.
Yeah.
You know, you get the footpath and then the roadside, they're never put out there.
Never
because
put on
if they
roadside.
fell over,
Yeah.
they'd hit a car, so they're always put back into that first bit of boundary.
Okay.
Just in effect, it's basically like having a sign on a fence.
Correct.
There's no effect
Or-
on the berm, basically.
No, or close to it, so.
All right. Thank you very much, Kim and Jim, for your time
Rosie's probably
today.
going to reiterate most
Yeah.
of what we said.
So now, welcome Rosie Stevenson forward. Talk more real estate signs. Welcome, Rosie.
Thank you, and thank you guys. Good, great. Thank you guys for putting this back on the docket to have a discussion about. Half of what I need to say has already been covered, which is really nice and easy. But yeah, basically the cost of making all these new frames for what in our situation is a whole 30 mil overview is quite killer, especially in this current economy, because we use all of our wood, our tin, steel, all of that stuff gets reused from sign to sign to sign. We work within the bylaws, we work really closely. As Kim has said, it sits right, you know, the berm, not the berm. It just depends, you know, we could put a sign on a fence, but the last thing we want to do is bring someone's fence down just before they try to sell it. So working around that would really be wonderful. I did bring some printouts of the size. You'll see the ACC size in there. That is an Auckland specific one because Auckland changed their bylaws back in 2017 and we had to create that size, and it was just a killer. In 2022, Auckland changed their bylaws to make it that 2.2 metre squared, and if you needed a comparison, that's an 1800 by 1200 if you were to look at that size. A little bit of that does come down to common sense as well with the agent. You're not going to have these huge signs when it comes to a little property, so you know that also plays a role, so not everyone uses the 1800 by 1200. Our most popular size in the Tauranga is probably the 1600 by 900s, and that actually has a face of 830 again, so we're in that similar sort of area. But yeah, square meterage just lets people get creative with it. You can also use the most cost of per coil of steel. They come in 900s by 1200s. But yeah, Auckland, you can see in the news, is probably a bit tumultuous at the moment, but by gosh, do they have great real estate bylaws. So they're really clear, they're really concise, and they're really easy for everyone to enforce. And I think, you know, as you have an ex-real estate agent, you know, the things that come from vendors, you know, if we had a smaller sign, you know, they won't understand that that comes from you guys, and then they'll blame us, and then they blame the agent, and then it turns into this lovely whole thing. So yeah, if we could, and I'm happy to have as many discussions with you guys about it as you'd like, or you'd like to probably have none in all fairness. But yeah, I think if we could just get this change to work for everyone, it would be tremendous, not only for our businesses, but for real estate agents, and also the enforceability of it. That's probably it from me. All real estate agent signs are usually within a few mils of each other, 30 or something between all of us. And so yeah, if we could just get one blanket rule that makes all of us not have to rebuild a whole bunch of signs, I'd personally be quite stoked.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for that. Just clarification, so you're in alignment with what Kim's saying, 2.2 square metres is the...
Yeah,
is the ask.
I like 2.2 square metres. If we had to change it to something, we'd just ask that it was changed to something that matches a sign that we have. That would be the only requirements. If you don't want to go that big, you know, not me to tell you what to do on that, but if we could have one that matches a sign, but 2.2 square metres would probably be quite wonderful in my opinion.
Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Rosie.
Thank you very much. I'm better at signs than public speaking, so apologies for the speed of that, guys.
No, that's perfect.
And also, when you need election signs, we're all available.
Happy to help.
Now we've got Dave Latham and Tracy Robbins. You want to speak separately?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Welcome, Dave.
Thank you, Mahi. Thank you, Worship, councillors, staff, for letting us have the opportunity to talk. My name is Dave Latham, I'm the CFO for Barra Real Estate. We're not opposed to reasonable regulation. We're here because the bylaw consultation process that was prescribed in the Local Government Act, Section 82, doesn't appear to have been adhered to. Patching an unlawfully made bylaw with a longer deadline doesn't make it lawful. It simply delays enforcement of a requirement that was imposed without proper process. We're calling for the council to withdraw the real estate agent's size provisions entirely and conduct a fresh bylaw consultation process that does comply with Local Government Act Section 82, which states that persons who will or may be affected by or have an interest in the decision or matter should be encouraged by the local authority to present their views to local authority. It appears that no encouragement by TCC was made. This is evidenced firstly by the small submission, a small 40 submissions, of which I believe that the only substantive submission was made by ourselves, of which we stumbled across the bylaw process purely by chance. It was buried in an amendment called an Amendment to the Street Use and Public Bylaws. Secondly, a letter was submitted last week to Mahi from the Real Estate Institute of New Zealand that represents 95% of our profession. Their letter states, REINZ, the representative body for the real estate profession, was not directly engaged with or informed during the consultation process, despite the proposed changes having a significant operational impact on real estate agencies through the Tauranga region. Thirdly, the signboard people also weren't aware of the original bylaw change, or else they would have been very vocal in that original process as well. There's the safety argument doesn't appear to stand up either. Council have cited that there's pedestrian safety, and the main reason is for the restriction and size is in relation to safety. But the current bylaws already require signs to be placed at a private property boundary. They're not to be in public thoroughfares, and they're to be fixed to the specific address as close to the boundary as practicable. A fixed sign correctly installed at a property boundary has the same amount of risk if it's one size or smaller. Also, a point that doesn't seem to have been taken into account, although the berm is council land, there is something that council appears to overlook, that ratepayers are actually legally required to maintain the berm at their own expense. It is public land, but it is maintained by private individuals. The solution to signs being in the wrong place is to move them under the current bylaw, not just to make them smaller. One of the council's strategic outcomes is that we value, protect and enhance the environment. What this bylaw will do is it will create thousands of real estate agent signs that are non-recyclable and that will end up in landfill. So there's a major environmental consequence that seems to have been completely overlooked. Also, as Kim was saying, that this is more than $1 million problem to replace all of the signs that are currently out there in the market for smaller signs. It's going to cost the industry in Tauranga alone over $1 million. What's that going to do? It's going to impact businesses, which directly contradicts the council's other strategic outcome. We're a city that supports business and education. This is going to create a major cost impact on the real estate agent profession in Tauranga, which could potentially lead to cost cuts and loss of jobs. So in conclusion, we're calling the council withdraw the real estate agent size provisions entirely from the bylaw and conduct a fresh bylaw consultation process that complies with Local Government Act 2002, Section 82, which should result in a bylaw that supports the council's strategic outcomes of both supporting business and the environment.
Thank you, and thank you to Bauer for bringing this issue up. Obviously, it's why it's back on the agenda today, understanding some of the implications of this. Have we got any questions for Dave? Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Dave. Ask you the same question I asked Rosalie.
Yes.
2.2 square metres, is that...
What we would like to do is we'd like to have a brand new consultation process where
I know.
all agencies would be able to would be able to have their opinion and talk to you about the business effect, the environmental effect. That's what we're pushing for.
Sorry.
I'll let
appreciate that, but can you
Tracy Robbins, our group marketing manager, will talk next, and she can talk more specifically about the signs that we install.
Just for from a process perspective, so if we were to change the sign size today, it would go back to consultation, and that would be an opportunity to have any input. Obviously, whatever decision we made, if we decide to do that today, any decision we made would be changeable depending on how that consultation goes. So that would be the process.
Can I ask how the affected people were encouraged to make a submission to this bylaw change?
We can certainly ask staff if one of the councillors want to do that later. Yeah, we'll cover that as we go through the discussion. So,
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dave. So what is your strategy to make real estate signs sustainable? Because I don't like being told that it's our problem because they're not sustainable, that have to be changed. So what's your strategy to have sustainable real estate signs going forward, please?
I'd have to direct that to one of the sign installers regarding the environmental impact of the current use signs.
Could I ask you to do that proactively, please?
Of course.
Yep, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you. I enjoyed reading your submission.
Thank you.
And the issue around Section 82 of the Local Government Act. Are you aware of the decision in the Marine Precinct case that was brought against the council, where the judgment included that it was not necessary, or that no further consultation was necessary in light of if there is a previous understanding of some of these issues or has been previous consultation in earlier years. So in other words, it doesn't have to be in real time with people relating to the specific issue at hand.
I would have thought that at least one phone call or one email would have been made to REI NZ that could have then put the potential proposed amendment to the real estate agent community, of which they represent 95% of the real estate agents. We would have then in turn told our sign installers, and this would have been brought to a front.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you very much for your time today. And obviously we'll deal with this as we get to that item in the agenda. So thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Now I call for Tracy Robbins. So more around the detail for marketing of real estate.
Good morning to everyone. Thanks for having me here today. I'm just kind of I'm going to just talk a little bit more in a sense of the impact that could be on our brand as well as on the vendors. So with our current signboards, they're not arbitrary. Before we rebrand to Bauer Real Estate, we researched internationally, Australia, UK, in the US on best practice around the property market signage. And we do feel like our signs reflect that research. The size restriction does not produce better signages. We feel like it produces smaller, more generic ones and harder to actually see the information on those signs. For vendors trying to sell the largest financial asset, we feel that a less viable, less visible, less distinctive sign means it could mean less inquiries and potentially a worse sale outcome. Those vendors at Tauranga are Tauranga rate payers, and they did not ask for this. So the size of the signs are critical. We don't think that the council would like drivers to slow down to try and see the information on those signs. The options analysis appears to draw comparisons between the real estate signage and permanent commercial signage to justify applying the similar dimensional restrictions. We think the real estate signages are temporary. They're removed within 14 working days of sales under the existing bylaw, and permanent commercial signages are fixed indefinitely. Real estate signs are placed at specific private property to market property. Commercial signs are permanent fixtures of the business premises, often in high footfall, public-facing locations. The visual amenity concern that justifies restrictions, permanent commercial signage, long-term clutter in the built environment simply does not apply to temporary signage that disappears within weeks. Hopefully that property sells within weeks of property being sold. We have installed over 730 signs since our rebrand. We've received one complaint that was sorted within 24 hours of that, and the sign was moved. The changing the bylaw signage would mean that we'll have to replace over 300 signs, and that would be a huge cost to the company at this stage. And just to finalise here as well, so council received 400 submissions on the real estate signs in a city of 161,000 people. And so we asked who's actually making those complaints. In our experience, the overwhelming majority of complaints about competitors' signboard real estate signs come not from members of general public, but the majority from our real estate agents who will directly benefit from competitor signs being smaller, less visible, or not compliant. So we asked the council directly of the submissions and complaint that informed the decision to introduce size limits, how many came from the members of the public with no commercial interest, and how many came from real estate agents and their representatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Correct.
Thank you, Tracy. Just looking at the report, have you read today's report on our agenda to address this matter?
No, I have
Okay,
not.
so
Apologies.
there are three options. Option 3 basically proposes to amend the rule to allow 1.8 or 1.2 sign, which is the 2.2, and that option 3 would require public consultation. So you would be happy with us to take that approach, and I think Dave would be happy given the consultation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think with the size restriction of 2.2
square metres.
2.2,
Yeah.
I think it will require still some signage change, because I think we still have, so the options that we've got available is a 2.4 by 2.2, which a lot of the rural guys might use, but obviously there might be the Western Bay or Plenty, so I have to check that. Might still have to modify a few, but yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Baker.
Morena, tēnā koe, o te rā koutou katoa. Thank you for your presentation and everyone that spoke this morning. Just on the real estate signage, would the size issue be a non-issue if real estate agents focused more on promoting the house rather than themselves on their signs?
The majority of our signs, especially our property signs, don't have even an agent photos on them. There is an option if the agent would like to have the other board that does have the agent photo that will promote themselves, but our property sign board doesn't even have the agent photos in there. That has got actually one hero shot, and we went down the track when we moved from Tremaines to Bauer to just have one hero shot to promote the picture the best that we could. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Just interested in the comment you made about potentially that a lot of the complainants are actual other real estate agents. Do you think the Real Estate Institute should be looking into that and checking that behaviour? It sounds quite, doesn't sound right to me.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your time today. Appreciate it. Now we invite Kerry Randall and Olive Mariner to talk on behalf of some of the funeral homes of Tauranga.
Morena, Mayor, councillors and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking on behalf of the collective funeral homes operating in Tauranga and the Western Bay of Plenty. With me is Kylie from Elliott's, Oliver from Hope Family Funerals, apologies from Chris from Jones & Co, Alistair from Bay Cremation and Carla from Simply Funerals. Before anything else, we want to be clear that our intention today is to be constructive. We genuinely want to build a positive and practical working relationship with Council. We want to help Council develop well-informed cemetery and cremation plans, investment decisions and pricing structures that reflect what families actually need. Funeral homes support grieving families every day. We see firsthand the emotional, practical and financial pressures families face. We believe our frontline experience can help Council make more informed and practical decisions. Following our previous submission, we understood that there would be further engagement with the sector, and we were disappointed that this did not occur prior to the draft fees submitted. We believe earlier conversations would have helped the information shared with you in November 2025, and the modelling used showed discrepancies with our data, which we'd be happy to share. We welcome the proposed reduction in cremation fees. However, we do not believe that that will materially reduce the out-of-town cremations. Families look at cost, including transport. In many cases, Hamilton still remains a more affordable option. Funeral homes do not decide where someone is cremated, the families decide. Our role is to guide families through these options and help them choose what best suits their wishes and their circumstances. And if affordability remains better somewhere else, families will continue to choose elsewhere. We understand the burial affordability as Council moves towards a user pays model. Proposed burial changes are becoming more disproportionately high and compared to other neighbouring councils, which again we do understand. But there needs to be a clear explanation to the public of how the plot and maintenance fee of a proposed $6,388 plus a burial fee, which seems to have been omitted, of $2,338, or a specialist burial fee on top of the plot and maintenance of $3,186 is clearly explained to the public. Cemetery and cremation services are essential to the community. They are not optional. Every family will face death and must make arrangements, and this often happens during grief and considerable financial pressure, considering the financial crisis we're in. Burial may increasingly become an option only available to those who can comfortably afford it, rather than a genuine choice for families. We would ask that Council consider whether operational costs or parts of the pricing model, which we'd be happy to help with, could be reviewed to maintain accessibility. The Funeral Home Administration and Risk Allowance. We want to be clear that this was never simply a discount. It was a prompt payment rebate brought in by Ingamora many years ago and viewed as being a win-win for Council and funeral homes. It guaranteed payment to Council of upfront fees on the 20th of the month, but it also acknowledged that funeral homes manage payment, recovery from families and estates, which can take months. We continue to carry the financial risk and absorb the administration and banking costs. Currently, the Council charges $500, proposed $515 administration fee where families arrange directly without a funeral director. This recognises the additional staff time and administration. It will increase Council prices for cremation to $1,292 and burial to $8,941. Yet funeral homes still undertake significant greater coordination, financial exposure on the council's behalf. We would respectfully ask that council reconsider this position. I'm obviously out of time. There are other practical matters that we would like to work together with council. We are not here to simply oppose to change. We want to work to help to shape a better practical, sustainable and compassionate solution for our community, both for council and the families that we collectively serve. Our hope is that today marks the beginning of a meaningful engagement previously promised to us, so that future decisions are better informed and avoid unintended consequences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kerry, and thank you to Olive and Kylie for being here as well. I'd like to ask the first question. I know I've met with you, Kerry. We spoke about payment terms, and we're talking about the 10%. But how long is it that you have to pay council, in a cremation or a burial? And generally, how long is it until you get paid by the families?
So we guarantee payment at the moment to council on the 20th of the following month. As far as when an estate, I think I need to explain, an estate's bank account will be frozen on somebody's death. The death certificate cannot be registered. We can't register the death until the date of disposition. So you could be looking at 2 weeks before you even do that registration. We give our families between 5 to 6 weeks, but that probate can take months. I'm talking 6 months. And when we have to upfront pay for 8 to 10 burials on the 20th of the following month at $8,451, that will be a financial risk for us long term. So I don't have the answer, sorry, yet.
Okay.
I think it's some modelling that we'd like to work through.
Yeah, okay. So it's a cash flow issue, though.
It will be,
yeah.
Absolutely.
And I'm just trying to, do you have any view? We can obviously work with you, but
I don't have a view on that, because I also, there will be a cash flow issue for a family. So if the family goes directly to council, which they're fully entitled to do, they have to pay before disposal.
Okay.
So before the funeral or before the cremation.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for coming in and giving us your view. You mentioned our comparative prices to other councils. Now, other councils subsidise through rates.
Yeah.
I think Hamilton's 20%, I believe. Council has taken the position that we shouldn't be subsidising this. What's your view and your message to the ratepayer that would have to pick up the difference?
I think that's what we were trying to say, is that overall we don't disagree with the user pays model, but we do think that there could be other comparative costs that if we looked at the modelling, including cremation and other services that are provided by cemetery staff, that we could come up with a better plan for that. Definitely not change the model, but we do think that there's other services that we could work together with. The stats that were presented to you don't match what we have. And so we wanted that to be a good working environment to provide the information. We're on the front of it all the time. So we have got that data and we're happy to share it.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you all for coming in. Question on 2 of the charges. The additional charge on Saturday or after 4 p.m. Monday to Friday. From your understanding, does the proposed $900 seem a fair charge for that? And is it actually, do you pay that, or pay the $600 that it currently is in any cases? And then the second one is the same question around the self-backfill, which I understand for cultural reasons some family or whānau want.
On occasion, our funeral home, will choose to pay the late fee, because we don't want to stop Uncle John halfway through his tribute to whomever, and because we're late, We just don't feel it's ethical to pay that charge. So we will often do that for the family, and I'm sure we're all the same. The Saturday fee, everyone charges a Saturday fee. We have no issue with that. The self-backfill, don't understand at all. But I think that's part of what we're trying to say. If we could sit in the room with cemetery staff, middle management, I think there's 3, I'm not sure, and us, then we do think that there's ways that we can work around that.
Right, no further questions. Thank you very much. Probably just a few actions if we can. So, firstly on transparency, it'd be good to share some of the modelling and costs so people can understand how those are made. Working with the funeral homes to share some of that information, but also work about payment terms. A workable solution around payment terms. I'd like to see us ask customer feedback from the funeral homes around how their working relationship is with the cemetery. Was there one other thing? I think just a direction that we have a closer working relationship with.
Could I suggest an action, Mayor? I would be, thank you for the work you do with people at vulnerable times. I'd be happy to take an action to review potential, how our cost structure is made up, why we are expensive, and how we can improve collaboratively with the submitters.
Okay, that's great, thank you. Appreciate that, Renika. Hopefully that will help with the work going forward, and thank you for all the work you do for our community. I now invite Mark Blackham forward. He's from Natural Burials New Zealand, and he's gave us a submission. Is he not here? Not here. All right. If he's not here, then that ends our public forum. Thank you to all the speakers that came in and shared their issues with us today. I think has given us some good steers and given us some good information, so thank you very much. Now acceptance of late items. We do have one late item for consideration, and that is the public release of attachment 1 to the interim mitigations options to reduce impacts on Adams Ave, report of the 26th of May 2026 council meeting. Obviously we'll discuss that later, but that was in regards to the questions that we raised at that last meeting. And that was not included in the agenda because it was not available at the time the agenda was issued, and discussion could not be delayed until the next scheduled meeting of the council, because a decision was required now in regards to this item. So that's just getting it out in a timely matter. Just to move for a mover and seconder that we accept the following late item for consideration at the meeting, and that is that public release of attachment 1 to interim mitigation options to reduce impacts on Adams Ave. Yep, Councillor Crowther, he brought it up so he can move it, and the Deputy Mayor second. All those in favour to accept that late item? Those against? That is carried, thank you. Confidential business to be transferred in the open. Obviously there is none, but there we do have that item that we've just discussed. Change in the order of business. At this stage there's no change in the order of business, but we will try to take the Te Awanui ward at 1 p.m. After lunch. Now we'll just confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 12th of May 2026. Is there any corrections to those minutes? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we can. No corrections to those? Okay, then I ask for a mover and seconder that those are a true and correct record of the meeting of the 12th of May 2026. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Rolliston, all those in favour? Those against? Carried. Now I'm going to ask, just out of sequence, but we also have some publicly excluded minutes. It's the only publicly excluded item. Now, I'm just wondering if anyone has any suggestions. It's 13.1. It's also the 12th of May. If there's no changes or recommendations, then I'm happy to take them in public. If you've got a point to make, okay, we'll go to publicly excluded. Is that something that it would compromise the public? Okay.
I just have a question on I think there is a spelling mistake in the first couple of lines. Decisions is correct, it needs to be corrected, but I just had a question on how we record when we're not all at the meeting, and we seem to have different policies for how it's recorded. So I was at the meeting, so I'm recorded as being at the meeting, and then I withdrew from the meeting, and 3 more times it said Deputy Mayor was not here, Deputy Mayor did not participate in the vote, Deputy Mayor withdrew from the meeting. I've gone back to a couple of other meetings where I had a conflicting board meeting in Wellington, so I wasn't there at a meeting. It's not recorded that I'm in the meeting. It's recorded I'm an apology, but it doesn't say at every vote, absent Deputy Mayor Jen Schooler. Another couple of times, I raised this actually when we had an extraordinary council meeting when I was at my daughter's wedding in Scotland. I was on the train from 7 p.m. till 11 p.m. My work phone, the technology wasn't good enough, so I had to use my personal phone. The train was full, so I was standing in the carriage outside the toilets for 4 hours. And at the end of that, when my earphones were no longer working and 600 people got off the train and I had to get my suitcase and get off the train, I no longer was at the meeting. And again, the minutes recorded twice that I was not at the meeting. It didn't record that it was extraordinary. It didn't record that I had spent 3.5 hours at the meeting. So I don't know if I'm just special and I get extra mention when I'm not at a meeting, but I'd just like some consistency, please, in terms of how we record. Other councillors have just been recorded as an apology and then it's not mentioned again. So can we just have some consistency? And I don't think we need 3 times in the minutes suggesting that the Deputy Mayor wasn't there.
I think the difference, but we can certainly look at the consistency, is if you were at a meeting and then you withdrew, that's the difference.
And that's fine, but it's not consistent with another meeting that has happened. So, and it's you withdraw, but you don't have to be told you withdraw 3 times.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just making clear which ones you were there for, which ones
absolutely.
You weren't.
So just some consistency would be.
Yeah, that's fine.
Please.
Councillor Crowther.
Sorry.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, just two questions. One of them relates to the item on whatever it is, got to go 13.4, where it says.
Sorry, just be
on page.
If just be careful around being publicly.
On page 15, it says approves the report be transferred into the open when ... Has ... happened or not? That's the first question. I've got another one too. And maybe while staff are looking at that...
it's on page 14.
The second question I can speak out loud on, I believe, which is for 13.5, the next item, which was the Western Bay of Plenty deal agreement approval. It says transfers the report, attachment and resolutions into the open once the deal agreement has been approved and signed by all three council partners. I believe I witnessed that happening and the relevant ministers, but that doesn't seem to have been actions. So, well, at least I can't find it on our website. It might be buried somewhere, but I think there's quite a lot of public interest in that deal to sort of have it in a prominent place and to put it up on the page of previously excluded minutes or whatever you do.
All right, I'll ask Christine to comment.
So I presume the other one, so yes, in terms of city deal, we can do that. I'm presuming you're talking about resolution G on page 14?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? The first question you talking
G and H.
Yep, so that has not been signed. We're expecting that to happen this month. So, yeah.
Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. If that's all the comments, I ask for a mover and seconder to confirm that this is a true and correct record of a publicly excluded meeting on the 12th of May 2026. Yeah, with the comments. Yeah. Councillor Crowther, got a seconder. Councillor Schuler, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried, thank you. Declarations of conflict of interest. Have we got any conflicts? No. If you are aware of a conflict, please let me know and we can record that. Deputations, presentations and petitions, and recommendations from other committees, none. So now we're about to start into the meeting, but just want to acknowledge that yesterday was announced the King's Birthday Honours, and there's a number of people from our city and from our region that were acknowledged, and I just want to acknowledge them here as part of the community and thank them for all the great work that they have done and obviously great recognition for them. So firstly, the New Zealand Order of Merit was bestowed on Dr. Mark Robert Frandorfer. He was and from Mount Maunganui, and for services to health, particularly men's health. Ms. Janice Kuka, and also from Tauranga, for services to Maori health, and she's done over 40 years demonstrated commitment and leadership to Maori health and wellbeing. So well done to both of those people being recognised. Also, there's the Community and Service Honours, the King's Service Medal awarded to Miss Kathleen Margaret, or Kathy Webb, and services to the community, and she's awarded the King's Service Medal for over 4 decades, strengthening many volunteer networks across the city, and one of her greatest achievements was co-founding Social Link in 2012, which still today plays a crucial role in connecting people and community groups across the Western Bay. I just want to make note of a couple of others that aren't necessarily from Tauranga, but have contributed significantly to our region. Mr. Ian John Blunt of Omokoroa getting a King's Service Medal for services to Fire and Emergency New Zealand and the community, and Russell George Lowe from Te Puke, and he's been awarded services to horticulture and the kiwi fruit industry. He's made a significant contribution to innovation, and that is a big part of our region. So congratulations to all them. Also, just wanted to make a mention to the Honourable Paul Davison KC, who's undertaking our review at the moment, and he was awarded the King's Service Order. So he's now a companion of the King's Service Order. So well done to Paul, who will be releasing his report shortly to us. So congratulations to all those that have been recognised, but also to all those in our community that stand up every day and give service to our community. It is certainly something that makes a huge difference to everyone that lives here, and we thank you all for your service. Now we'll move into the meeting, and our first item on the agenda is 11.1, which is the independent survey of the community. And I think we've got Jeremy to lead this one off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, brief introduction. I mean, you know full well where this all came from. You decided in February not to consult on the annual plan. In place of that, you wanted a community survey looking at one or two annual plan issues, but also looking broader at potentially informing you in the lead up to the long-term plan. We went together, I think it was the 20-something of March, to thrash out the questions. We had Jared on the line from Public Voice, and then that settled itself out over the next day or two. And then fieldwork was done from about the middle of April through to early May. A draft report was presented. We did a bit of QA on that, and then the final report is here on your agenda today. If you have questions about that first bit of process, I'm happy to deal with it. If you have technical questions about survey methodology, we'll give it a shot, but we might have to defer that to Public Voice. If you have questions about what the outputs mean, that's probably something you can answer to yourselves, because any survey like this, the 10 of you will have 10 different interpretations of every statistics, and if we added another 100 people to that, we'd probably have 100 different interpretations, so that's probably down to you.
Right, thank you, Jeremy. Obviously, I note we're only receiving the report today. It's all there for public consumption in its entirety, so people can go through and look at all the summary. I think it's 124 pages in our report. You can also see the full survey at the end of the report that was asked. So I think it's given us some useful insights. But have we got any questions on any of it? Councillor Taylor.
You probably saw this one coming, Jeremy. I've sort of pre-warned you. The survey to me seems quite skewed towards the elder part of our population. If we look at those between 18 and 34 and those 65 plus, they certainly don't fit the demographic soundness of the census. So you have tried to explain it to me, but if I put a proposal to you that if we had one person in the 18 to 34 proportion answering our survey, and then we adjust it as you suggested by dividing to get it in line with the census, would their one opinion sway the survey results? Is probably what I'm suggesting.
In that extreme circumstance, yes, you would. That one person would end up with something like 12% of the overall requirements, but we had 121 in that category. So they do get scaled up, and likewise, those who provide more responses than the census, the 65 plus or whatever age group, they get scaled downwards. So that's why that's why the clever people at Public Voice take the 1,072 completed surveys and work it through so you end up with an N equals 1,000 by scaling some down and scaling some up.
Sorry, I guess supplementary, but taking that to the extreme, there's other things like the wards, for example. Similar thing, we had quite a sway towards Papamoa. Steve will be happy. But yeah, I do wonder when we have these adjustments being made, how representative it actually is. And I know statistically we can say this X, Y, and Z, but yeah.
So there is a caution in there that the smaller the sample size, the bigger the margin of error. Over the whole N equals 1,000, we're at 3.1% for the unweighted. Once you do that weighting, it goes to 3.6, but you're still talking overall, if you look at the graphs and look at the big numbers, this is indicative of your city to a 95% confidence level. If you wanted to spend twice as much, we could have twice as many people and probably get that 3.6 down to 2.8 or something. But the incremental gains of more probably isn't worth it.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, two questions, Jeremy. One of them is there a chance that the definitions of Arataki and Papamoa have been sort of conflated? Because if you were to add those two numbers and divide by 2, you're spot on with, typical ward sampling. And I just wonder, was there a possibility of people to self-define the wrong way in that case?
I don't know the answer to that one. We can find out from Public Voice. I do know the demographics of the two areas are slightly different. I live in one of them. That may account for it as well. But no, I can find that out.
Yep. Okay, because everyone else is pretty even apart from poor old Bethlehem Warden. And the other question is, it says in the report, and again, maybe you can't answer this, but it refers to under 35s markedly more open to higher rates and more investment. But when you look at the reality of it, 51% of their 18 to 34-year-olds wanted lower rates, which is in line with the next two age groups, and it's the 65 plus who had the lower number there. They only had 41% want lower, 45 want it to be about what it is now. So I'm just trying to decode what the purpose of that statement, because if it refers to the other question on rates, you end up with a similar kind of issue. And in all cases, it's younger people who want to have lower rates and older people who want to have higher rates.
So that comes into the third category of my opening statement, of the fine detail. We can go back and look at that, but lies, damn lies and statistics.
Right. Councillor Correa.
In terms of the last statement there around statistics, we were emailed a spreadsheet with a lot of that statistical data. Would it be possible to have that made available publicly to support the findings report, or even in terms of the report from the provider? Could that be actually posted on the website somewhere along with the spreadsheet, so we've got a one source?
So that's attachment 2 on your agenda, which you need to blow up on your screen, but it's on your agenda today, that spreadsheet. So we PDF'd each page of that for you. And yes, absolutely, when we create the 26-27 annual plan page on our website, once you've adopted it, then we can add that to it as well.
Thank you. Now, my other question is around page 42. So there's a bit of a table there. The report page 7. So that's page 42 on the main agenda Stella page. So we see 2.6, there's a table there, and it lists the various like avenues to find the recipients, or what's the technical term, respondents. So some were by, or most, I imagine, were via the postal mail out, inviting people. But then we've got online panel top-up open, TCC database invitation open, and fieldwork close. So is there in this report a breakdown of the numbers of those relevant channels?
If you go over a couple of pages.
Yeah.
Oh, no, beg your pardon. Page 49.
49.
So
Report
page 40.
page.
Report page 14, page 49 of your agenda. It's got the first graph says response channel, 539 from the postal electoral mail out, 285 from the online panel, and then 150 from the TCC.
Great. Thank you.
Database.
Missed that.
Councillor Baker.
Warden Jeremy, thank you for the report. Something that struck me quite early on in the core report itself on page 3, I guess, which is page 9 on the report itself, is the what count is 1.3 and kind of 1.4, what counts as core council business, and what's kind of been extrapolated from there. I'd be curious whether it's an action, not sure if it's an action or not, but as to what the rating numbers would look like if we were to run the numbers against what government considers core council business and what I guess we would already be doing, because what we currently do reflects what the survey is saying anyway, and how different and variable they would be. So it's probably not a question but an ask. Could we run those two numbers?
I'm not entirely sure what we're asking for there. So are you talking OPEX?
Wasn't prepared for a follow-up, sorry. No. The I guess the debate in the general kind of public forum is that peak council needs to stick to core council business, and the survey is saying that actually everything we do is core council business, but the government's got this kind of defined definition of what core council business is. So then it would be interesting to run those two OPEX or rates impacting numbers in parallel to see how they match up and diverge.
It's certainly an exercise which could be done. We would need to get definition from you as to what your interpretation collectively is of where the government's at. The System Improvements Bill is yet to be enacted. It's sitting there close. I think the last time I spoke to you, I said it was number 7 on the order paper. I haven't checked for the last few days as to where that's at. When that comes through, that does have a definition of what the council considers core, what the government considers core. It has words in there which can be interpreted, and part of that interpretation will be yours at some stage collectively. But if you give us a definition of which bits you wanted to add up, at any stage we can add them up through the finance team. I'm committing them on their behalf, sorry guys. But I think you need to be clear as to what you want in and what you want out of any particular assessment.
I think that's one of the troubles at the moment, is we don't have a clear definition as to what's core, what's non-core. So,
through you, Mr. Chair, once you decide that a something, let's call it roading, is core, that's probably an easy one, are all the elements of the services you provide under the roading banner core? And that's your call, because you probably will disagree among 10 people as to some of those bits at the end of the line. Are they core or not core?
any other questions? If we've got no other questions, looking for a mover and seconder to receive this report. Councillor Schuler, Councillor Taylor, thank you. Is there any discussion on the report? Sorry, Councillor Schuler, do you want to? No? Deputy Mayor, yep.
Thank you, Mayor, and Councillor Schuler. So just, I guess, to me, really interesting on the fact that out of the 17 core services, there was none of those that the majority said that they were happy not to have, which means that if we take any of those out, the majority of our ratepayers, according to the survey, will be unhappy. So that's something. But I think what came really strongly to me is do the things you're doing, but do it for better value. And probably next time we ask the question, I'd say on the rates, are you happy with, would you consider this rate band okay if you delivered the same services but actually delivered them for lower value? And we didn't say that. We keep saying the only way we can reduce your rates is to cut the services, and that's not a message I have been given for 2 years, and maybe I'm in the minority, but we have to start talking about the fact that we're looking to say we're going to keep the rates where they are or reduce them, not by cutting services automatically, but by doing things at a better value and being more efficient about the way we do things. And I think it was an interesting conversation with our public forum this morning. I was going to ask, but it might have been a bit cheeky to say, are you someone who says we need to keep our rates down, but you need us to be perfect with how we do our bylaws and consult on everything and be proactive at connecting with you to get your feedback? So there's definitely different ways that people are thinking what we do, but to me the message that came through was don't cut services, but do bring costs down, and that's something that we just have to keep on doing.
Right, anyone else like to speak to this? Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I found it quite an interesting survey because it reinforced the sort of same old story that I've heard a lot, which is that older, comfortably off people, and I think the word was comfortable, are the ones who want to impose higher rates on the poorer people, the younger people actually. And it's a very different narrative to what I hear out of this council, because I hear the exact opposite all the time, and it seems to stem a lot from when the commissioners lambasted the people in poor old Papamoa, who were some of the older residents there. And I think it completely misinterpreted what they were even proposing, because they were keen to spend more money at the very time the commissioners were saying they were trying to get lower rates increases, which was absolutely, in my view, not their main message. So 53% of people said they want lower rates than we're proposing. Only 11% want higher, the next higher category. The majority clearly want rates increases less than 7%. 57% want 0 to 7. But even with our, what I think of was, and I said at the time to my colleagues, was slanted wording, which implied you can't keep the status quo unless you increase rates by more than 7% year on year. And I reject the premise of that question. But I think a 6.4% increase was the weighted score. But putting that aside, you know, I look at the 70% of rating of struggling people, 59% of stretched households who want lower rates increases, and only a third of comfortably off want lower rates, although that's still double the 16% who want higher rates, but that's a different issue. But it's saying where the support comes is from comfortably off people for higher rates increases. Māori want lower rates increases. Asians want lower rates increases than Pākehā, probably because both groups earn significantly less, especially Asians who earn less than Māori in this city. Pacifica, I'm sure you'd find the same trend because you see it in other cities. And while the biggest percentage of older people want similar rates increases to now, it's an outright majority, as I said, of younger people who want the lower rates increases. So we're not talking like a subtle difference. We're talking 51% actually of 18 to 34-year-olds want lower. And I also want us to think about the feedback on water services, transport and essential infrastructure is what they do want us to spend rates on. And not on events and festivals to the same extent, not on streetscaping to the same extent, and what has been called community infrastructure. So events scored, we've got 59% supported cuts, and yet we've elevated events to one of our strategic priorities on its own, and yet we've merged in transport, which you know, demotes transport, which the public have yet again said is one of their main priorities. And they always do, and they always rate it either one or first equal or second. So we know we have low trust. We know people want lower rates increases. We know many of the public will accept more than 4%, and I know not all of the public, but many will accept more than 4% if it goes to the things that they strongly support. But it's not what we want that they will support. It's not what wealthy influencers will want. It's what the public want overall. And so the question is, will we do what the public wants, especially in the LTP?
Councillor Schuller.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, it was an interesting survey to read, and it does, as Councillor Crowther said, probably confirms some of the same old stories. We're well down the process on this year's annual plan coming up later today, and most of that is set in place, but there will clearly be some, you know, big decisions and a lot of trade-offs to work our way through and into the long-term plan. And just echoing Deputy Mayor's view, you know, we need to show that we, as an organisation, us as councillors and the staff, can work more efficiently and deliver more for the community for the same or under further constrained environments. So, yep, happy to support this and move on.
Sorry, just hand to Jeremy. He's just got a clarification on the Arataki question.
I didn't mean to interrupt the debate. It was just when you were finished, but the question on surveys, those people who answered the survey from the mail out, we have their exact address because that came from the electoral roll, so we matched those ones to the wards. The rest of them, the bottom of page 73 of the survey, 108, it's a self-select, and then we're in the hands of people as they self-select, whether they consider themselves in Arataki or because, like myself, I've got a 3116 postal code. I go Mount Maunganui sometimes I go Arataki, depending which mood I'm in. So 539 out of 1,000 is precise. The other 461 is self-select.
All right. All right. Any other? Yep, Councillor Curran.
Yes, I found the findings to be very interesting, and the discussion around the various groups, like those that are finding it more difficult financially and those that are comfortable. And in the spreadsheet, the statistics, the data in there, and they changed the term to struggling, those that are struggling. So when we look at, in terms of how that we take the findings of this into our LTP development, I think we need to put sort of more weight on those that are finding it difficult and are struggling, because there's very little they can do about meeting the commitment, because the rates, are not an optional thing, they're compulsory. And potentially, to get out of that situation, some might have to sell their house. So when we look at the overall findings, I think it's pretty important that we start to tend to put more weight on the lower end, because at the other end, those people that are asking for more and more and more, and have clearly got the ability to pay, what does it mean to them if they don't get something extra that they are willing to pay for, versus those at the other end who are really in a no-win situation and finding it more difficult. So that's a personal thing, and I'm suggesting to the members around this table to put more weight on the people that are finding it difficult. So not just look at the statistic there about what percentage of people that responded to the survey are in that group, but yeah, just put that natural weighting to the lower end when we're looking at developing the LTP and those limits on rate increases over those years.
Right, any other discussion? All right, if there's no other discussion, thank you everyone for your views. Obviously some different views, but I think what came through is people found this quite interesting. It certainly can help us going forward through the LTP. Obviously there's going to be a lot of interpretation as to how we view the survey and what we take out of it. But that's that's as Jeremy mentioned at the start, that's up to our team. So I'll put to the vote to receive this report. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. We might just take a 10-minute break, come back at 11:10, and we will get into annual plan when we get back. going to move into 11.2, the draft annual plan 26-27 at June 2026. So we've got Catherine, Tracy, Craig's online, Susan. If I missed anyone, I think we've got everyone there. Do you want to present, or you? Yep.
Morning, everyone. I'll kick off while Catherine's loading the short presentation that we have. So we're at a point where, in financial terms, we've entered all the information relevant to decisions to date, supporting a 7.5% rates increase year on year, incorporating 0.5% of growth. We do need to, if at all possible, finalise all decisions today to give us time to lock the financial information into the system, but also develop and finalise the report itself, which is typically about 120 pages. And that will need to be signed off in addition to adopting the annual plan on the 23rd of June. So, yeah, I'm aware that there are potentially amendments to the current position, which I'm sure we'll discuss today. But in the meantime, I'll pass to Catherine and the team just to run through the key points.
Thanks, Greg. Good morning, councillors. So just, because there's obviously a lot in an annual plan, we just put some of the key financial matters up on PowerPoint just to help focus that presentation. So yes, overall we have a rates increase of 7.5% after growth, with a further 49 million for water charges. Just noting that attachment 2 provided a draft rates assessment. That was a high-level manual assessment. Just we will send to you the correct assessment once that has been run, once the budget is confirmed and that has been run through against the latest capital data. So Jim just provided a high-level manual assessment, and within that it did show the industrial capital values showing an overall lower increase of 7.2%. That's all based around the manual model of what is the capital value sitting in that category of ratepayers at the moment. So there were some changes right at the end of the year with reclassification of some groups out of industrial. So if you think they would have been paying a higher rate, and then there's a smaller group with a lower overall value, so that's why it looks like they've taken a lower share of the increase when you do it as at that macro modelling level. So over the next week, Jim will use the correct data that's in the system with all the capital changes that have been made, and we'll send something out to you so you'll see where it has actually landed. So budgeted revenue 658, of which 121 million's asset revenue, which is DC's vested assets and capital subsidies, and budgeted expenditure of 602 million, and that includes those operating costs of a capital nature. So we're going to talk about that a little bit more later in this presentation when we talk about the balanced budget. The capital program has been updated. There's been a rephasing of the unspent capital budgets from the current year, and the revised program has been presented in attachment 3 with a total budget of 432 million and an expected carry forward once this year finishes of the other capital projects of about 18, which will get us to that 450 million envelope that was set. I'm not sure if are you, someone else are controlling the PowerPoint, eh? Can we just go to the next slide? No, it's me? Okay, it seems strange. Good. Yep, thank you. So what did you press? Okay. I know, but it does show there's presenting mode, which is good.
Just move your mouse over to the
Okay.
screen. Just click.
Oh, okay.
Or use your
Okay, so go back to it. Okay.
Did he get you?
Okay, so just heading on, so debt and headroom, something to focus on. Our net debt at the end of, at 30th of June 27 is projected to be 1.736 billion, and that is about 48 million higher than in previous estimates. Partly there is a revision to the assumed capital program carry forward at the end of next year. And that is because as we've kind of gone through and looked at the rephasing and the deliverability of that program, there is a sense that it is more deliverable. So we had a very high assumption in debt that there'd be 50 million carrying forward, as there was this year, but we've brought that down to 30. There's higher closing debt at the end of this year of 10 million, and just changes the capital program, some of that Tariko West adjustments, just changing the assumed subsidy. So that's the reason that it is at that 1.736 billion. It gives us the debt to revenue ratio of 279%. So without a bespoke covenant, the LGFA limit is 280%, including what you need for debt headroom. So it does show the benefit of that bespoke covenant and why we applied for it. We knew we'd get to this situation with Waters still in-house, and we expect to be at that relatively high debt to revenue ratio for the annual plan year. It reflects a very high debt to revenue in Waters, which has been talked about through that Waters reform process of 421%, and the rest of councils at 232%. So the bespoke covenant at 330% debt to revenue does give us the debt headroom. For the whole of council, that's been calculated at about just over 300 million debt headroom, and that sits with the rest of council, not with Waters. Waters has a much tighter situation, obviously, with that 421% debt to revenue ratio. So just noting that a condition of the LGFA bespoke covenant is that council maintains a balanced budget. So we're just going to go on to, you'll see in report, and we'll talk a bit about our situation in terms of balanced budget, because we are not there. We have not maintained a balanced budget using the financial prudence benchmark calculation. The outcome of that is that we will need to write and explain that to LGFA, why it is and why that is appropriate, and also expected to be short-term, at least for the next couple of years. So the purpose of the balanced budget metric is to consider whether council is collecting sufficient revenue to cover its operating expenditure. And that's just something to keep in mind. Whenever we're looking at what we want to spend on, we have to be clear that we have a revenue source to pay for that. The draft annual plan doesn't achieve it for a number of reasons, and the main challenge sits in Three Waters. So Three Waters carries most of the growth debt, and so therefore the growth interest costs, which have to be covered under the balanced budget. But under the financial prudence benchmark, which we're being asked to use, we're not allowed to include development contribution revenue. So it creates a one-sided problem, which I think is part of that letter to explain that situation. And the tables in the report detail some of this information. There's also, for this year, $10 million of loan-funded water establishment costs. So again, that was something that would not be surprising to LGFA because they'll be seeing that across the country. The rest of council also does not meet the balanced budget test, and again, it has some growth interest, but not nearly as much. But things like using our reserve funding, which we're doing for Moa, that counts against that calculation of a balanced budget temporarily, and anywhere that we've used loans to fund something, reserves or prior year surpluses will contribute to that imbalanced budget. There is also, as I said, I don't think this won't last through to next year, this imbalanced budget, because our capital subsidy level is quite modest for next year, but in the early years of the LTP, as we'll be presenting at the workshop on Thursday, there is quite a lot of capital subsidy lined up that will be, assuming the capital program goes as planned for those subsidies, would rebalance us to quite a favourable position on the balanced budget. So those are all matters that we'd suggest go into that letter that we could draft for consideration and probably adoption at the 23rd of June in your plan adoption meeting. But just, oh, sorry, didn't realise the slides didn't change. I've got to do something with my, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. Doesn't normally do this to me. We just go straight to the table. Anna here has a copy, so maybe she could share it. Yeah, that's good. Okay, keep going. Next one. No, that one there. Have you got it? The last, just very last slide. Thank you. Yeah, so just get Tracy to talk you through this table.
Good morning. There's a pretty nasty table to put up on a projection. It is table 3 of the report, if you prefer to look at it on the report itself. So what this is trying to do is just to classify really what has led us to this imbalance of the budget. Again, the balanced budget is a construction from the DIA. I was about to give an opinion, but probably shouldn't. So if we're talking just about covering our operating costs with operating revenue, you'll see that we have deficits both for TCC without waters, for the waters themselves, and obviously in that case in total. Catherine's talked about in waters that the establishment costs are loan funded, and there are other impacts as well from growth, if we go towards the bottom of the table there. But in terms of classifications, really it does fall down into 3 broad categorisations. There are those items that Council has chosen to fund from loans. These are things typically that we get benefit from over time. So that's things like our digital SaaS or city development kind of work. We've chosen to fund some things from reserves as well. In our last meeting on this topic, there was agreement to fund some of the adjustments from current year surpluses, which next year will be reserves. So those are all having an impact. The really big number there, though, is related to transport depreciation costs, so we don't fund 51% of transport depreciation expenditure. And then there's the growth interest as well, which is a very large number overall, 26 million. Most of that does sit in the waters, but there is still an impact on the rest of the organisation as well. In the table that is in the report, table split in two, in the top half, the very last line shows the impact, if we could, in a perfect world, include DC revenue in that calculation, which would seem sensible on the face of it. The results do look quite different.
Leave it there and just if there's any questions.
Councillor Taylor.
Why don't we include, or why don't they allow us to include DC?
The DIA, at the time that they put out the financial prudence benchmarks, made a decision, and they had a advisory group, as they do for a lot of these benchmarks. I did hear unofficially from one of them involved in the group that he's regretted ever since moving away from accounting standards, because there's usually a reason you recognise things as revenue. But I think particularly in 2014, there were only a couple of councils like TCC that had development contribution revenue, and I don't think there was a full understanding of the capitalised interest component. So LGFA did a similar thing at the time, or a few years earlier, and now for the waters entities, LGFA are allowing recognition of 75% of development contribution revenue as part of their waters debt, free funds from operations calculation. So I think everyone's moved on and learnt a bit more, but the regulations are from 2014.
Councillor Curran.
Catherine, just on the water biometer figure of 49, and I'm aware that there was an assumption for quite a large increase in volumetric consumption. What is that increase? And if it doesn't happen, then of course you get an imbalance at the end of the year. But in terms of us, budgeting for that increase, are you comfortable with that level of assumption of the increase?
So firstly, am I comfortable? It's ambitious, and since the Middle East conflict, it had relied on a recovery of the commercial use. So domestic use has continued to increase as the city grows, but the commercial, we lost some very big operations. So it will be an ambitious target. From the point of view of debt to revenue ratio, I'm not sure why that's echoing, it would affect that. If you reduced it, your debt to revenue ratio would be affected. From the point of view of balanced budget and actuals, it will depend on the expenditure that the waters activity undertakes. And this year expenditure is slightly below budget, so the net result may not be problematic. Waters is a cash balance activity. It has had a couple of surpluses for a few years. I mean, overall it's pricing itself quite well, so there isn't a kind of a major impact. Yes, I'm comfortable leaving it like that, but I'm envisaging I may be reporting every quarter that we're below target, but a lot depends on how dry the summer is.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. What would a conservative assumption look like? I'm a conservative.
Probably 2 or 3%. So if you think we've got the price adjustment and then we've got about 7% volume adjustment, so maybe 3% would be conservative.
Councillor Baker.
Tēnā koutou, thank you for your guys' report. This whole thing of assumptions and the practice of assumptions to help inform budgets, etc., is things that I'm still trying to wrap my head around personally. So there's a lot of, like, I guess, ignorance or just not knowing things in my question. But in your first slide, we looked at, I think it mentioned something to the effect of $48 million. We're going to be $48 million higher in debt at the end of the financial year. Is that what I read? Something to that effect?
48 million higher than we told you previously.
Yeah. There were 3 core reasons, 2 of which were based on assumptions. So my question is, how often are we right with our assumptions? And is it possible to build a sustainable organisation, budget, etc., that's not dependent on assumptions?
I think you will always have some assumptions, and in the LTP we actually bring those to you. So assumptions about growth, assumptions about inflation, things like that. The debt forecasts have been moved around a lot by the capital program, and as we get to understand and develop that program over time, we get better at predicting or budgeting what is more likely to be deliverable, and understanding how much debt will flow from that. Tauriko West has caused our debt assumptions to jump around because developer payments were received a year ahead. So in the scheme of things, it might have been only 3 or 4 months difference in the timing, but if it falls over a year, then you've got 15 million happening in one year and not happening in the next year. So those kind of things, it's just timing, and you have to make assumptions about when they're going to happen. So there will always be assumptions, always be some risk. Over the kind of longer term, those sort of fluctuations year on year have largely kind of tracked quite reliably over time, because the capital program might be delivered more rapidly in one year and slower in another year, but over a 4 or 5 year period, we're not normally too far out. So.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. If Council was of mind that it wanted to adopt a more conservative forecast for water by metre revenue increase, would that be able to be brought back to us with the annual plan? Was it about the 8th or the 12th of June or something like that? Or would you like some sort of resolution here to make it clear, or would you like the opportunity to recommend a resolution to us at a later date?
Well, as Craig mentioned earlier, we really need to be producing the annual plan document. So would rather that, if you would like to bring that down from 7.5 to 4, that you made that resolution, and then we can put that through. It will affect some of those key metrics, but
So just in terms of clarity, bringing the growth down to 3%, would that mean 7.5% increase in the water by metre charge, plus 3% giving us 10.5 instead of 15.1? That's correct. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
If we assume static growth in water by metre revenue, what would the implications be in terms of the water activities for the next financial year?
So it'd only be the water supply activity, because that's the only volumetric charge. So I haven't looked at they possibly would be producing a deficit based on their expenditure budgets. And I don't have that detail with me, but yeah.
Councillor Taylor.
Something that I've been observing, and we've gone to full recovery of our depreciation, and it's a big chunk of our number. I think knocking on the door of 4 or 5%. And I look at other councils around, some are in this region, some are further down country, that have backed away from full recovery of depreciation, or full accounting for depreciation. What does that mean? Because that obviously has made them look better from their annual increase. And then what does it mean for this figure that we're trying to get LGFA?
So depreciation is an expense. So if you don't have revenue to cover that expense, then you will be moving towards the unbalanced budget. So it would affect the balanced budget for this year. And it means that over time you have more debt because depreciation is a source of cash that isn't directly used up in an operating expense. So it is able to offset the cost of renewals without borrowing. So your debt increases.
Sorry, you probably haven't quite got the gist of my question. I'm asking why these other councils are doing it and how are they getting away with it if they're not having a balanced budget, if they're pulling back from the amount of depreciation they should be passing on to their ratepayer. How are they actually achieving that?
So a number of councils are not achieving a balanced budget. The LGFA in its standard lending up to 280% debt to revenue does not require a balanced budget. That was a condition of this bespoke covenant, and it was a condition intended to ensure that councils were conscious of the amount of revenue they were collecting and collected enough and just didn't start to say, I've got a bespoke covenant, I can borrow more to cover my operating costs. So I'm not the board. They would consider it. My impression is that they're here to support us, and that if there are good reasons for not having a balanced budget, then I think those things should be presented by the council in a letter. A lot of councils do not. The LGFA representative on their quarterly meeting did mention that there's a growing unbalanced movement towards an unbalanced budget, and that's something that they will be conscious of and encouraging councils to look at, because in the end it affects your credit ratings, your ability to respond to events. So you have more debt, you cover more of your operating costs through debt, then you have a less strong credit position. So that's something LGFA will be conscious of, and it was mentioned, but there is no direct immediate consequence to a council that doesn't have a bespoke covenant.
If I can add to the question, we are bringing to a late July workshop a deeper dive in some analysis around the options for dealing with depreciation. So it won't be able to be incorporated into the annual plan itself, but I think useful for the long-term plan. There's a lot of complexities. There's complexities around depreciated replacement cost values, carrying values, useful lives, topography, where assets are located, those that are coastal and so forth. So there is a lot of complexity to this question that we'll bring to a workshop.
Just through the chair, we just had a little note through from someone who prepared the Waters service delivery plan, and if you remember from that model, Waters has quite a tight FFO, free funds from operations calculation, which is a debt, so that a reduction in revenue, not accompanied by a reduction in expenditure, is likely to put some pressure on that. And it also means that you'll be more below what was in the water service delivery plan, which is a lot of the reason that Waters material, a lot of it was dealt with in the water service delivery plan, and there hasn't been a really determined effort to kind of amend the accounts much from there. If you recall, there was a decision not to match the original model's price increase in this year, and to leave that to the water organisation in the next few years, where they will have a price increase challenge, but that FFO calculation does not have a lot of room.
Right, Councillor Crowther.
Question on stormwater. Marty Chief Executive had said that it'd be reported back with options to this council before the annual plan sign-off in terms of incorporating some of the capital program into the FY27 capex. I'm just wondering, do we know when that is going to be? and how late can it be before we change the CapEx program? Or do I?
Are you referring to the CapEx program for 26-27, because that's presented to you today?
Yeah, but we were going to get, like, that was one of the things that was an action from a previous meeting where I was suggesting I could put an amendment, and the Chief Executive said it's probably better not to do an amendment, it's better to bring it back as options. And it was particularly for, I've forgotten the names of all the locations, but I know there was Darras Road and there were 2 in Welcome Bay, I believe, that were priority for the stormwater team. And yeah, I just remember saying at the time that so long as it does come back and it doesn't have a repeat of last year when there wasn't an opportunity to do that. So I'm just looking at what the reality is around that.
Right, so shall we have an action to come back on adding, are they specific projects?
Yep, they're the projects that were recommended as the top priority under the, is it ISP, and I think one of them might have been in another category, and my proposal that I wanted to have a council vote on, I think there was general support to have that, was for those 3 priority projects to be brought forward into the next financial year.
So we'll have, if we have a report back around the 3, and please confirm with Councillor Crowther if there's some issues with those. Further to actions, I'd just like to have a report back around all the CapEx for the cemetery, just to understand the different lines in there. And I think the Deputy Mayor has a number of projects that she'd like clarification on, so if she can share that with you, that we get a report back on what those projects are. Is that good, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to have a more specific action, please, that wasn't quite ready to come into.
Okay, well, while you do that, we'll go to Councillor Roseboom, I think, has a question. Councillor Roseboom. Who's...
Oh, sorry.
So, on the page with the indicative rates chart, it says it's indicated and it will be finalised, that one. What's most likely going to change? Because we've talked at great length about the impact of rates on our being affordable for our lower income workers. Well, a lot of our businesses, mainly hospitality and retail, are also struggling. So that current rate is, no, I won't say they're accepting of it, but it is what it is. Is the firmed up figure going to be within a couple of points of that, or is it going to be markedly different?
I would expect it to be in a couple of point 2 or 3, but until that work has been done on the arrangement of the capital values, it's kind of hard to predict where it will fall. I would think these are reasonable indications because your overall rates increase to 7.5, so it's just distributional. If someone has a lower one, then that value of that rate share must be picked up somewhere else. So it's that kind of detail that we're talking about, and that we'll get that out to you hopefully in the next week, and definitely prior to that rates resolution. So the annual plan needs to be adopted on the 23rd of June, and the rates resolution will come to you at that time. So that's why we're just trying to really get this decision today on what does this budget look like.
Deputy Mayor, have you?
I have, so my action was that in relation to the 26-27 capital program, a workshop is set to review value for money achievements and opportunities of at least 3 infrastructure projects over 20 million, excluding Te Manuataki, Otupapa and Papamoa interchange, because we've already had those, with the intention of making capital savings for 26-27 without reducing delivery or scope. And also to provide demonstration of an infrastructure, at an infrastructure project level, of what value for money achievements or process change have been made since this council was elected in 2024?
Right. Hopefully you can look at that on the recording and. Okay, perfect. No, I think that's good to start looking at what we've been talking about and actually seeing that in action. So very supportive of that. Thank you. Yes, and Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And I did have a number of questions on capital projects, which I have had mostly answered. I haven't quite read the things, but it's really just for us to try to keep understanding what's on that capital program and recalling when the decisions were made about them, which don't always come straight up for me. I've got a question though on, there's a lot of detail in terms of, and the report includes lots of detail of, because of local government financing and funding requirements and reporting requirements, we get down to the detail you had to produce for the detail for the balanced budget, for example, Tracy, but something I've been banging on about for 2 years and will continue to do so is the fact that we've got it costs us 603 million to run Tauranga City Council. And so I've got a second question about salaries, but just in terms of that, can we just make sure, and we know when we set the current annual plan last year, we were told that everything had been looked at and all the budgets had been cut as much as they could, but we're still sitting now with a $3.2 million surplus, even though we've had a tragedy and lots of people realigned. So that's a great savings, and I'm glad we're able to take that forward and set a budget forward. But across New Zealand ministries, AI's just told me they're seeking 14% reduction in headcount to 2029, excluding frontline staff, using AI. So when we look at salaries on page 16, I also did ask Craig about the amount of vacancies included, and the initial answer was we've fully funded, at the moment the budget fully funds everybody we think we need for next year, but there's now a churn in there. The churn at 5 million on a straight percentage of total, which I know is not quite right, that's only about 3.4%. In the long-term plan, it was 7.5%. Again, AI tells me that 8 to 12 is about right, is good and healthy for local government. If the 3.4, that 5 million, went to 8%, it would be a $6.68 million saving on the annual plan. So how are we going to get clarity from the team in terms of reporting against that? Can we always have a vacancy line so we know at the end of the last quarter, or when your actuals come in, what was the vacancy on that date and a percentage on that? Because I think there's 6.68 million. I'm not saying we need to cut staff. I'm saying let's allow us to have vacancies, which I know from another organisations I'm with, 7 to 10 is considered healthy. And it's a big amount that is a saving in the annual plan. So I guess, can we just get better reporting on that churn rate? And it's not finance, it's HR needs to do this, but in terms of being able to know what that churn actually means as a percentage, and just can we get a message to the organisation that vacancy is okay? And you know, I've spoken to about 3 staff who have been moved into positions because of the recovery and because of therefore the consequences of that. They're in new roles, acting roles, and they're really liking it. So I guess my question, it is a question, can we just make sure we've got better information on how that churn is calculated, and when we get actuals, how it's doing? Because I'm looking at nearly 7 million that we need to save on savings just from the vacancy rate. Is that possible? So can that just be an action, please, that the quarterly financial reporting includes the vacancy rate to date, actuals, and anticipated remainder of the year. And that's compared to the churn factor in the draft annual plan.
Yeah, I think I'll just make a comment while we're talking employees. I think, you know, the frustrating thing is it's not going in the right direction. I understand we've got the, you know, we've got a breakdown. We understand where that's coming from, but, you know, just say it again. We want to see, you know, if we're reducing staff numbers, we want to see the employee costs also reflect that, and we want to see the total employee and consultant cost also reflect, you know, the spending, because it's not a story that we can sell to say, look, we're reducing costs when we continue to see this number going up. So it's just a comment. We want to actually see this, like Jen said, around the capital program, that, you know, we talk about value for money. We want to see value for money into action, and actually see some examples of how we're actually doing it as an organisation. Councillor Crowther.
Mine's on the same topic, but just a question, which is looking through transport, employee costs have come down a little bit, and the consultants' costs have come from 5.2 to 3.9 mil for the from last year, from the current year to next year. So my question is really just where are those extra consultants' costs sort of firmly embedded, because we were under the impression they were dropping more, and they've only dropped a relatively small amount. So is that because of particular capital projects, or is it for some other reason, like legal or whatever else it might be?
You are correct, Councillor. A lot of it, particularly a lot of the larger movement, does go along with what is planned to be planned, if you like, what's planned to be designed, or initial stages of capital projects. I can't give you an answer off the top of my head about what that distribution is. If you like, I can take an action to present that to you.
Yeah, I mean, I probably, to be fair, through the chair, I just ran out a bit of time to do the detail. I can do the detailed dive into that, but it did seem striking that transport and waters were not, it didn't appear to me to be sort of like the key reason it's not dropping in the way that we thought. So yeah, I can look through some of that. My other question is I think you know, around BVL pools in particular, and I've got to say, in our engagement and outside our engagement, I've had more questions on pools and depreciation than I ever thought I would. My understanding, and I see we've got a spreadsheet just a short time ago, in case anyone has missed it, which seems to confirm that, give or take, to be confirmed, there could be around 320,000 reduced rates if we depreciated Otumotai pool at this sort of standard rate rather than at the 25.3% that it has been, but that would in turn incur some 13,600 estimated increased interest costs on debt, knowing that our pools are not, or BVL assets are not fully, the depreciation is not fully funded. So I just wondered if you could maybe speak to that, because I know the rest of my colleagues may not have had as many conversations as I've had with our COFO and with others around that.
I'm not sure if Craig wants to speak to that. Just at the very high level, we do charge, we do rate for a portion of the depreciation that Bay Venues charges on all its assets. It is not at the level that represents full depreciation. It's half or less than half. And a lot of that has evolved over time from which parts of their business were considered to be, well, the term they use is cost recovered. Or
yes, there was a bit of a change in 2023, a paper was put to the Commission that reclassified a number of assets from the non-funded to the funded network. And as part of those decisions that fed into the last LTP, there was a significant increase in the operational grant funding going to Bay Venues in year 1 of the long-term plan, but there was a phased-in approach of a depreciation uplift to plug that gap. So where there has been, historically, we hadn't been rating the community enough to fully fund depreciation and that reclassification of assets. So it was due to be phased in year 3 of the long-term plan being FY27. So we currently have in the budgets about 6.4 million of the, I'm waiting to hear back the exact figure from Bay Venues this morning, but it's somewhere in the region of $9 million that we should be funding. So there is a gap. So if you were to make the decision to not fund that $320,000, essentially you're just making that gap wider.
Just a question directly for Craig then. Would there be any significant implications if we were to choose to pass that on as a reduction in the rates, or to fund other things that we've cut for that matter? In the sense that the decision back in 2023 was, to best of my understanding, was to phase it in on the grounds of equity, that there wasn't to be just one big hit, so that it would still be, it would basically, I guess my question is, would there be any problem with reinstating what it should have been, which would be to extract less money from the people of Tauranga this year, coming year, leave the past as the past, where that was maybe a bit of an error, but just to actually reduce the rates burden by 320,000 odd in the coming financial year?
In response, that I guess that's an option, and would need to be determined by the governing body today as to whether they'd like to proceed on that basis.
Right, any further questions? Right, if we've got no further questions, thank you, staff. And I ask for a mover and seconder for the recommendations, or any changes to those.
I've got an amendment, Chair. If I have a seconder to my amendment, I'll speak to it.
Well, you can move the whole resolution if,
Yep.
with that included.
Yep, happy to do that.
Councillor Morris will second. Is there, Councillor Morris, you had a potential, sorry, Councillor Rolleston, can you just turn, sorry, just if you just, I just wanted to talk to Councillor Morris. You had potential amendment, or
Yeah,
do you want to, do you still want
thanks,
to carry
Timmy.
through?
I just circulated potential B3. I'm open to the optimism level in terms of the water by metre revenue assumption. I was looking at Councillor Crowther then. I know you're working on something as well.
Sorry.
Through the chair then. Yeah, my thinking was that if we're going to correct it, it would be good to correct it in a way that seems to be more likely to result in the correct number coming out. And I guess I'm still struggling to understand how it could even be an extra 2.5% of growth on top of the population, projected population growth. So I don't know where you draw the line, but to me it seems very unusual to have an aspirational approach to setting rates.
So maybe if you ask Councillor Rolleston if he's supportive, we can put it in and... Okay, so we'll add that to substantive. We can also take this in parts if that's the wish of people, so. Yep. All right, so now Councillor Rolleston. Yep.
Just a quick point of clarification. Does that put us outside of our current water services delivery plan? And is there impacts that if we pass this, we'll have to change that?
We would, I'm just looking at Catherine, check I'm interpreting correctly. So we would notify DIA that we're a little bit at variance from the water services delivery plan, but I don't think there's anything else that we'd need to do other than that. The water organisation will need to do a water services strategy, and they will just inherit whatever is the starting point based on the decisions that you make through this annual plan process.
I guess part of the consultation, are we comfortable? We're about 3% higher. Are we comfortable that's doable without further consultation? No, the charges are. Oh.
Yeah, sorry, that's a water by revenue increase assumption. So they've got the 7.5% assumption. Sorry, the 7.5% charge increase, and then there was a growth assumption on top of the charge, which topped us up to 15.1, and that was a.
Yeah, so we're going from 7.5 to 10.5% increase in the water by metre charge.
No, revenue. So the charge is 7.5, but the revenue assumption is 10.5 instead of 15.1. So it's a decrease.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, and just for help, colleagues, I'm referring to page 4 of our bespoke agenda in Stella, which is page 149 of the agenda, and that has the water by metre revenue increase percentage 15.1%, which is a revenue projection which is made up of the 7.5% charge increase plus an assumption, a significant, and we've heard today, optimistic assumption of growth.
Yeah.
And this is more conservative as given to us by our financial controller. Sorry, Catherine, is that your title? I hope I haven't demoted you. Head of Finance. Sorry, I demoted you. That was a more conservative assumption that came through questions.
Yeah, sorry.
That's right.
That makes sense. It just that has a significant impact on our revenue, which would therefore have a significant impact on the budget. So sorry, I read that wrong as to Councillor Correct.
So if I can, excuse me. So that will end up in a even worse situation in terms of the balanced budget, and would that still be in the scope of our GFA's acceptance?
In the end, the board will determine that, obviously, but I don't think it would be a more conservative assumption, given the change in economic situation, seems a fair decision. And I think because water's with the growth and with the establishment being loan funded, I think they're still at a reasonable position in terms of balanced budget. So I don't see that it should be a big issue.
Right. Councillor Rolleston, would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. 26th of March, we had a paper with a series of levels of reduction of service in the confidential to reduce the rates burden. And there was a number of areas put forward, including the closure of the pools in the library, and the amounts are as spoken. Some challenging and tough decisions needed to be made, and now I'm sort of trying to reconcile it with the survey that we just had and what some of those strong messages were coming forward, but it's also open to interpretation. The core services, I think, that we're very familiar with, were high on the agenda, but libraries were in that, I guess, in that middle ground. There was definitely an appetite in the survey to reduce some levels of service. I guess the question is to what degree. I think we're all wanting to save cost. We've since been on a number of community events, and the feedback that I've had on a number of those events and other platforms is that that one hasn't been well received. So I guess in the scheme of things, yes, we are trying to save a lot of money, but to close these facilities, I think we'd all seen some numbers, and Sunday generally is the lower day, but not in terms of attendance, but not significantly. And there's a sort of general group of people that I think could come through that are on Sundays that can't make other days. So there is a certainly select group of people. So I'm not advocating, therefore, that we need to put that back onto the rates line, which is why I think I'm looking for alternative operational savings equivalent to that amount. That's an operational decision that I'm leaving within the organisation. But I think listening to the community, I was not in favour of this at the meeting itself, and I've reflected again, and I've asked quite a bit around the community, and I guess the feedback that I'm getting is yes, we need to save costs, but that's not the best way to do it, to close these important facilities. Yes, we do need to make savings, but on balance, I don't think that is the appropriate way, which is why I have put forward this amendment.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. To B3, and just for clarity for the community, the proposed water rate increase is 7.5%. Council was assuming that with growth would result, not just growth in water connections, but growth in demand would result in a projected revenue increase of 15.1%. We were told that was optimistic, and so we, by agreeing with this, are reducing the assumed revenue by 4.6%, which is more conservative. It may not be conservative enough at the end of the day in terms of reality, and my preference would be that we deal with conservative numbers when forecasting. I think reality is going to show itself soon enough anyway. In terms of if I do support it, I think to Councillor, and I thank Councillor Rolleston for bringing this to the table. The community really threw the book at us on this issue, and we're going to want to throw some of us in the deep end over in Otamutai as well, and this is responding to that. But I think Councillor Crowther has a way potentially of offsetting the increase to allow that level of service to go on. Do acknowledge the conflict with the survey as well. That was a good survey to do, and it's going to help inform our long-term plan decisions. And I think it should help inform our long-term principles and the weightings we put on those perhaps as well. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Correct.
Yes, I too support Councillor Rolleston's suggested amendment, whilst also being in support of the initial proposal to close those libraries at that point of time. But given some of the feedback through our survey that we don't listen, I mean, we are listening, and I've heard that people really value the library service, and many do on the Sunday, because they don't have the opportunity to go any other day. And I did raise this when we first discussed it, but went with the money saving because the pressure is on this community. But I do support that, and I am looking forward to Councillor Crowther's proposal to introduce an idea that could help fund it. But then moving into the long-term plan, you know, given the value that people put on the library service, we need to start talking about introducing a lending fee, because I think that given the situation, that those users actually will appreciate that they need to pay a little bit towards that. Currently, the only payment is for the hot titles, but we need to start introducing more of a wider payment regime into that to help offset the huge growth and the cost of service, particularly with the new central library opening, to recover a portion of those costs. And you know, that fee will still only recover a very tiny fraction of the actual true cost of book borrowing. But so, in terms of supporting the opening of the libraries on Sunday, I do signal that I will be promoting that there will be user fees on the library book lending service.
Mills and Boo.
Okay, who else would like to have a?
We were just talking about F4 and everything.
No, the whole. We're talking the whole. Yep, Deputy Mayor.
I would like to foreshadow a further amendment. That noting, I will actually send that to Anahira. So, sorry. Notes that Council would have liked to see a greater reduction in TCC running costs, and during 26-27 year, TCC will undertake reviews to identify further savings and efficiency changes across all activities, including to bring personnel, including consultant costs down, and plan and initiate actions to manage the 9 million stranded overheads. So, I would like that to be a G.
So, sorry, Councillor Morris and Councillor Rollison will accept that. So that will go into. We don't need to talk to the amendment. So you want to talk to the full substantive?
Yes, please, I would. So I just think we still haven't quite got there with this annual plan, and appreciate the extra detail that we are receiving. So really appreciate that. Thank you. I feel that we do get reports and we get bits, and I'm not nearly clever enough to remember exactly when we've approved this little capital project and this change of timing of this one, and so it's quite hard to take that all in and get to where we've got to. But I'm not comfortable we actually are saying, what do we need to do? 603 million is too much to spend on running our council, and again, 14% reduction in 3 years has been asked by the ministries of New Zealand. Those are things we've got to start saying. We've had a significant increase in capital expenditure that's now flattening off. We've got to say, how do we do things for less? And we really have to not just take the edges off, we need to really look at how we do things. And again, I think we have to look at fully allocating our service department so that when elected members or staff ask for something printed, we know what the printing cost is. Our digital spend can be allocated. We heard from Comms that they do a whole lot of stuff internally. We need to have a system that's able to allocate those costs back so that activities know what it actually costs their comms unit to put out a media release if that's what they're getting. I think the fact that we have 3.2 million in surplus in this current year, when we were told when we did the annual plan last year that there was nothing left, is indication that there are budgets. We're actually hearing quite often we can do that, a new activity, out of existing budget, which actually means that activity wasn't budgeted for, there was some spare in there. I would much rather we heard we can reduce by 5% our budgets and then 2% of that comes back with business cases as to why too much was taken out, a little bit more is needed. And I know it's complicated under local government rules, but we have to think better about not just let's not increase, but really significantly looking at why it takes 603 million to run this organisation, and we need to be able to be transparent with our people about that, and understand for our people, when they ask for full consultation on a bylaw, fine, this is what it will cost, because we start knowing what the cost of a TCC person to work on a project for a day or a week actually is. So I am able to support this resolution. Thank you for supporting G, but I think all of us have to do better. We all have to start saying, how do we get costs out of this organisation that we are the governors of?
Yeah, question.
Thanks for indulgence, Mayor. Just a question of the Deputy Mayor who raised G for consideration. Would you like, and that's not a pun by saying would you like, to change the perfect conditional, which is would like to see, to a conditional construction, which is would like to see?
I would love to change that.
It's a small, changing from would have liked to see to would like to see, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. At a previous meeting, when we reached our 7.5, there were still gaps, and we agreed with staff on a $4.6 million sum of savings to be found next year. And I thought that addressed some of the ongoing gap that sat there between where we want to get to. Now that 4.6 million is close to 2% exclusive of waters. If we achieve that next year, we're at 5.5%. So I'm just a little bit confused about G, because to me that seems like it's redundant. It's sitting on top of what we've already tasked staff to do, and the committee, which yourself and the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Morris and I think Councillor Baker are on. So I'm just a little bit concerned that we're, on our side, double dipping here. I'm not sure. Clarity, please.
I think, would the Deputy Mayor...
So, for example, Councillor Schuler, I highlighted that if we had a 8 to 12% a good or healthy vacancy rate, that's 6.68 million less than what's currently in the annual plan. I think we need to, so my view is it's only noting, it's not a, it's the same as the other notes that we've got. So this is just saying without asking for it, 3.2 million has been saved in the current year. So 3.2 to 4.6 isn't that much, and this is the same cry I've been having since I started. We have to look at more. 2% is not high, and I think if quite often an organisation, I certainly know the ones I've been in, we're asked for 5, 10 or 15% savings. We don't always get it, but to me 2% is not really saying re-look at how you're doing things and do it differently rather than just taking a little bit off.
Right. Councillor Schuler, you want to speak now?
I still want a bit more clarity.
Well, I think at this stage it's a note, so...
But it is a note, but halfway through it says TCC will undertake reviews to identify further savings and efficiency changes. So that's actually saying, so what am I asking, is that on top of that, like, are we working on the 4.6 million that we agreed a month?
Yeah. Hell yes, this is on top. That's still noting.
Yep. All right. Would you like to, anyone else like to speak? Councillor Taylor, and then we'll go Councillor Crowther and Councillor Roseboom.
I really want to just make a couple of points. So I agree with the change that Councillor Ralston has brought in. To my way of thinking, we've heard loud and clear through the meetings we've been at about these small amounts that we've been picking on that have affected a certain part of our community, and it really hurts some people, so I'm pleased that he's bringing that one forward. I also look at some of the big parts of our expenditure, and one of them is waters, and that's going off into its own CCO next year, so there'll be a cost drive there through the professional board that's going to be running that organisation, so we should see some efficiencies and cost savings there, so I'm not too worried about that. I look at roading as another big chunk of our expenditure. It's bigger than our community spend. We haven't taken a look at that, I don't believe. I'm sure within the organisation there's a bit of a look, but we seem to focus on our community and what we can take off them. I think we should be looking a bit wider. Some of these big rocks that really do affect our costings, and that's something that I'll be looking for in next year's long-term plan, just to see where that sits, because it'll be the single biggest part of our remaining council once Waters leaves. So supportive of the motion, and thank you, Councillor Rolleston, for bringing that forward.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I think the Deputy Mayor's action around looking at some of these projects will give us a bit of an insight, hopefully, into what you're asking there. Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, not overly keen on the B3. I'm very reluctant to make changes when we've already got agreements in place. That will be addressed when the Water CCO is formed up and the Water Services Strategy is written. These things can be addressed at that point. As far as efforts go, no, we as a council were asked to broadly look across the entire council organisation and make cuts. After several workshops, we landed there. Whether we all agreed to it or not is irrelevant. We got there, that's what we agreed to, so I'm not going to support F, because cuts have to be made everywhere. In relation to cuts to the organisation, I believe Wellington is trying to cut its administrative staff and civil servants down to less than 1% of New Zealand's population. In relation to TCC, our staffing level is already well under 1% of the total Tauranga population. So if government wants to learn how to run efficiently, maybe they should look here, because we're already doing what they're trying to get to. In relation to the capital projects and the survey, Tauranga people have made it quite clear that they want us to focus on capital roads and pipes, because we are at our core an infrastructure entity. And anyone who's worked in infrastructure in the past knows if you're trying to get staff to work in this space, they cost money. And if you want really good ones, they cost you a lot. And the way to improve the efficiency of an organisation is to have the right highly skilled, well-paid staff, because in general they're worth two than an averagely paid staff. So I support the current process that this organisation is going through, and it is not quick to turn an infrastructure company around the way it does its business, the way it does its procurement, the way it does its assessment on how it runs and manages projects, to put the right project managers in the right place who actually know what they're doing and how to actually save money. It's a slow process. We've done a lot to achieve that in the last 2 years, and it's going to take another 2 years to get this right. Our constant pivoting to meet central government outcomes is not efficient either. That costs us money. It's very time consuming for our staff to stop what they're doing and do something at the behest of Wellington, because that's what they decree is the single most important thing at that moment, not meeting the needs of the people of Tauranga. So we need to get more efficient in how we run our business and how we connect with Wellington, and I'm hoping this regional deal goes some way to streamlining the budgeting process of how we run this entity and work better with Wellington to cut our costs. One glaring example, we're now being faced with simplifying local government. Lovely, great community discussion. If we had done this discussion before we embarked on the waters discussion, it may have made the waters discussion irrelevant if we had to come up with the right outcome for simplifying local government. And that's cost this organisation a lot of time, money and energy and headaches for a lot of people inside this building. So there are a lot of other ways that we can be more efficient and save money on the running costs of this council.
Thank you, Councillor Roseburn. Councillor Crowther.
Happy to sort of support the proposed amendments. I'd still have a bit of concern that we're glass quite full on the water by metre, but not as full as before. And happy to support Councillor Rolliston's proposed amendment. I think I voted a different way back in March in the context that we were presented with to what I will vote today. But part of that is just getting a lot clearer in terms of the funding and financing of pools, and the idea that Otomotai Pool was the most expensive pool in the network has now been disproved. I think that title goes to Gretton. But more importantly, we've now sort of got some more accurate information to kind of work within our future decisions in the long-term plan. So I am proposing an amendment, and in a minute if someone wants to second that for discussion. But I guess the context for it is that we have for the last couple of years taken more funded depreciation from our communities than we would have if we got those numbers accurate in the first place. So there's various ways we can look at it. We could say, oh, let's just keep taking it this coming year because we could get away with it and pocket the money and reduce the deficit in our depreciation reserve. But the way I see it is, if we hadn't made the error in the first place, and when I say we, to be blunt, it wasn't our finance team and our in-house team, but if that hadn't happened, then we would have had less money extracted from the public for the last couple of years, and we would be extracting less from them this year. And I think that's what we should do. We should reinstate for this year, given that we can't go back in time, what would have happened if we'd got those numbers right on depreciation of Otomotai Pool. So that's in the context that the same argument applies to Memorial Pool. And one could go down that track as well and open up that can of worms, and I will not do that. I could also, look to try and relitigate a decision that I thought, and I think only a couple of us thought was quite egregious, which was some library programs that we have heard feedback on, where there are some of the most disadvantaged people in our community undertake those programs, and we've cut them. And they're not the people who are likely to turn up. People with various disabilities and so forth, they don't tend to turn up probably in the great numbers at public events in the evenings, to be perfectly blunt, so we may not have heard their voices as loudly. So that would be my personal view, is I would like to have another crack at that with the savings. I would also be interested in the community funding, but I've sort of read the room and I've seen the urgency with which our finance team wants to close this all off. And so I would just propose that we look to reduce the rates. I've sent slightly tweaked wording through to a proposed amendment, and have now got my X's and Y's based on some complex maths. So my proposed amendment is for B1 to become the annual plan 2026-27 financials, including a rates requirement excluding water by metre. I think that would be helpful either way, of still 351 million, which is an increase of 7.4% after growth, with reduction coming from reduced funding of depreciation on Otomotai Pool to correct an overestimate of BVL's proposed depreciation rate on that aquatic facility. Oh, I've sent it through to Anahita as well. So that was 351, and it was, sorry, the Y's are 7.4. And if I have a second, I can just clarify that.
Councillor Correct.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're happy to. Okay. And well, I'll just quickly finish my just in case there are any questions on it. My calculations and working with the various members of the finance team, getting the numbers. So I have allowed for the fact that we do have an increase in debt, and I've allowed for the fact that there is rounding, which makes that number look the same, but it's when you get down to the dollars and cents sort of thing, it's actually a different 351 million. It's closer to 351 itself, whereas before it was closer to 351 and whatever the number was, 0.3 or So I think the resolution can stand like that. It will be 7.4, even given a margin for error. but the issue will be that the precise number might be determined on confirmation of those depreciation numbers. It could be a few, decimal points of percent different to what I might think on my worksheet. But to me, the substance is we actually give a tangible benefit to the ratepayers, and we correct an error in the process.
Councillor Schuler, Councillor Baker, you want to? Okay, well, Councillor Baker, do you want to talk? All right, I'll have a turn. So, yeah, I guess I agree with some of the sentiment. I guess I don't agree with some of the application of this. We'll start with B1. I don't agree with that. We're already, underfunding depreciation, and what we're saying is actually we're going to underfund it even more to reduce the rates. I don't think that's financially prudent. We've set a standard that we would fully fund depreciation, and this doesn't agree with that in my mind. I think yes, we can correct an error that it doesn't go towards the Otomotai pool, but then it will just continue to underfund. So if we were in a situation where we were fully funding depreciation and we'd made an error, absolutely take it off. But don't support that as it is. So I'll take this in parts. Again, B3, I absolutely support the sentiment that we're probably optimistic. So reducing that, but again, if we're going to reduce that, we need to increase the costs in order to cover the difference, and that's very much the way that I see that one. And also, if again, I get that, but again, if we look at what people asked us to do in the survey is actually they want to see their rates reduced. So if we are going to make further savings, I'd like to see that as a reduction in rates, rather than necessarily reinstating services. Noting that there is some parts of this that maybe we need to look at adjusting. If our city centre library is going to be closed for a period, then Greerton and Papamoa potentially should be open. But the libraries from that example there is other options. The same with the pool. There is other options on a Sunday. It may just mean that you can't go to your local library or pool, that you have to travel a little bit further. But I think the community, while yes, they don't necessarily agree, what they have very much told us is they want their rates lower and they're happy to lose services. These cuts align with the sort of general direction of where they would support service cuts, and they have other opportunities to use them. So I think I understand the sentiment, but probably don't agree with the application. So those parts I don't necessarily support. However, I do support the intent, and I would just prefer to see, rather than reinstate services and reinstate various things, that we actually reduce the rates if these come to fruition and we can find the savings. Otherwise, generally supportive of where we're going. I think we are making some progress, but we can always do better. And I think we've heard very much from the community that they want to see us be more efficient. They want to see us deliver value for money. Potentially, they don't trust us yet that we are doing that, and so we need to very much show them what we are doing. And I think some of this sort of backtracks on some of the messages that we're trying to send. But I'd be very, very supportive if we're actually showing them a reduction in rates, because we've managed to be more efficient and take money out of the organisation. So that's my say. Councillor Schuler or.
Yep, quickly be beat Hautapu. Look, I agree with the Mayor on this one. I'll support the original recommendations and not the amendments. You know, and even looking, you know, Councillor Roseman, you know, explained, we made a decision a month ago, and we are making changes, and I do get the sentiment, and I do understand what we're hearing. I voted against closing the Otamoto pool, and I voted for reducing the library hours, but we have a decision up there. We made a collective decision, and so I want to stick by that. I was down in Dunedin last week, missed the end of here, and they've got a lovely new library out in South Dunedin that they're all very proud of, and it's closed on a Sunday, and they work their week around it, and their central library is open all the time, so they work. So, I know we've got, we are listening. I think I agree with the Mayor, the rates is the big one. We know we have to work hard to prove to the community that we are better at delivering more for less or the same for less, and that's just what decisions we make around here. But as I said at the start, I'll support the original amendment, original resolutions and not the amendments.
Councillor Baker. No, Councillor Rolleston, you want to sum up?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the feedback. Look, I probably agree with the general sentiments from the Mayor around we're all wanting the same thing, and some of the challenges are how do we get that? How do we get affordable rates and still maintain the level of service and important community facilities? I think there is still an opportunity to find savings within the organisation, which is why some of the amendments have come. But I think the courage to change our mind is really important. And yes, we made the decision. I was one of 3 people that voted to keep the libraries open on Sunday, but I accepted that my colleagues around the table had a different view, and we let it lie. But since then, we've had about 6 or 7 community events, and I've heard that message. So normally I would just go, well, we've made the decision, haere tonu, keep going. But the message has been very clear. So yes, we'll never, there's no actual right decision in this, but I think on balance, keeping those community facilities open, that are servicing a minority part of our community that don't get to those during the week because they work, and probably kids' sports on the Saturday, and that's their opportunity. And we need to find that saving in another place. So, as I said, on balance, it's a challenge to make these decisions, to make the rates affordable, to cut costs. But as I look deeper into this and heard the messages clearly, that's why I've moved this amendment. Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to just take this in parts. So we'll just go through. Just ask all those in favour. Those against. That's carried. Thank you. I'll ask for B1. All those in favour of B1. That's Crowther, Morris, Baker, Rolleston and Kurak. Those against. Taylor, Roseboom, Schuler, Schooler and Drysdale. What's that? That's 5-5. Right, I'm going to vote against that and go back to the original resolution. So we'll, okay.
When you put the original resolution, would you, with them, I don't know how it works with movers, to include the excluding water by meter, because I think there could be some confusion based on some people reading the agenda.
Yep. Okay. All right, we're just going to come back to B1. So we'll go to B2. The revised capital program of 432 million. All those in favour? Those against? That one's carried. B3. All those in favour? Those against? That's Taylor, Roseboom, Schuler and Drysdale. That's carried. C, sorry, yeah, sorry, we'll come back to that one later at the end. Sorry if we just put that at the end. Yep, so we'll go C, D, E together. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Now F, all those in favour? So that's, we've got Rolleston, Baker, Morris, Kurak, Schooler, Taylor and Crowther. All those against? Schuler, Roseboom, Drysdale. That's carried, yep. And G, all those in favour? Those against? Taylor, Roseboom, Schuler. Thank you. And now I'm happy to move what was B1, but have I got a seconder for that? Roseboom. All right, and sorry, can we just put in rates requirement and just after 351 excluding water by metre? Yeah. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Right, have we got, I think we've got everything. All right, that ends 11.2. We're going to take a lunch break. We'll take half an hour, so we'll be back at 1:15. We'll start with 11.5, which is the Te Awanui ward, and then we'll come back to 11.3. Kia ora, and welcome back, everyone. Welcome to everyone that's come to join the public gallery. It's great to have you all here. I'll just hand over to Councillor Rolleston to give you a little welcome, and then we'll hear from our speakers.
Tihei mauri ora. E hono re tēnei ki te mihi ki a koutou. Te whānau o tauranga moana ko tai mai nei, I rongo I tēnei kaupapa whakihirira. E aha ko e tū ana hau mō te kaunihira ki te mihi ki te haukainga, ki te mana whenua, anei tō whenua. Hoi anō te tikanga o tēnei whare, ko te kaunihira ki te mihi I roto I tēnei whare, ko te ingawa o tēnei whare, Maria Nui. E wāhi tapu tēnei mō te haukainga. Nō reira, mihi kawana ki a koutou. I mō I te mihi, e mihi arawa ki te whānau o Ngāti Awa I tēnei wā. Ko hinga te tino rangatira o te ao Māori. Tā hirini moko mead. Nā reira I tēnei rā, te rā nehu. Ko ia te rangatira o te tikanga, me tā mātauranga Māori, I roto I nā poka poka ko tana mahi. He rangatira tēnā. Nō reira, e mihi aroha ki te whānau I tēnei wā, Pauri. Tai nō ki te tai rāwhiti hoki, tā tāmati, nui te aroha ki a rātou. Hoi anō ka hoki mai nānei ki te honga ora tēnā tātou. He rā whakihirira tēnei. Anei, he rā whakihirira tēnei mō te kaunihira mō te iwi Māori o tauranga moana, mō tēnei turu o te awanui. E hara I te kōrero e pāna ki te hemi I te turu, ko te kaupapa e pāna ki te turu o te awanui anake. Hoi anō, ko taku kōrero tuatahi, ko te kaupapa ki te kore koe I te tepu, ko koe te hākari. Ai, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. Ai, anei te whakatauha ki nai nei mō te kaunihira. Anei, he kai kōrero mō te awanui. Nō reira, e mi aroa ki a koe e nā rangatira o tauranga moana ko tai mai nei, nā kaumātua, ko tai mai nei ki te whakamana I tēnei kaupapa tauranga moana hoki mihi aroha ki a koutou. O nā kāri he ro te kōrero, ko atu te rākau, ki a Puaraki nō reira, tēnā tātou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tihei mauri ora. Tēnā tātou. I tuatahi I te rangatira āhimi. Kei te mihi atu ki a koe mō tō whakatau mō tō mihi ki a mātou. I runga te kaupapa o tēnei rā, nō reira, I te rangatira. Te memo o te awanui ward. Kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Kei te mihi ki a koutou rā, nā memo o te poari, o te kaunihira o tauranga moana. E te timana, tēnā koe mahi. Tēnā koutou, ki a koutou rā, nā memo o te poari, o te kaunihira o tauranga moana. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi aroha ki a koutou, e runga te kaupapa tino whakahirahira, tino pai, tino nui, o tātou katoa. Ara mai ki tēnei whare o Mairanui. He wahi tawhito, he wahi Mairano, mo tēnei rohi. O ngā manu whenua o tauranga moana. Mo tā tangata whenua hoki. Nō reira, kei te mihi atu ki a koe. ki a koutou, ki a tātou katoa. Kia ora tātou, nā mema wā, te haukainga, te waka mā tātou, te waka te awa nui, te waka tai nui, e wangirui a koutou. Hara mai, nau mai, hara mai. Hara mai ki tēnei wāhi ki tēnei whare. O tātou, o 90 Devonport Road te Maranui. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa, o tō tā mai, ki te hara mai, ki konei, ki te kōrero, ki te whakaronga, i ngā kōrero. Ngā kōrero o tātou katoa, he tino pakahirahira. O tātou katoa, nō reira, hara mai, nau mai, piki mai. Nō reira, e a koutou rā, te whaia, tēnā koe, nā tāne, tēnā koutou, ngā memo o ngā kaimahi, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia koutou rā, ki roto i tēnei ruma, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Thank you very much for both Councillor Rolleston and our guest today, one of our guests today, Puraki Ihaka, for the welcomes, and Councillor Rolleston for what's becoming that famous Maori proverb. So I'd now like to hand over to our guests, Mātari Duncan, Kura Martin and Puraki Ihaka. We've received the Tarangapu submission, so thank you for that, and we'll allow you to speak, and then we'll have any questions.
Kia ora tātou. Kanui te mihi ki a Hemi, mo te mihi whakatau ki a mātou. Me te mihi anō ki aku kaitautoko i tai mai ki konei. Kia ora, ngā nui te mihi ki te whānau, whānui, ngā mihi, kia ora tātou katoa. I just want to get to the point, I guess, most of you all know me. I'm here today as chair of Te Rangapu, but also a member of the Tangata Whenua TCC committee. I want to highlight probably the things that, what was good about having a Te Awanui Māori ward, apart from Hemi's good looks. The Te Awanui Māori ward was voted in by Māori on the Māori electoral roll. The position guarantees direct representation, ensures Māori have a dedicated voice at the decision-making table, improves overall civic participation in local government, uphold Te Tiriti o Waitangi principles, and closely connected to iwi, hapu, marae, tangata whenua, and fosters inclusion. The entire community benefits from a fairer, more representative and more cohesive local governance. So the position of Te Rangapu is we support the retention of Te Awanui Māori ward and therefore supports option 1B. We acknowledge the current legislative framework requires a binding poll if Council wishes to retain the Māori ward. We are asking Council to demonstrate leadership by affirming its support for the Māori representation and allowing the community to make the final decision through a statutory referendum process. To vote for retention still enables democracy. You may personally support Māori representation but fear criticism. A vote for option 1B is not a vote to force a Māori ward. It is a vote to retain the opportunity for the community to determine its future. The big picture will be to focus less on arguing about Māori wards themselves and more on the principle of leadership. The key question before Council is, should Council stand behind the Te Awanui Māori ward and allow the community to decide? Or should Council itself remove the Māori ward before the community has that opportunity? That is the choice from a strategic, democratic, relationship and treaty perspective. So support option 1B, oppose option 1A, and treat option 1C as unnecessary delay. It will be a leadership position and one that is difficult to criticise. Option 1A, disestablish the Māori ward. This is a weak option from a tangata whenua perspective. It removes the community's opportunity to have a say. It predetermines the outcome before a public vote occurs. It effectively closes the door on Te Awanui for both the 2028 and 2031 elections. It sends a damaging signal to iwi hapu and Māori communities that Council is unwilling to stand behind the representation model it previously established. Even the staff report identifies the risk of damaging Council mana whenua relationships. If Council adopts option 1A today, many in the community will see that as Council itself abolishing the Māori ward. Option 1B, retain the Māori ward and hold the binding poll. Importantly, Council is not deciding the final outcome. Council is simply saying, we support the continued existence of Te Awanui Māori ward and we are prepared to allow the community to make the final decision through the process required by law, which is a reasonable and defensible position. The benefits are significant, demonstrates leadership, consistent with Te Rangapu's long-standing position, retains Māori representation unless and until the community votes otherwise, preserves opportunities under future legislative pathways such as Head Start, provides certainty that Council itself supports Māori representation, allows the public to make the final decision. Option 1C, community survey. While it may appear sensible, it creates several problems. Delays the substantive decision, creates further uncertainty, risks becoming a poll before the poll, gives opponents and media a running commentary on Māori representation before the real referendum, and could encourage council members to make decisions based on perceived popularity rather than principle. The report itself notes the survey could simply become an additional cost before the eventual referendum. If Council is eventually going to support option 1B, then a survey adds little value. If Council decides to retain Te Awanui Māori ward, Council should prepare a civic education and engagement plan, co-designed with tangata whenua, that explains the purpose of Māori ward, in this case Te Awanui Māori ward, corrects misinformation and encourages participation before any poll. I'm happy to take questions. Kia ora.
Got any questions? Yep, Councillor Baker.
Tēnā koutou. Koutou katoa, mihi ana. Thank you for your presentation, Whai, on behalf of the Rangapu and I'm sure the wider our wider Māori community. Should Council support the pathway that you guys support, any preliminary discussions on our plan, on the plan to increase civic participation? Because that's going to be the biggest hurdle, is getting our people to turn up and our own people to turn up and vote, let alone the wider city. So any plans by the Rangapu? Have you guys had any discussions on that?
Kia ora hautapu. We have been meeting to work through what's going to be our campaign strategy. It's going to be a lot of hard work, but I mean it means having to engage with our whānau throughout Tauranga Moana, being visible, and also probably take Hemi around with us as well to give some good stories. So there is a plan in place, and but I also think we need time. I do understand that a letter has gone to the Minister requesting that time be given to actually move the referendum to 2028 at the same time as the election. So that would give us a bit more time to actually to be out there and to implement our strategic plan.
Sorry, and just a final question. Can you reread your civic education comment at the end there? I just want to write that down.
It was really around if council do decide to retain the Māori, Te Awanui Māori Ward, and that there should be, council should prepare a civic education and engagement plan, co-designed with tangata whenua that explains the purpose of the Māori Ward, corrects misinformation and encourages participation before any poll. Just on that one, it doesn't mean that you have to remain neutral. You can't be seen to supporting any wards really. But I guess there's way around it if we can design it appropriately.
Any other questions? Yep, Councillor Schuler.
You just want to highlight some of those, they're just interesting, they're talking about the potential misunderstandings. If you highlight some of those. You just talked about if we were working on a preparation, I think you said, was it, to highlight or cover off some of the misunderstandings? Did I? Misrepresentations. Sorry, I just was following on from Hautapu. Oh, no, yes, well, that's fine. Sorry, I misheard.
Right. Thank you very much. Oh, you want to talk, Kura? Yeah.
Kia ora tātou. Ako kua mihi anga mihia e tigana me miha ki na mihi kua horehi au waini a tātou. Tuatahi ake ki nā hākuikui nā hakoro o te reo te rohe o Tauranga Moana. Kaunui te mihi ki te ao koutou i muri te aroaro o te koro matua me tēnei ohu o te komiti o te kaunihera o Tauranga Moana. Kia koutou katoa e whakarongo mai ana i rungi a hui tōpa nei. Tēnei au te kōrero te tino te tautoko atu I taku whaia me ono kōrero katoa. Ko tēnei tū e hara ko te tū ko tahi, ko tēnei tū mō rātou I tū I mua te aroaro o tātou katoa. O ku kuia kraua tūpuna tērā. Tēnei tū hoki mō tātou ki mōhua nei, ko tātou katoa. E ora ana I tēnei wā, ko tēnei tū hoki mō rātou kei te heki mai nei. Ka re te hihi te kōrero roti te reo Pākehā, nā te mea ko tēnei taku reo. Tēnei te reo a kuia koroma. Hei te wā, ka reo kore ka whakapākehā tia e a hautapu a hemi a I aku kōrero. Ki a hau nei, ahakoa ko nā ture a te kāwana, a te kaunihera, e ratu mō ture, mātou mohi ana hau, kei roto I o te kapu o koutou ringa, te whakaaitanga mō tātou te iwi Māori. Ko ngenge tō tātou whaiwhai, kei te whawhai tonu, ka re tātou te hiahia kia pērā, me mutu, kei a koutou tēnei, mana, kia tautoko ati a tātou mo tēnei tino kaupapa. Atu ki tērā koe nei tāku me whai whakaaro, tātu mea kei te kapu o koutou ringa me ki, tēnei whakaaitanga. Tātari ana roa nei, mai te hikoi tuatai o tātou tīpuna ki tēnei whenua, taunoi ki tēnei wā. Whakamoia ka tai e tātou te kōrero mō tātou anake, I rungi tō tātou mana motu haketanga, tino rangatiratanga, mā koutou e awhi. Koe nā tāku, no reira.
Kia ora, thank you. Any further questions? All right, thank you very much. You want us to talk Pōraki or?
Wai te whakakapi.
Kia ora tātou. First of all, I support everything that Matere has said. From my perspective, having seen us, this very question that has come through the Rangipu for many, many years in the past, and faced up to all the decisions on the council making one and the people making one. Now, really, it comes down to my way of thinking anyway, in 1B, which is the one which we prefer, is one which has always stood the time in the past. And that is, in very simplistic terms, the councillors make the decision that you are going to support that you have decided amongst yourselves that you will support a poll going forward. from tangata whenua. And that will normally take place at the next election, really for the one after that. And that has come about to either reject it or let it go through. The time is about 3 years in terms of waiting for it to happen or not. And it hasn't happened very often, but when it does, it follows a very succinct practice of transparency and fairness, in my opinion. And there's no reason why we should change that particular model, based on all the reasons that Materia brought up in terms of the relationship that we have built over the last number of years, and it is a fairly simple process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora tātou.
Tūtira mai ngā iwi auwe, tātou tātou e. Tūtira mai ngā iwi auwe, tātou tātou e. Mai a te maramatanga, me te aroha e ngā iwi, kia kotapatahi, kia kotahira. Tātou, tātou e, tātou, tātou, tātou e.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Right, now we're dealing with 11.5 Te Awanui Maori Ward, and if there's any questions for staff, Jeremy is coming forward. Yes.
Jeremy, regarding the referendum, would it be possible to have that at the same time or in conjunction with the general election?
As in the general election for New Zealand? One of the options you have in front of you is timing, if you go down the route of a poll, and yes, you could pick that date, whether that's, there's pros and cons for that date.
I had picked that date, so it can't be combined within the same booth as the general election, or it can. Can you just clarify on that?
So that's a technical question which I'd have to get advice on, because you've got the national election, which is under one set of legislation, and then this poll, which would be under the Local Electoral Act. I don't know, but I imagine that those running the national election will want to try and keep their process as pure as possible and not have local issues involved, but we could ask.
Yep. Councillor Baker.
Just before, as I'm thinking it through, because I hadn't anticipated that question, under the Local Electoral Act, you would need to be running a postal poll. So you've still got the costs of posting out all the papers, including all the voting forms, and then gathering those back in postal or the orange bin drop-off, whereas the central government election is all about one day. I mean, a lot of people post things in first, but they have the voting booth structures in place, which you could potentially use for here, but you've still got the cost of sending out your material. I don't imagine the Electoral Commission will be too excited about sending out more material just to Tauranga, but like I said, we could ask.
Kia ora, Jeremy. Thank you for the report. Structurally, it's really good. Like, I've genuinely enjoyed the read. Perhaps biased around the kaupapa, but just the way that it's formatted is choice. Provided a lot of good commentary around how this could interact and play out with the representative review, but not so much on how this would kind of interact with the future of local government effectively. Has government given any more indications as to how a decision like this would play out should we decide to merge with a council who voted potentially the opposite should Tauranga end up on the right side of history?
Short answer is no. So you're right, there's a lot of this. I mean, this is part of an ordinary representation review process. So we would have been having a conversation under the current legislation about this now. Until 4 weeks ago, this was a fairly simple conversation. The Head Start pathway, simplifying local government, has made it significantly more complex, simply because the timings roll over each other, and because the amount of detail on the detail on the detailed stuff is not coming out of Wellington. DIA are aware of the issues. The Mayor's letter has made them aware. A couple of our team went down to a representation review seminar, for want of a better word, last week. Effectively, DIA's most regular response was, "Good question, we'll get back to you," when we talked about all of these sort of crossover conversations. So we don't know. I'm aware that there's a remit into LGNZ to try and undermine and to unwind some of the complexities as far as the representation review side of it. Clearly on the Māori ward elements, we're the only council playing, because everybody else had that conversation at the last set of elections. So yeah, sorry, don't know.
Councillor Taylor.
Jeremy, if we pick C2, which is option 2B, holding the binding poll before the 28th of March, and DIA or the Minister says you no longer have to, we aren't committing ourselves to holding a poll in sort of deference to what he might tell us?
At the moment, any decision that you make in this room is simply subject to standing orders, so you can then reverse your own decision by the appropriate vote of council at a future council meeting. So you could make a call and then change it. There are timing implications as far as when you can change a call. If you went, so you're saying if you went to the survey option?
No.
Was that the question? Sorry.
B, so
B,
that's where
if
we
you went
actually hold the poll.
Hold a poll.
Yeah.
And then yes, you need to make that final decision by the 30th of November. So if you made a decision today and wanted to sit on it for a while, then you've got until 30th of November. Realistically, if we make a decision to hold a poll, the work that needs to be done at the electoral officers level starts pretty much mid-December. So that's when they start refreshing the electoral roll, going through that process, making the right advertising, starting to work on building up the collateral, and then they would start to print that in probably end of January, early February.
So just for clarity, we vote that we're going to have a poll, and then at some point in the future the Minister says, hold all bets, we're going down the change of government pathway. We can actually back out of that and make it null and void and do whatever we have to do under the Head Start.
As long as the Minister either changes the legislation when he says that, or gives you some get out of jail free cards, which means you can ignore the legislation. At the moment, the legislation is the legislation, and until central government collectively changes that, then any ministerial announcements or promises is a bit of a grey area.
So I can add to that, I think the other thing is if you wanted to have that option available to you, you would need to signal that to us so that we don't enter into any non-cancelable contracts for service, because we might be then committing the council to expenditure that you then subsequently, so we would act on the resolution that was passed. So if you didn't in your resolution indicate that you wanted to keep that doorway open, staff may well proceed to enter into contracts then later on you're saying actually we don't want to. So it would just need to be clear what you're asking us to do.
Yeah, Councillor Correct.
So that would, CJ, that would just simply could be, in addition to the resolution, subject to the response from the Minister. And I heard the phrase, get out of jail free card. So that would actually have to accommodate that. Like we'd have to hear a definitive response that gets us out of jail for free, wouldn't we? So if you can come up with some wording, that would be great in the meantime.
Through you, just on light of that question, it's probably a question for Christine, is C2C, or C3, option 2C, holding it at a different date. Does that not incorporate what Councillor Taylor is possibly asking?
I think unless it was otherwise stated, we would assume that that date would still be within the statutory time frame. But I understand what your intent is, so if I can draft some words up that would achieve that intent, and then if that's supported, that's fine, yeah.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, the electoral officer wouldn't accept a contract which required him to work outside of the current legislation, so it would need to be before 28th of March 2027.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking that might, I mean, we can have another resolution, but I'm thinking that covers it because we know we've got to stay within statutory deadlines. We're not saying we'll have it outside that, but I think there's a couple of things that could change that date. And I think what Christine is saying, we don't want to go and talk to a company and engage them to do a referendum when the rules may actually change on us. So that's why I think, well, I'm happy to see something different, but I think I'm happy to be corrected, Councillor Taylor, but I think that's what you are requesting.
Yeah. Sorry, just about the Minister changing the ground rules, I suppose, on where this goes. So as long as I'm happy for Christine to draft something that she thinks will accommodate that.
Well, yeah, I feel 2B pretty much covers that, and the fact you give yourself the time, and you know, we'll know by October which direction we're going, and hopefully the government will have some things in place. So I guess the direction is don't contract anything until we hear back from that. But yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, Jeremy, with the implications, if it is literally as late as possible, compared to if it's interpreted a little bit more liberally by staff to mean that there's as optimal as possible to fit in with the timeframes for the representation review, because I'm aware of, you know, comments from staff that sort of tightens that process. So one thing leads to the other. So, you know, is there any reason not to say, spell it out what we're wanting, I think, which in my impression of what we're wanting is not necessarily as late as possible, but as optimally late as possible, you know, whatever the right wording is to convey that, because you could get to a point where the Minister responds clearly, or you could get to the point where the Head Start option is nudged ahead but the Minister isn't clear, or you could get to the point where there's no Head Start, but we want to make sure there's plenty of time for the representation review for it to feed into that process. So just trying to understand what the staff's needs are to get that.
So we've not put recommendations in the resolution section, but further down the report, from a staff perspective, the best time to have a referendum as far as the representation review is as quick as possible, because the earlier you lock that piece in or out, then the earlier you can start to understand how the rest of the representation review unfolds. So there is no optimal latest. The optimal is the optimal as far as an efficiency perspective, but yeah, this is not all about efficiency. This is about representation and about voice as well as that.
I think what we've heard though today is if it doesn't suit, we can change it. But you know, there's a lot of balls in the air. So rather than try to solve a perfect date today, let's go with something and be under no illusion that we can change it if something changes. Yeah, Councillor Morris.
If I may offer some advice, just to change to the wording there. You could, rather than saying as late as possible, just say by that date in March, and that would.
By the date required.
Yeah.
I would put that, because yes, that date might change if local government rules change, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Clarification. Okay. If there's no other questions, then thank you, staff, and happy to ask for a mover and seconder with your options. Yeah, Deputy Mayor, what are you?
I'm happy to move A, B2, and C2 with the change to say hold the binding poll.
Sorry, C2 or
C2, yeah. So
B?
B2.
B.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, C2, yeah, sorry. 2B, yeah, that's where I was getting confused. Yeah,
hold
C2.
the binding poll by the date required.
Okay.
Which is which one?
Taylor's second.
Yep, Councillor Taylor will second that. Thank you. Now discussion, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I think this has been a conversation really since we started, and that's was probably highlighted with the sad resignation of Makariri Sydney, but the very excellent election of Hemi Rolleston. In New Zealand, we have had really good progress on supporting Te Tiriti. That's not being done so well in Wellington, in my personal view, at the moment. In our city, I can only see advantages from the relationship that we as Tauranga City Council and we as people build with ourselves and with our whole population. We don't always get it right, and we learn and we get helped along with our learning, but the only things I've seen from better understanding of our Indigenous culture and the history and culture of our city are positive. And the only things I see from a stronger relationship for the future are positive. And it's not going to be the same. It has to be agile. We all have to work out how to do that best. But from my perspective, the representation from a Māori ward is required. I think that improving that alignment with the Te Tiriti is really important. We hear what our Māori ward councillor says in meetings, and I always think, yes, I agree, but I would never have been able to say that in that way. I really support Te Rangapu's position and congratulate the leadership we're getting through Te Rangapu. I will have one thing though, that if this happens and we do have a poll, I think, yes, I'm very comfortable that TCC will have an engagement plan, but we really need to get the Māori ward voters voting, please. So that's something I'm absolutely passing as that needs to happen, and to Councillor Baker's comment earlier. So I am strongly in support of a Te Awanui Māori ward. I think putting the C in to hold it as late as possible by the required date allows for anything that Wellington wants to throw at us. Sorry, Wellington, to say that. Anything that we need to do in regard changes in local government. But yes, supportive of what's up as a recommendation on the table. And I seek support from my fellow councillors.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, can I just check the wording of 2B there? Should that say hold the binding poll by the required date?
Yes. Yep, so just not take the as late as possible out.
I actually wondered, that's what I put up, but actually we still were saying make it late.
No, I think it...
That gives us flexibility.
The required date. Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Rolleston's good looks notwithstanding, very, very supportive of the address that we were given this afternoon by the members of Rangapu. Very emotional, I could see that, Kura. I appreciate your words. And thank you for coming in force. I think this is a democratic situation that we're in. We've now pushed the boat out and democracy will take its place. Whether we have this poll remains to be seen. Probably rests with the Minister, whether that happens next year or whether that's part of a wider change to local government, which is under a serious change at the moment. I think we've had a good discussion. Good discussions will come out of this. And I look forward to that discussion coming to us as we go towards the poll, if it happens.
Just bringing up whether the mover and seconder, there's a, if we just have we got that on screen so we can have a look? See with the mover and yeah, yeah, D, yeah. Just and then notes.
So what this resolution does is basically says, under the law, we need to make a decision as to whether we hold a poll and when that is, which is what resolutions B and C does, but that your preference is in recognition of the reform, that's not required, and so you therefore don't cost the ratepayer money. You might want to put, you might want to add in, if council progresses with the Head Start, you may want to add those particular words in. And I was trying to capture what was being discussed earlier on the side of the table.
That's not a bit quite clear for me.
Okay, so you might want to modify it.
It's what I'm happy with the meaning, but is council's preference that the legislative requirements are changed? How can we change the legislative requirements?
Or ask the minister.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Can I suggest that it would be really helpful to everyone if it's explicit, though, that it says Head Start and it says, subject to approval to proceed with the Head Start restructuring of councils or whatever you want to say, to be implemented by the 2028 election, because I think that's whatever side of the discussion or whether people are neutral, that is the issue causing confusion right now for a lot of people. It'd be really good to get that incredibly explicit in there so that our intention, which I think it is to hold the referendum at the optimal time, that it's tied to that issue. That's the reason why we would delay it. It's not to delay it to end up losing the ward, and it's not to delay it to end up not having a referendum or something.
Added a couple of words in that might capture it.
Can we put amended instead of changed?
Yep.
Notes of the
Currently local government.
is council's preference.
Yeah, through the chair, I think the missing piece is that it needs to spell out explicitly a successful application by Tauranga City Council to restructure councils or whatever under the Head Start program. That's the specific thing we're trying to deal with here, and it shouldn't be conflated with any other commentary on the ward in any direction.
I think start again.
Yeah, just sort of give it 1 minute break.
We're just complicating it.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
Steve, have you got a suggestion?
Yeah, I think a six.
yeah.
But a
Just have a recess.
successful
Yeah. All right, we're back. So we have a suggested D. I just asked the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Taylor, are we happy to add that to the substantive? Yep. Okay, so that's now part of the substantive. We'll keep moving. I think, Councillor Taylor, you've said your piece. Is there any other? Councillor Baker.
Good. I would also like to foreshadow an amendment. It was a D because I got in there first, but it'll probably be a B, C, D, E at this point. I sent it to you, Anahita, and if I have a seconder to it, I'm happy to just speak to that in the wider substantive at the same time.
Just have a question for either Christine or Jeremy.
I gave you a more updated one that's got correct spelling.
I'm just asking, as part of a referendum, are we able to do something like this?
Yes, we spent quite a lot of time and money in promoting generally the election of councillors, for instance. Staff and the organisation can't take a position, as was mentioned earlier on. But as far as educating people as to the options, where to vote, how to vote, all that sort of stuff, absolutely.
Okay, but we can't specifically take a side. That's yeah.
No, and if you're subtle, I mean, if you vote to have the referendum, you have the option to nix it collectively. So there's a statement there which is a statement of fact that council decided to have the referendum rather than disestablish straight away. But beyond that, that's all you can do.
I think too, it's the wording in this proposed resolution is around increasing civic consciousness and understanding. It's not seeking to get support for any particular option.
Yeah, so if I have a second, I'm happy to speak to that. I also liked the blue E if we're changing things up, Anita.
Have we got a seconder to this? Councillor Rolleston will second that. Any discussion on this?
Just quickly, I mean, we heard this afternoon, from the Te Rangapu Chair, Whaia Matire, on their position, the importance of the role. We've seen countless amounts of data points that show low civic participation and engagement generally across Tauranga, let alone with the Māori community. And I've said right from the beginning that I think a core function of ours, beyond just Facebook posts and polls and booths, etc., is an active role in civic engagement and consciousness. And we're forced into a real pickle with what we have to do here. So I think in order to give this role, which is only newly established, Hemi's been in the role not for 1 year, that we give the people of Tauranga the respect, time and education that they deserve to really make an informed decision. And this recommendation supports the approach that Te Rangapu Mana Whenua Tauranga Moana would like to take in being an active partner in that education program. So I just think it complements what we're looking to move currently.
Councillor Rolleston.
Yeah, just speak in support. Those know that I did come in a by-election and there was a really low turnout. Might have been a different result if it was high, but that's another story. But there was low engagement, and it's generally low across the country. And anything little, look, the context of how much we spend and when we do it will be something that will come back to the table. But I think signalling the intent that we want participation, we want awareness is a good thing as we go on. We don't quite know when, but as we go on this timeline, it puts it clearly and it supports the recommendation from Te Rangapu.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, happy to support this amendment. I think for me what would be good is to, when Councillor Rolleston says something comes back to us, to look at options depending on where we're sitting at the time with the representation review to get, to make that part of the education, because I think there's that sort of bigger picture, the context around that, so that we get good value for money out of it, and I guess it remain, we don't need to spell it out, but to make sure it's really informative and not pushing in any direction for any outcome, but just to inform of the options really clearly.
Yeah, I'm personally supportive of this on the condition that depending on the circumstances and where we get to with this, I think we don't want to throw money under something that potentially doesn't mean anything if we're forced to do a referendum that actually means nothing. So, you know, it's kind of a maybe for me, but I'm happy to support as it is. Any other discussion? Just the amendment, yeah.
So
Okay.
should it, so I'm probably with you that this is required if we do a poll, but not otherwise. Are you, is that?
Well, even if we do a poll, we may be forced to do a poll, but we're in the Head Start process, so it would mean nothing.
Right. So I think that's what I was thinking, that this was. Okay.
Yeah.
Through the chair, would it help, I'm just asking the mover of the motion, would it help others to have comfort if it was subject to a meaningful poll or something being required? Because it seems like that's the concern. Meaning that, as the Mayor said, if it's not.
Well, it's not if a poll's required, because right now a poll's required, but if we're in the Head Start, the poll is meaningless. I guess that's just really the. Subject to a meaningful poll required.
Yeah, subject to a meaningful poll requirement. Is that at the end? At the end, comma.
Yeah. So I'm very comfortable with that. I think it, you know, if we're going through a meaningful process, then all right.
I'm happy that goes up.
Okay. If any other discussion on the amendment, otherwise I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. That's part of her substantive. Councillor Baker, do you have anything further to add?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. Just speaking to the substantive, this conversation or this vote or this next step in the overall process is important now more than ever, I think, with literally just the recent announcements of this government and the, it's a bill at the moment, but effectively removing the ability for non-elected members to have voting rights on committees. This government, since its tenure, has done everything it possibly can to discredit, dismantle, and disregard its treaty partner. We've seen that through its TDT reforms, removing their commitments via ministries, the education system, health, the list literally goes on. And now they're trying to do everything that they can to control how we as participants in the grand scheme of democracy have a relationship with treaty partners. To me, that position trumps local democracy because that relationship sits at a governmental level. But yet they're still trying to do what they can to cripple the voice of mana whenua. And so I welcome the challenge of a poll because I'm confident that Tauranga, as I said earlier, is going to vote on the right side of history. And let's give it to the people as much as we can. It's important that we give this vote to the people because we can't trust the government to make good decisions.
Any other? Yep, Councillor Schuler, and then Councillor Roseburn.
Yeah, in some ways, you wish, this is a decision, and it's a pretty high significance decision for everyone. I mean, it's a statutory requirement. It's got high public interest. It's got a real direct impact on our representation, on the Māori and the council relationship, and also our governance structures going forward. In some ways, you would have loved Central a long time ago to have all this sorted, because seeing a country that's got, the latest iteration, 20 voted to keep and 22 voted to remove, and so there's a real split and a real divide. So it'd be great if these things were consistent across our small country. I'm sure it would help us move forward. Separating out my personal like and respect of our Te Awanui Ward Councillor Henry Rolliston, I sort of look at this more across the intent of the function of and the intent of the Te Awanui Ward, and what it offers now is an opportunity for Māori across the city can choose to remove themselves from the general voting role and put themselves on the Māori role and have their voice represented around the table by a Māori Ward Council. I do not have a problem with that at all. The interesting thing will be going to a referendum. It's a bit of a paradox because you're asking a majority to decide whether a minority should have a guaranteed representation. And so along the line of that, I do think that the latest Councillor Baker's suggested, I think education, before this, just to get real clarity around the role of the Te Awanui Ward and understanding that positioning in our New Zealand's framework. Is it pure majority rule with identical voting, or is it fair and inclusive representation within New Zealand's treaty framework? It is a big decision, and I think we should put it to our community.
Okay. Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. I supported bringing this decision forward mainly to give us clarity around our annual plan and funding for the annual plan and whether the outcome was for a poll or not. The landscape has changed markedly since that time with the Simplifying Local Government and the Head Start program. My personal view is always been 1A. This Maori Ward is optional. It's always been optional. When the original vote was made around the council table in 25 August 2020, the executive summary made it quite clear that this decision was optional to establish a Maori Ward or not, and the council of that day chose to do it. But the executive summary and the paper of the day also made it quite clear that a public referendum or poll was an option for the public to have their voice. The Tauranga public of that day supported a public poll unanimously. Council actually supported the poll, as stated in paragraph 18 in our paper today. The government of the day removed the right of the people of Tauranga to exercise their voice in the democratic process then. And I'm also concerned that that may or may not happen again here if we choose to keep the ward and go to a binding poll, whether the government may or may not keep our right as the people of Tauranga to have our say on whether or not we have a Maori Ward. Don't support D. D's a little bit problematic in that it relies on the government being indicative or supportive of our process. Up until now, they haven't been. They tend to make decisions and impose upon us and don't allow the people of Tauranga to express their view. Councillor Baker, definitely support E. If we can lift participation over 50%, I'd be supportive of that. That way we can say the decision was by the people, was a mandate of the people, either for or against. So definitely support funding anything that encourages public participation in a binding referendum. But generally, we are where we are today. Definitely support having the poll sooner rather than later, because I think it may get tied up inside the Head Start program for simplifying local government, and it may get imposed upon us by Wellington that you will have the poll before we start the Head Start process, so that whoever we may or may not be joining with know our position going in. Because if we put it in amongst the representation review, it may get a little complicated with potential partners in deciding, are you or are you not going to have a Maori Ward? So the lack of a definitive answer, yes or no, may not help us in the Head Start process.
Councillor Crowther.
Yep, very happy to support this. I think, this is one of those rare times where people who are strongly supportive of a Māori Ward and people who are strongly not supportive will all come together to rally behind the idea of letting the public decide. So given the range of options, though, Of course, it's a bit of a bitter pill for people who are wanting to retain the ward because it will depend on the wider public vote. But certainly support the changed resolution. I think it's a better way to do it. It makes it clear what our intent is. So it will be by a required date, but it will be subject to that Head Start process, which I think is the way it should be. I do want to stress that for me, this is, although it might be critically important for many people in our community, including those of you here today from our Mana Whenua community, but there is the wider representation review, which does, as Jeremy has said, depend a lot on the result of this referendum. And I think that is so critical to so many people because at the moment we have, well, at least you could argue we have, people sitting opposite me who whakapapa to iwi in the central North Island, and there is some representation from Mana Whenua here on the council, but there's only one woman here. And I think that wider representation review, although we're not deciding that today, I think we have to always bear in mind we've got to leave time to feed into that and to actually come up with a better representation model for Tauranga in that wider context as well. So long as that poll is done in time to ensure staff can go away and do everything that they need to line up all the ducks to get a good representation review, because that will be equally critical.
Right. Councillor Rolleston.
Thank you, Mayor Mahi, and thank you to fellow councillors for sharing your your views and showing some leadership once again. I sit or stand on the shoulder of giants, and those people that were around the table before me, Auntie Maria Ngātai, Uncle Machi Dixon. For 3 decades we haven't had that presence in the chamber, and so I acknowledge those people that have done the hard work, and I acknowledge the likes of Pūrake, Mātere and others. I acknowledge people like Hayden. I can't help but look at the tiriti sitting there, and I think we all know what Hayden did to it. So we've come a long way. We've come a long way not to go any further, and I think we've done, that well-known whakatauki, done too much not to do more. And so we're really in a strong position. I reflected yesterday at the tangi for Hirini Moko Mead, as I saw his daughter, Professor Linda Smith. Some of you may remember Linda was on the panel when the council got disbanded. She was one of the 3 on the panel. She messaged me when I got on council, and she says, "You got your work cut out, boy, but kia kaha, you've got this." And I've just been reading her message, and I thought a lot about her, and I thought a lot about her father and his view in terms of Māori and the leadership that he brought. So I said earlier in my mihi that I stand on I'm privileged to stand on the shoulders of giants. Look, Tauranga's in a unique situation. I've had messages from mayors around the country saying we're watching Tauranga. And I said, awesome, because I'm so proud of Tauranga, of what we're doing. And I'm not saying that in a whakahihi way that we are any better than others, because we've got stats. What did they do here? What did they do there? I'm pretty much only interested in what we do here in Tauranga. Yes, we can learn from others, but it's a leadership position that we have taken today. Look, Head Start is quite an interesting name, because Head Start is the name of the new government, local government reforms that have given us not much of a head start to go really quickly. I don't know what the clock is, but I think we're less than 2 months to have a proposal. And so everyone's, and ngā mihi ki a koe, Laura. Nice to see one of our Western Bay councillors here in the chamber. So everybody's having all of these, looks around where they might find their best partner going forward, or partners going forward. But I use that word Head Start because I pushed for this decision to be made early, because I wanted us to get a head start. I didn't foresee the government was going to push a head start. I was wanting us to have a long runway because we don't have to have this vote today until the end of November. It's only the 2nd of June. Today we're going to have that vote, all things being equal. And we don't have to, according to the current legislation for Tauranga, to have the referendum where everybody in the district gets to vote on the Māori ward till the 28th of March 2027. So we have that runway, and let's not forget there's a national election in the middle of that. We don't know what's going to happen with the Head Start. We don't know what's going to happen with the national election. But today we make a decision and we put a pau in the ground. And I'm encouraging my fellow councillors to support this resolution, because if we put a strong pau in the ground, it's a signal to our community and it's a signal to government. This is what we support. The reason why we were elected is to make good decisions. Sometimes we have to make courageous decisions. Because we are a minority in Tauranga, 19–20%, and as we say, most of our people don't vote. We've got to change that, and I support what Councillor Baker said. I look forward to the referendum. I don't want to be wasting. It started at 500,000. It's gone up to 600,000 probably because of the fuel crisis and the cost. And ironically, in this modern world, we can't do it online. So you've got to start asking some of these questions. But goodness me, we just had some discussions this morning about keeping our libraries open on Sunday and our pool for 140,000. I don't want to be going to waste 600,000 or 700,000 on a poll that is meaningless. But I'm more than happy for us to have the poll when we're required. So I close by saying to my fellow councillors, today is a really important day for Tauranga, 2nd of June. Mark that down as an important moment in time where this council made an important and courageous decision to support the retention of the Te Awanui ward. And the last thing I wanted to say to my fellow councillors, you're all good looking as well. Tēnā tātou.
Councillor Correct, Councillor Morris, do you want to speak to this? Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Gosh, that was eloquent, Councillor Hear-me, especially that last part. That was very eloquent. In my view, we owe our people a referendum. The last referendum was cancelled by the Commission. There was a valid 5% of electors that requested a referendum, and the Commission had the opportunity to uphold that or deny that, and they chose to deny that. So we owe our people a referendum, so let them have a referendum. And also, if the government changes, I'm sure we'll still have a referendum, eh? We're not gonna change our minds on that, surely. We're going to be consistent.
Yeah, I support it. I think the outcome of that referendum will be interesting. I personally think Tauranga has matured a lot over the years in terms of being more accepting of a Maori ward, and I want the proof of that to come in terms of the result of the referendum. I think the reason to have the Maori ward is sound, under the Te Rite Waitangi and the terms of the Local Government Act, in terms of providing Maori an opportunity to participate in decision making. I think the Maori ward is the most effective mechanism to achieve that. And so from my experience, as said before, I think we are definitely achieving that with the Maori Ward Councillor that we've got in place here, and I look forward to that a Maori Ward Councillor being here into the future. And so, in terms of educating the public, I'm happy to share my experiences and provide my input into that process, because we can all influence people, and we're the leaders of this community. And for those, and there are many that are opposed to a Maori ward, we can try and influence them in an impartial way.
Thank you. I'll just finish up very, very briefly. I I do support this. I think we've seen some of the value that it's added to us in the sort of year that Hemi's been with us. I find it strange. While I support referendum and people having their say, I do find it strange that we isolate one ward where people have a say on that, and people don't get to have a full say on the full representation review. And I think it's almost wrong, and it should be the other way, that actually at the moment the Electoral Commission decide as to how we're represented rather than the people. And for some reason this one ward has been singled out as as separate to everything else. So I would have much preferred to see we design a referendum around a full representation review, so our people can have an actual say and input into how they are represented at council, rather than just ward by ward, and then ultimately the Electoral Commission decides on how Tauranga is represented at local government level. So I find that a bit strange, but I'm always supportive, and I think we've had a lot of discussion around the table, so I'm happy to leave it there, and I'll hand over to Deputy Mayor if she wants to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe, and I thank you for the comments around the table. We talk about trust and confidence, we talked about engaging and consulting, and this is saying we support that we support a Māori ward and support that there'll be a binding referendum from our people, provided it is meaningful. I also just want to take that example that we had a suggestion of a civic engagement and participation campaign from our public speakers. It was supported with moved by one of my colleagues, became part of substantive. We've had another colleague who's talking about being part of that engagement with the community, because I think it is important. We are leaders and we should be able to do that too. So I think really great conversation that we've had around this table, and very happy to be moving this motion.
Right, I'll now put it to the members, and which part would you like separated? Okay, so we'll take A, C and E and ask all those in favour. Those against? Okay, that is carried. And now, does anyone else want B and D taken separately, or we'll just take them together? Okay. Councillor Rolleston will abstain from all the votes. It's a good-looking thing that got me across the line, Henry. Okay, so we'll now take B and D together. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Roseboom. That is carried. That is passed. Thank you. Oz. Yep. Welcome, Jack.
Tauranga Mona, ki te tautoko, te haerenga tonu o tō tātou nei Māori Ward. Tēnā he mihi nui i runga i a tātou i tēnei wa. Nei, kia koutou te kaunihira ana e mihi ana tēnei ki te rangapū. Nō rātou e te tūrangatira e whakamōhiotia nei koutou i runga i o rātou tino tautoko o te ward. Ai runga i tēnā ka mihi rā kia tātou. I'm just saying that I listened to all the kōrero. I didn't understand all of it that well, but reading through it, I did enjoy, I suppose, the outcome in some areas. I don't know that I understand some of the others, but kei te pai, I'll leave that for our rangapū to actually e whakamarama ana mata. Tātou katoa. Anyway, tēnei wā, ko tuake nau ki te whakaoti tēnei kaupapa mō tātou. I roto i taku nei karakia. Now, I just listened about somebody was saying, putting a po down. This is karakia I use quite a lot. It's called a whakawatea huarahi, opening up pathways for us, and hopefully this opens up the pathways for you to make some really good decisions for the city in the future. And one of those, I hope, will be in regards to the ward and its continuance. Nā reira. Me titi te pau whenua, te pau matamata, te pau tapu, te pau o tarangi, te pau atua. Ko okeri te kupu mata o hoho ai o matua nui. Te mana o tū, te mana tika tika hu mai tāwhirirangi ka ke te whai ao ki te o marama. He mauri o ho, uhi, wero, tau mai te mauri. Haumi e, hui e, tai e. There's a little part in there that goes he mauri oho. That's called it's awakening. And hopefully that awakens within all of us here, that we're all here to try and make our city a great place for all of us. Nā reira, tēnā tātou.
Kia ora. Thank you, everyone, and please don't feel you have to stay for the rest of the agenda, so you're welcome to... We've probably got another 3 or 4 hours in us, so... Kia ora. Right, we will get back to business and 11.3 in our agenda, going back to development contributions.
There's one of the Western Bay councillors there sort of on behalf of a whole group of them, wondering if we can, after this one, whether we can bring
So we're back to 11.3 development contributions policy, consultation, feedback and deliberations. We've got Andy Mead and Christine, I'm sure if there's any questions. Do you want to present anything or you just answer questions?
Happy to take it as read.
Yeah.
Answer question.
That GST issue.
Say again, Christine.
GST issue.
Have you got that in your head, Christine?
Yeah, I do. So I'll just speak to it. So in the material in the agenda, there's a GST inclusive column and a GST exclusive column. The GST exclusive column in the agenda material wasn't updated. It was last year's number. The material that has now been sent for publication has updated that. So it is the GST exclusive numbers that are correct in the agenda, and we will have correct inclusive numbers in the actual material when the policy is issued.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right, Councillor Morris, Councillor Currat, would you like to discuss?
No, just thank you to the submitters for coming in and always preparing good, robust submissions for our team to consider and make any necessary changes as required.
And I supported, people have suggested that we just stick with the status quo numbers, given that there is a likely change in the legislation, but at the end of the day, we have a process, we have a policy, and we need to move forward on that basis. Therefore, I will support it and the increases that are before us.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Roseboom.
So, thanks, staff. Thanks to all the submitters. Going back to what the workshop we had the other day and conversations we've had up till now, I'd definitely like us as a table to go and look at shifting our DCs away to bedrooms and to a straight square metre place or square metre value per household for DCs. Just, it's easier. It's going to stop this endless discussion over what's a bedroom, what's a study, what's an office, what's a community room, what's a kids' playroom, and just have a square metre value for a household on which we pay a DC charge. And again, I've held off making this suggestion until after we have a clearer understanding of the development levy process and the impact of that and how we can put that into the long-term plan process, hopefully, to get that. Because the current process is open to interpretation, which leads to confusion and frustration from our builders and development personnel. And I'd also look at, for inner city living, I'd like us to look at how can we make vertical builds more affordable, and especially around non-permanent accommodation for university builds and hotels, how can we do it better and cheaper? So through the long-term plan process, I'd like us to come up with some way to make vertical builds attractive for the city centre so we can invite people into the city centre to live and work. Other than that, I support the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Roseboom. Councillor Schuller.
Yeah, I'll just talk briefly. Thanks for the paper. And the one thing I do think going forward, we need to be considerate of professionals in the world preparing plans. And I know there was challenge about what is a bedroom, what's a study, what's a rumpus room. I would personally prefer that we have a trust and verify model. Architects, people that build houses, they know what they're building. So I understand there's been issues where at times to reduce the potential impact burden of DCs, bedrooms have been referenced as something else, and it's largely come in because now we're looking at moving out to 3 and 4 bedrooms. It's created some of this challenge, but certainly hope we can have a high trust model going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess for me, hearing a lot of the discussion and all the people that came to present to us, all the submissions, there were some common themes to me, and I'm comfortable with, after the questioning last time, and all those numbers are available and that transparency. So if you can't find them yourself, please reach out. I'm sure our staff can point you in the right direction, because I think it is very important that people do understand what they're paying for. But I'm happy with the changes that have been made. And yes, we haven't necessarily changed everything that we were asked to do, but I'm comfortable with the reasoning behind that. Obviously, this plays into a lot of what we talk about a lot around growth paying for growth. I'm very keen to look at this as part of a long-term plan and ensure we are getting it right. We've looked at a few examples, and the way that the interest works makes up half of this DC. I think we saw today there's 26 million of capitalised interest in the annual plan. So we've got to figure that out and understand whether that's right. I agree with Councillor Roseboom. We need to look at ways that we can encourage that vertical builds, etc. But know that the more building we get, the quicker the infrastructure is paid off in the ground, and then that reduces the interest, etc. And I do think the regional deal is going to help with that certainty that we're not putting infrastructure in the ground for assets that we may never be able to realise, or takes 10 or 20 years to realise due to governments changing funding models, etc. So, yeah, I'm happy to go with what's here, but I think we do need to do some more work on this going forward. Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, happy to support this. I think it's interesting, only 2 submissions from members of the public. And I think next year, when we do the big review of DCs, it'd be really good to do maybe something along the lines that Councillor Baker said for the Māori wards, an educative campaign, so we really understand what the wider public think about some of the pros and cons. I fear we're getting a little bit deep in the water without knowing where we're going in terms of some of these issues like square meterage and the pros and cons. So I think we have to tread very carefully. It intrigues me that we could end up with a more progressive DCs system, but far be it for me to argue against the wealthy paying more. But I do think there is an equity issue there, that if they're already going to pay higher rates for the same services based on having a bigger house that's probably worth more, then to then sort of do a double whammy and hit them because they have bigger rooms, unless there's some evidence that that provides a greater impact on our infrastructure development, then I think we just got to be a bit careful, I think.
That goes back to the submissions around Nexus. Any other discussion? There's no other discussion. Councillor Morris, do you want to finish up with anything? Okay, I'll put it to the vote as recommended there. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. All right, we just, as a request, we're going to go to 11.9, remuneration for tangata whenua appointed to council standing committees and waters organisation joint committees. Okay.
Yes, I got it.
Sorry, we'll just have a look at that. Did you send it to us or no?
Yes, but it was early this morning, like 7 o'clock or something.
Okay.
No, 9:13.
All right, have we got any questions on this paper? Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
You just question through the chair to you, Christine, like, did your counterpart at Western Bay District Council understand what was going into this paper, and if so, what was the feedback from the council?
So, yes, I provided that information and I got an endorsement back. I don't know what conversations were had at Western Bay, but I got that confirmation, which is how we normally work, staff to staff, and each person in each council deals directly with their own elected members. So I was advised this morning that there were some questions that were being discussed at Western Bay, which is why I've suggested a few additional words going into the resolution. Yeah.
Right, so just through the chair, so that was to Adele, that was, okay.
So I sent a copy of the content. Yep.
Okay, and was there any indication of whether that would be forwarded to elected members or presented to a Western Bay Council meeting? Because I'm of the understanding that from your previous comments in a previous meeting that Tauranga City Council alone is responsible for determining administrative matters relating to the committee. So can you maybe clarify that as far as you know?
So normally what happens when we've got one of councils acting as administrative agent, and this is what happens with Smart Growth and others, the administrative agent's policies and procedures apply. So things like the resolution on setting up the joint committee, TCC standing orders apply. Smart Growth is the same. Remuneration, the council's procurement policies, the administrative agent's procurement policies apply. We generally have a conversation with the other councils if anything's proposed to be changed and seek endorsement. It's up to another council if they want to pass resolutions, but the normal protocol on all these is that the administrative agent's policy and approach would apply. Yeah. As to whether or not they are going to formally consider it, that's a matter for them. So as I say, I would work staff to staff. It's not appropriate for me to connect directly with their elected members on those matters. That's for Western Bay staff to do.
Just to follow up through the chair, so if that's the case, and if we approve it in whatever form we approve it today, then will there be any option for Western Bay of Plenty to have any impact on that decision, or will that just be...
So you'll see I've added the words in here, right. Subject to support by Western Bay Plenty District Council. Given the feedback that I received from Western Bay staff this morning, I've added those additional words in as part of my recommendations. Yeah.
Could we just have a point of clarification here, Mayor?
Yep.
I like what CJ's put in there, but that only applies to the Waters Organisation. Western Bay has no impact on the audit risk, our own committee, so can we separate them out? Because Western Bay cannot comment on our City Futures audit and risk. So
we'll just split those.
They may want to, but when
probably put it.
Put in brackets after the City Tangata Whenua reps on. After there, yep.
Does that make sense? Or do you want me to?
Yeah. Maybe just put water organisation in brackets here. Water organisation subject to. Water organisation. Joint committee.
Okay, that's good catch there, Councillor Roseboom. Yeah, Councillor Schuler.
Thanks for this. Just a quick question from me regarding the types of committees, and I suppose in relation to the new Waters Committee. In the analysis, seems to have been viewed in line with it being sort of a full governance committee as opposed to an advisory, recommendatory sort of organisational group. Is there what was the actual process followed to determine where that sat? Because there's quite a difference between, I think, Tauranga City Council, we're sort of 300 to 600 for the advisory type committees versus full governance as that higher level.
Yes, so the joint committee does not have decision-making powers, but it does recommend. So we didn't go back to strategic pay one because it was going to be quite a few $1,000s, which is money that I had a steer that you didn't want to spend. In some ways, it is different from the standing committees of councils, but in some ways quite sort of similar. So there are some quite substantive issues to be addressed. There's quite a high workload for that committee, particularly for the first few years on quite significant issues. They are only recommendatory powers, but also where there is a difference of view, it should work on a consensus basis, but where there's a difference of view, those difference of views need to be reported up to the council. So it sort of does the same thing, but it doesn't actually have voting rights. The ultimate decision does sit with the council, but sort of similar in nature. And they are Tangata Whenua reps as a proportion of the total have greater influence, if you like, than on a standing committee where the Tangata Whenua rep is 1 of 11, generally.
So I have a question. How many times are they likely to meet between now and the Waters organisation standing up in the next year?
Yep. The terms of reference that were approved said bi-monthly, but at the moment we're thinking definitely for the first few months at least it would be monthly. Wouldn't envisage other than the first meeting is going to be quite quick. Procedurally there's a procedural one and then 2 weeks later there's a content one. After that I don't think it would meet more than monthly, and as you get through some of the initial workload, it will probably slow down. So once the constitution and foundation documents are in place and the board is in place, because that's the other thing, it's going to be functioning, do some of the functions of a board until a board is in place, which will probably be about August, September, before those appointments will be made, then it would probably move more to a bi-monthly than a monthly type arrangement.
Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Here's one, Christine, that probably hasn't cropped up before. We have 3 alternates on this. What's the situation with them?
Yeah, so it would be the same approach as smart growth. If somebody is, a tangata whenua rep is sitting in place of somebody else who's away and they are part of the 3, then they get remunerated. If they choose to attend a meeting but there are already 3 other tangata whenua reps sitting around the table, then there is no remuneration for the 4th person. So it is if you are participating as one of the 3 members of the committee. Yep.
Just carrying on a little bit from that, is that fair in that someone that's an alternate should be up with the play and should understand what's going on? They would have to do some work, I imagine. So have we got a gap here where we need to do something, even if it's not the full payment?
That would be at your discretion to do. So it's not what the usual arrangement is, but that's your absolutely your call. It's not a conversation I've had with Western Bay either, though. Like we've talked about these other matters with them, but not paying alternates.
Sorry, I guess in most cases where there's an alternate, we're getting paid for our annual participation.
Yeah, through Smart Growth, Rangapu, all of those we only pay for the attendee, and so I think there could be flow-on implications for a number of other forums that might be better to look at as part of a broader remuneration review of tangata whenua than on its own here.
Yep, Councillor Crowther.
Can you clarify, and I guess this will be also for Western Bay councillors viewing this, like what the rationale was for not using the standard smart growth approach, given that they are voting members who have longer meetings, wider topics to cover, more pre-meeting time for every meeting, and why it's been aligned with our own committees. It just seems to be an unusual way of going about it.
So in the previous, the tangata whenua reps on the Joint Water Organisation raised some concerns around the remuneration approach for the working group, which applied the smart growth model. And as part of that, the partner council said that they would look at it for what would be the joint committee going forward if the decision was made for tangata whenua reps to be on that committee. And the reports to council on the establishment of that committee noted that there was an undertaking to have independent job sizing. So that was the rationale, and we've already had that job sizing and it was sort of similar in nature. I mean, you could go back and get some further job sizing, but informal discussions where that actually wasn't supported.
Just a follow-up, like have our own staff, given that we're trying to save money, have our own staff done the analysis? Because when you look at the government agencies, which is a typical way that these organisations use to factor into the payments, we are paying at the high end of the Group 3 level, which is full legal governance and fiduciary responsibility, and whereas Group 4 is quite, advisory groups, but certainly all other committees, other bodies, etc. I'm just wondering why we haven't had a bit of a sense check on it. If we're trying to save money, that's great, but if we're trying to save money and we kind of guess wrong, then it comes at a genuine cost, but more importantly, it risks an inequity between different members.
We were trying to benchmark it against something we've already had, and the feedback that we received through from tangata whenua through the joint committee is there's quite a lot of work in the preparation and the reporting back to their respective communities as well as attending the meetings. So there's quite a workload incorporated into that, which is also trying to be reflected. But if you want I think I don't think the staff have necessarily got the skills. We would have to go back to strategic pay. I don't think we've got the skills to be able to say what would be appropriate.
Just to clarify, I guess, my question, it's not so much suggesting they don't have to go back to colleagues, but it's saying that the same argument applies to smart growth, and there's a huge discrepancy of, you know, a 3.5-fold difference in the compensation for shorter meetings, and it just seems highly inequitable that you have people who are, you know, putting it bluntly, and I've raised the issue personally with the members, so feel like, you know, that I have said it's come about because I think there's been a request, but I think it should be evidence-based as opposed to the alternative, because it will just, you know, the question then is, should the Smart Growth members all request that? And should it just be the leadership group, or should it be the combined Tangata Whenua Forum? And I would suggest we would open up a whole lot of different questions, and it would be far better to do a comparative analysis. And having had a look at this, it just seems it's not that I'm suggesting that it's just needs a bit of a tweak, it's that I think the fundamental assumption seems wrong, I guess.
They're decisions for you to make if you want to go back and look at the entire remuneration policy that applies to the Rangapu, attendance of the Combined Tangata Whenua Forum, Smart Growth, all participation from Tangata Whenua. We've generally treated committees of the council separate. Smart Growth's been a long-standing arrangement that we haven't gone back and looked at. Again, you can choose to do so if you wish. Historically, there's always been a sort of a recognition from the councils that it may not be full commercial compensation, but also that Tangata Whenua benefit from participation, and so that is one of the elements that was there previously. I think it was recognised in old policies. I don't know if it's actually explicitly stated. That was one of the underlying reasoning for some of the levels of remuneration that have been paid in the past, but remuneration setting for Tangata Whenua is a council call, and you can choose to relook at it individually or collectively across all of the arrangements that we have in place. It's your call.
Just, I guess through the chair, just want to be very clear, I'm talking about external representatives of all committees and aligning sub-regionally, because there are other non-Tangata Whenua representatives at a sub-regional level too.
I just have a question. I'm just curious as to why we've used committee meetings and workshops, for example, rather than the full day or half day as per the strategic pay.
So that was the decision that you made last time. So all I've done is mirrored what you approved for the future city delivery and audit risk committees. I can go back and check, but that's the call that you made. Okay. I can go back and check those resolutions.
Well, yeah, but I guess I'd be more comfortable with it sort of based on a time. If it's a 3-hour meeting, you get paid the 3-hour rate. If it's a 8-hour meeting, you get paid the full day rate. Yeah. Well, the longer our meetings go, the less we get paid. So.
I guess just I was supportive in reading it, and I'm now understanding some of the complexities of that. So I think, so Smart Growth gets between 270 and 297 per meeting. Is that about correct? Yeah. I actually did ask AI to tell me how many meeting hours I had a week in over 3 months, which is about 40. And we do about 40 weeks a year, so that's about 1,600 hours. So we, on a councillor's wage, get about $100 an hour. So I just wonder on here, if it's a 3-hour meeting, are we actually slightly overpaying as well? I'm now wondering if that's correct. And I think that decision making is quite important. And I think, as the Mayor said, if it's a 3-hour meeting or an hour-long workshop, are we overpaying at these rates? So I'm now a bit confused.
Just to clarify, I'm just looking at the minutes of your 24th of March 2025 meeting. Your approved remuneration for the Tangata Whenua reps on city feature, city delivery and audit risk as 1085 per committee meeting and 542 per workshop or approved duties. So that,
yeah, and I'm quite happy with that, but these are,
yeah.
I don't know how long these are.
Yeah, I guess for me personally, I'm supportive around this, but I'd like to see it for the Waters organisation to be on a half-day or full-day rate. I think to align better with.
What's a 2-hour workshop? Is that a half?
That's a half-day. Anything under 4 hours is half-day. Anything over is.
What if it's a 10-hour meeting like we have?
Well, then it's full day. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess question then to you, Mayor, in terms of, I'm still trying to highlight, there are multiple equity issues. One of them is with smart growth. Another one is with our committee members who have, for now anyway, voting rights. And looking at the guidance from central government, voting rights comes with a responsibility. And then there's a third thing, which is when there is final decision-making power, which indeed the committee members do have, and there have been occasions where our Tangata Whenua committee members have created a different result if they weren't here, and assuming the Mayor voted the same way, would have voted the same way as he on the on breaking a tie as he would have in the first vote. So those are real issues. They're not just sort of fabricated. So that's happened on this council, and they have ultimate governance authority because they haven't come back to full council, those decisions. So I'm trying to understand whether there is a sense that we're just trying to address an hourly rate issue or an equity issue on those 2 or 3 different grounds.
Well, I think if that's a question to me, I think the Tangata Whenua showed their worth on the Waters group, and I think again I'm happy around paying people what they're worth if we get good people. That's if you look at the decisions, yes, smart growth make decisions, but ultimately the councils are the decision makers in the fact that we're the implementers. So, I don't see it being too different as a recommendatory committee, and I understand the pay's different, but we're talking about the Waters organisation. To me personally, we get this wrong, and it will cost us a lot more than the relatively minor amount we're going to pay over the next 12 months. We've heard, at most there'll be 12 meetings times 3. We're talking about $40,000 if everyone was paid at the 118. And so I guess this meeting here costs us probably about $10,000 an hour in lost productivity. So if we're gonna keep talking about this, then we're starting to get out of value for money kind of area. That's my personal view. Any other questions? Okay, if there's no other questions, I'd be happy to move to B. I'd just say per day, or make them day rates. So per day or half day.
So no difference between a workshop and a meeting?
Yeah.
Mahe, I guess that raises the question with the government guidance and the guidance for other councils around the country is what is the number of hours you're allowing for preparation time, because part of the reason for paying a higher rate is that they don't get paid anything for prep time, and there's precedent for that, and there's also precedent that you pay a lower rate, especially for an advisory group, but then you allow a ratio of 2 hours of meeting for every 1 hour of prep time, and you could even go to 1-to-1 ratio, but what doesn't normally happen is pay the higher rate and do, no allowance acknowledged, and then people claim more. So I think we need to be really clear what our intention is, whatever
Well,
that is.
it's for the duration of the meeting, so.
Which means no preparation, because you've just got per full day and per half day of what? It says or approved duties, which would be reading an agenda, wouldn't it? I'm not trying to make it tricky, I'm just saying that's literally what is said in those.
So we can make it clear if you like, that it's meeting hours. Yeah. Half day of meeting hours. I think we just take out all approved duties of meeting hours. No, just take out approved duties. Yeah, just of. Yeah. Okay, so I'm happy to move if we got a seconder for that. Yeah, Councillor Roseboom will second. Yeah, I've said what I really wanted to say. I think it's around, paying what they're worth. We're using the strategic pay, and I do believe that this fits in, well around the duties, that they are equivalent, to those on the city delivery, and this is a very important committee, and as I said before, you get it right, you'll end up saving ourselves way more than the cost of what this is going to cost us. Councillor Roseboom, do you want to have anything?
No, I'd just like to support your comments, Mayor, around this is part of a journey. When we started this whole Waters journey, we agreed to pay the Tangata Whenua reps on the Waters working group an sum equivalent to smart growth. This is basically a continuation of that with a slight increase. We've got some fairly big chunky paperwork to get through on the Waters Committee now, around setting up the Waters strategy and the Constitution. There's some fairly heavy reading going to be done here, and ensuring that the organisation itself is set up to function correctly. As the Mayor said, it's just a short-term committee, because once the Waters entity is stood up, the committee will take on a new role and be reformed and reshaped. So it's to get us from where we are now to July 27, where the Waters entity is actually stood up, and then this committee will take on a different form, because it will not need to meet anywhere near as often, because most of the day-to-day running will be done by the board and not the committee. The committee will purely there as a vehicle to receive and give reports to the Waters organisation. So it'll take up a different form, and a different format will be required there, and we'll have to make another decision what that looks like. But for the time being, to get us from where we are now to when we stand up, we need to pay the people that are on that committee a sum that's representative of the workload that's in front of them, and hopefully one that is smooth running, because you all remember what happened at the start of this progress where we didn't get it right, and it all went quite messy for a bit, and we got back on track, and let's stay on that track till we achieve a functioning Waters entity.
Right, Councillor Schuller.
Yeah, I was, in line with my question, I was probably challenging the roles and where this, particularly the Waters Committee, as opposed to the established Tangata Whenua representation on our council, city delivery and city futures. And so I was struggling to support that level for the Waters Committee as it was for a meeting, but I think the adjustment there in my mind, brings it in line. If it's a full-day meeting, acknowledging the work that will go into it in preparation. It is a very significant role that we'll all be undertaking. But if those meetings are held less often, obviously, or are shorter and work through the day, then I can support A and B.
You have a discussion, Councillor Crowther?
I appreciate I took up a little bit of time asking the questions, but I guess just on a matter of principle, I sort of struggle with this. I completely agree that the Tangata Whenua members showed their worth, I think it was how you put it, Your Worship, on the Waters Committee. But so too do, in my view, the Smart Growth Leadership Group members and the Smart Growth Combined Tangata Whenua Forum members. You said, Your Worship, if we get that wrong, it will cost us an awful lot. I would say the same argument applies for smart growth. And if there's a change of government, I would argue more so than Waters, because a board of directors will run our Waters entity. Our committee will have some say on some things, but it's legislatively prescribed as to a whole lot of that framework, whereas smart growth and the regional deal and all that is a very different framework. And I struggle with that inequity because there are members of that Smart Growth Forum who spend hours and hours of work leading up to those hui. And similarly, like when you look at the external members on regional council committees and other committees, they also do a whole lot of work. And if you wanted to make it equitable, I still don't understand why we don't up some pay and reduce some pay and just go TCC elected members according to the government analysis, according to the Remuneration Authority and others, that we get $626.92 per day. Western Bay elected members get $301.63. You could come to some midpoint based on whatever you want, 50-50 population share. Think of a formula, but you're in the 400s a day probably, and that's sort of one anchor point. You then go to the government's group 4 midpoint. That's also in the 400s. Late 400s, 480, 750. Even if you're a decision-making body, we're sort of saying it's still less than what we're proposing to pay. And I think that the irony of all this is that the news that Mahe had pointed out to us, that the announcement from central government and one of our local MPs in the media saying how this will restore voting rights to only elected members. But as you've just heard, this is sort of a decision-making body when you're not having a decision-making body with votes that you get without having a vote. And I think that's still a huge question mark for me, because if we're paying this amount of pay, we need to do so on a voting roll where there's genuine governance. This is 3 steps removed, because there's not only the board making the decisions, but there's us making input to the board, and then this committee is just a 3rd level committee. And I think that's getting so far removed from it, and this whole idea of they kind of have a vote, kind of don't have a vote, and I've said it openly many times, including to those committee members, that I just don't buy that at all. It's either they have a vote or there's no decision-making powers at all, because that's how local government works. So I wouldn't be able to support it until we get clear on those things. And I suspect we need to bear in mind what Western Bay Plenty councillors might do.
Right. Any other discussion? Yeah, Councillor Rolleston.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. I've listened to a lot of the kōrero here, and I think there's, again, some good views. I wasn't around when we made the decision around the standing committee members and the remuneration, but that set a benchmark. I think I'm hearing from Councillor Crowther that somewhere in the middle this lies, because you've got smart growth and at 297. I used to be on the smart growth committee. I think we're getting 150 back then, but it feels to me like that's too low. And I think the challenge is that you're pulling this one, I guess, into that realm. And I think I was surprised you didn't pass an amendment to say that we should look at the others. And the other fees. Look, we talk about value for money. Is this value for money? On balance, yes, because we need really good people sitting around the table. And the calibre of the people that have been through this, I don't think you're going to get them if you're going to be paying lower rates, because they're in high demand. They're in a high demand to be taking on these roles. And yes, there's a community service, particularly with iwi reps, and ourselves. And you'll never get the right amount. But I think on balance, we need to move forward. I think there is probably an action. I know there's pieces of an implementation around the partnership review that we're actually bringing somebody in to look at all of the different parts. And I'm not saying therefore that person could do that review, but they could certainly identify the anomalies that exist. And I don't disagree with what, because if you're going to pay someone $300, thereabouts, to attend a smart growth hui and to be engaged, read all the papers, etc., that is a little bit of money to have good expertise sitting at the table. And I'm not saying therefore we could run the risk of some of these people. There isn't a lot of people sitting around waiting to sit on these boards with the CVs that we want. And so I think, Councillor Crowther, while I accept what you're saying, I think the fact that you're using these other subcommittees that are paid low is no reason to not pay these ones the amount. So that's why I'll be supporting the recommendation.
Any other discussion? If there's no other discussion, happy to finish up. Just to put this in perspective, we're talking at about $140 an hour at those rates. Just on Councillor Crowther's sort of discussion around smart growth, we're paying about a tenth of what we pay for smart growth, to make whatever decisions they make. So that's the cost at TCC as to what we pay for smart growth compared to, actually it'll only be about a 5% or 7% probably with what Western Bay's contribution to that is. I would counter that if we were paying all our consultants $140 an hour, we wouldn't be spending $42 million a year on consultants. I think we are, as Councillor Rollison said, we are probably getting pretty good value for money. Looking at what tangata whenua potentially give to us as part of that recommendatory decisions, that come back to council. So that's where I think we're at, and happy to now put this to the vote. Ask all those in favour. Those against? Councillor Crowther against. That's carried. Thank you. That will go back to Western Bay. We are going to, thank you. We are going to take a break, and we'll come back with 11.4 user fees and charges. We'll come back at 3:45. Yeah, that has to be done, yeah. welcome back, everybody. We're actually going to flick to 11.8, temporary road closure report for events 26, 27, and hand over to Sean and Jenna.
So, yes, good afternoon. Hopefully this should be a quick one. We'll take as read. Just wanted to give a bit of an overview that this is very much a legislative requirement that we bring these closures to you. They were advertised with no feedback. List of these closures are provided in the attachment, and this then steps the events into then a more procedural going through from the temporary traffic management process to ensure that the events are still run safely on the road space.
Okay, sorry, in the 30 seconds before we took this, I forgot to have a resolution to go past 6 hours, so have I got a mover? Nope. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Roseboom, all those in favour? Those against? All right. Thank you. We're continuing on. Thank you. Sean, we'll keep going. Is there any questions for Sean? No questions? All right. Have I got a mover and seconder? Councillor Kurak. Councillor Schuler. Any discussion? All those in favour? Those against? Carried. All right. That's the way we like it. Now we'll go back. This might take a little bit longer. 11.4, user fees and charges, hearings, deliberations and adoption. Obviously, we've heard some of the discussion this morning that we can talk about. Is there anything you'd like to alert us to?
Good afternoon. As you state, we're here to deliberate and adopt the user fees and charges for next year. Just quickly to go through. So the consultation ran from the 22nd of April to the 22nd of May. Through that time, we received 210 submissions, with the majority relating to indoor sports fees. There was also the questions on cemeteries. We have a couple of options for you to consider today regarding the cemeteries and signs before adopting the final version. And I also have Ross here to ask any specific questions you may have on cemeteries and sports.
Right, Councillor Taylor.
On cemeteries, public holiday closures. It was requested this morning that gets taken out of our list of charges. Is it there more as a preventative thing than an actual usage? If we didn't have it, would people want to have burials on public holidays? That's my question.
Don't 100% know for sure. I don't know how recently it's been tested, the opposite of that. I think essentially, yes, it is preventative rather than. Yeah. And there are additional staff costs, of course, of public holiday.
Sorry, the reason I asked the question is that Renica tells me we've never ever charged it before, so no one's ever used it. So if it's preventative, I can understand maybe why it's there.
From my discussions with the funeral homes, whenever it's requested, it's refused. So it's kind of a catch-22. So
I know we've not done funerals on public holidays before. I don't know if that's because we've said no or because nobody's requested it, but we can dig into that if you want us to.
Sorry, probably part of the requested discussion this morning from the funeral people.
Yeah.
I will add it to my action of reviewing cost and service options. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I think it would be good to clarify, but that was my discussion that while they had been requests in the past, our staff never actually allowed it. So, yeah, Councillor Crowther.
How was the 3.23 times increase in some of those fees, such as ashes burial, and then the plot maintenance fees for the Boom area and some other places? How is that increase determined?
Apologies, I'm not across the detail of the way that we calculated a lot of these things. So Amy is a little bit closer to it, so I'll ask her to comment.
Kia ora. So the basically the finance did an extensive model of the cemetery costs, and then those percentages were applied based on what works within the consultation or engagement rules, is my understanding. So the modelling that was done, we looked at as many costs as possible and attributed the different things to different services. So, yeah.
So was there, through the chair, was there no sort of effort to look at sort of direct cost? I'm just thinking in terms of equity issues, like people can choose between a location for burial for their plot at the cemetery, and notwithstanding those huge increases, they still would have to pay an extra fee for the burial. And I guess I'm just struggling to understand how we could say that burial is going up from $100 and something to $459 just for the burial, knowing how relatively quick it is to bury ashes compared to the whole process of a much larger, more complex burial of a full deceased body. So I'm just thinking, was there any kind of attempt to try to do a sense check on it, or was this just a finance kind of applying a 3.23 multiplier to it?
Yes, it was the multiplier. Yeah, we didn't have enough detailed information, so the multiplier had to go across burials or cremations and so on.
In this same area, just through the chair, $349 to scatter ashes in the Tauranga Cemetery Park. What conjures up in my mind is that someone, and I'm not sure who, whether it's the cemetery staff or the family or whānau, but they literally scatter ashes. Like, that's why I'm taking it literally. But is there some hidden kind of thing there that says that there's some other process that has to be gone through? Because I do have information from the funeral directors that to me indicate that my assumption is correct, but I'm happy to put it to staff if there's a different understanding of what that process involves.
To be honest, I'm not sure, but we'll have to come back to you on that one. Yeah.
Okay, I think just on the individual charges, I think we've got a commitment from Renica that they're going to go and have a bit more of a deep dive and get into those details. So I think we can we'll understand those a little bit better as to that requested action.
That will be by June 23rd meeting, you're saying? No.
I think that we're going to have to set the fees and charges this year, but that's what the request is, that we'll have more information as we go forward. Yeah.
Can I clarify that the fees are in principle on a cost recovery basis? If we manage to significantly reduce the cost, we can then also reduce the fees, right? We just need to understand what drives those costs better and collaboratively work with our funeral directors to lower them.
I think Mahe said yes. Sort of. I guess my question then is, do we have any evidence at all that we need to increase some of those, I don't know what the right word is, non-core, in other words, not just plot and maintenance, not just ashes urns, etc., but some of the other fees, in order to hit a financial target? Is this, again, is it just sort of like a multiplier based on an assumed increase in costs, or is there actually a model that shows we need to charge that much to get the right number of users to pay us the right amount of money? I just wonder how sort of simplistic or otherwise this is.
It's a bit of both. And Mahe's seen the model, and happy to take you through that with the
I
finance
think
team.
we had a workshop, we had the model.
Yeah.
And we went through it all and we understood.
But that wasn't a market model, assuming that was a cost plus sort of model, wasn't it?
No, it was looking at all the costs and looking at all the different options and obviously there's assumptions in any model that's made, but it was a spreadsheet and you could change numbers and you could see what impact that had throughout the spreadsheet. Whether you wanted deficits or, yeah. It was about 6 to 8 months ago, I would have, from a guess.
Yeah, if that's what I'm thinking of, I guess through the chair, that's why I'm sort of asking the questions, because it's gone in a bit of a different direction to what was indicated by what I thought was in that workshop.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Crowther.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to move to the indoor court thing. Major presence of basketball in our results here. What have they got to say? And do you think we need to look closely at this, that they have such a big respondent, or were they just very organised, do you think?
I think they're very organised. I think if you rewind to those workshop conversations about the equity or disparities in terms of cost recovery between sports field user fees and indoor court user fees, clearly there is a disparity there. You took the position that you wanted to look at that, but to look at it through the long-term plan process. Is there an issue? Yeah, but there's a disparity issue there. Is there an affordability issue there? I think that requires further investigation.
So in our responses to those people, we'd be telling them that long-term plan is where it's at, and to come back next year and give us some feedback.
That's the direction you've given so far, and that's what we're working towards.
I think, yeah, just a comment on that, which I would like to see, is actually just explain, if we can, around what it actually costs. So, you know, like it's $44 an hour or whatever it is, that we have, you know, like obviously a team that would be X amount of a team for the 40 minutes that they use, just to put it in perspective, so you can say it's approximately X amount per team per game, because I think, you know, our kids play basketball and there's money that goes to the umpires, to the, you know, to Tauranga Basketball, and actually when you look at all of the costs, the actual venue hire is not significant, you know, like as to the total cost, it's probably, from my guessing, it's around 50-50 of the total costs that you pay for your kids to play basketball. And I think just putting that in perspective, so each week it's costing each team X amount for that court time, would be just a good example. You know, every league's different as to how many weeks that is, but you can quickly do the maths that if, you know, it's costing each team $15, you've got 5 in your team, it's $3 per athlete per game. They play 10 weeks, so it's $30 is actually the portion of my $200 that I pay or whatever. So I think that would be useful. Yeah, because that's what they ask for. We don't, and I think we just need to explain, we don't, you know, Tauranga Basketball is one that does all the organising. It's up to them to share their costs if they wish, but this is our part, is the venue hire, and this is how much it actually costs per team per game. So
I would also say that the venue hire through BVL was set up to be a more commercial operation, right? So the intent of setting up a CCO that rents out these courts was so that we could have a more commercial lens on it. That lens has not been applied to the open sports field, and hence there over time has grown a disparity. But that's by design.
absolutely, and I think we're committed to doing that review. And, that was supposed to be this year, so all those submitters, just so you know, we are aware of the issue, and we're very much wanting to look at that as we go through our long-term plan. Is there any other questions? Okay. There's no other questions. Thank you, staff. So we have some recommendations. Obviously, a number of these has options. We got anyone prepared to move as recommended or otherwise?
Yes, I'm happy to move, but I'd like to change the recommendation for the property signs from the recommended size to a square metre.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Not there yet?
No, that's street use.
It's in here, isn't it?
No. You're getting ahead of yourself, sorry. We're back to 11.4 user fees and charges.
I'm on the wrong one.
Yeah.
Still okay to move though.
So, just confirm you're...
Yeah, I can still move it.
You're moving the right one?
What's that about?
Right, I'm happy to second.
The display sign waiver option.
Oh, no, that's for the Lions Club. So you want to change that one, is that? No. Yep. Okay. Do you want to talk to it, Councillor Roseboom?
Just trying to think which sign I'm on.
We're going to the signs shortly.
On the, having read through all the submissions on this, and definitely around sports and costs of sports and hitting the family wallet, so to speak, and kids playing sport, several submitters put forward an option around some sort of rates funding support to reduce fees. But as our exec has pointed out, it's a cost negative or cost neutral funding policy that BVL has around that. But I'm definitely want to find a way so the parents can distinguish between what's the court cost versus what's the cost that the club or the team has to run the team around supplying shirts, the venue, and this other basketballs, whatever supporting equipment required to keep that team functioning, so the parent can see the difference between what's actually the venue cost versus what's actually the team kit, keep the team working cost. So if we can find a way to do that, so the parents can find out that the cost for the team is only potentially 50, 60% of the cost is the venue, the rest of it is actually what the child gets to support the team, I'd really support that. Other than that, rest of it, I'm happy to support.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I have the same, and I think thank you for all the submissions, over 200. We heard a lot. We are committed to looking at the wider network. We absolutely hear from basketball. It's not fair, and it's not fair if you're playing on indoor courts. There's some reasons for that, but I think I'm very supportive of that action as well. And just to put it in context, if you have no reserves in your team, it's about $3 per game to play a game of basketball. So it's not significant in itself. Obviously, if you've got 10 weeks of basketball, it's about $30 per kid, to play basketball, which I think is good value. Just to note that the indoor venues only recover just over 50% of the actual cost. But as we've heard, a lot of sports recover zero of the cost, and I guess the deal we've done with netball starts to change that for them, and starts to change that potentially for others going forward. So we've heard that. Around the burial fees and cremation fees, look, it is a tough time for families. However, at the moment, the idea is that ratepayers don't fund it, therefore users have to fund it. I think where we were making a deficit every year, we're just pushing future cost onto future users of a cemetery, and I don't think that's fair either. What we've got is there's a lot of assumptions. I guess as we go to a full cost recovery model, a lot of those assumptions will be realised or not, and in future we can make some changes. We thank the funeral homes, and obviously we've committed to engaging with them going forward to try to come up with a solution. It was interesting to hear that they don't think dropping the cremation fees is actually going to make much of a difference. However, I still think it's the right thing to do. We had people getting cremated that were funding people getting buried, and so going back to a more user pays is fair. And obviously, if we are cost recovering, then the non-residential burial fee, quite happy for that to be removed, as to you're paying your cost anyway. So whether you're from here or not, it's really a moot point, because you're paying for what you are. So, just thank you again. Keep engaging with us. We are listening. We are taking into account, and although we're not reducing the charges, for example, for basketball this time, it is something that goes into our minds as we make decisions through the long-term plan. So, I'm comfortable with where we are on this one. Any other discussion? Yep, Councillor Crowther.
I still have quite strong objections to our approach on the cemetery fee, so I won't be able to support this. I do thank the staff for providing us with the non-resident fee removal option, and I think, to me, that's an equity issue, absolutely, because if it's user pays to, hit people who aren't paying any less in rates towards this, was inequitable. So to me, that's a great move forward. But I think we're in our annual plan, we're sort of holding the line a bit on the rates increase for the living, but we're now hitting deceased and their families with huge fee increases, and it just seems there's not really a lot of evidence for this that I can see, because at the end of it all, what we take in is a combination between the fees we set and then what people actually choose to pay. And I think we're not acting on the recommendations from funeral directors is a bit silly, because I think it will hurt the council. And yes, it would have required a bit more work, but I think some of those things would have made a huge difference. And one of them is when we signalled that we wanted lower cremation fees, what we ended up getting was an 80% increase for the cheapest option. So we've gone from $1,720 to $3,094. And to me, when you look at that, I sort of go, I kind of wish we hadn't touched it, because now we're going to sting people so hard on cremations. 90% of 3 funeral homes have said to me 90% of their customers choose cremation, give or take. I'm not quoting a definitive 90, but around that ballpark. And so we're now going to be extracting 80% more money from these people in 1 year. Like, we tend to phase in rates increases, so to go, oh, we'll do an 80% rates increase this year, it would not really fit very well with our approach. So I just can't get my head around that. I also think the 440, as I said, having worked out there, unless something's drastically changed, and again I'm assured by the funeral homes that it hasn't, then 440 for self-backfill is a rort if we're charging it. I'm told that there may not be many people who end up paying it, but that was just sort of a guess from one of the companies. But I think even more outrageous is $349 for scattering ashes, because I'm told, and again, we've got no evidence from staff to the contrary, that it's literally scattering ashes, and we're just taking out of their pockets $349. And I just think we've got to get our heads around this, guys, because this is absolutely hitting people who, according to the funeral homes, who are our main customer, they're our customer in this area, and they are telling us that their customers are really feeling the pinch, and that's why they're going to Hamilton. They don't want to go to Hamilton. They only go there because we offer such a hugely expensive service that we are driving them out of their own home city and their deceased family members to go all the way across the hill, get cremated, come all the way back in some cases, or in other cases choosing to bury those ashes, and most likely more so in the coming year, I'm told, in another location, potentially in Western Bay, which is probably not too bad. but they're not getting where they want to be. They want to be in our cemetery. It's the People's Cemetery that was donated to us, the initial land, and we're setting these fees based on some cost-plus mentality with the finance team doing a multiple of 3.23. And I'm sort of thinking, we just got to get on top of this. And so I can't support it, and I'm not pointing the finger at the finance team, I'm pointing the finger at ourselves, because we need to set clearer direction on this and get what we asked for, not a huge 80% increase in the core fee.
Morris.
I would like to add an action that we do a deep dive into the cemetery's activity. The evidence comparing us with others, I think, requires a look at how we're delivering the service. Service is necessary, it is so important, but I think equally important is doing it in a very cost-effective manner. And if we are doing that, then let's put a hand up and say we are doing that. If we're not doing that, then let us investigate how we can do it better.
I think, yeah, no, hopefully the actions we've got already will cover that. I think the, you know, as we saw from that model, half the cost is allocations from, you know, so, you know, we need to run that down, absolutely. Any other discussion? Councillor Currat?
I hear what Councillor Crowther is saying, and yeah, I think the current recommendation is a bit hard-nosed in terms of the amount of the increase, and just looking at the options. Option 2, halfway to cost recovery, you know, I tend to be in that sort of space. So I'm not sure what the other members think, but yeah, perhaps we can discuss whether we look at that option.
I guess it's a circular argument because you're complaining about the fees, and by not doing full cost recovery, you then put more money into debt, which then goes on to the future users. So you've got a self-fulfilling prophecy that it's going to get more and more expensive the longer it takes for you to die, I guess, is the issue. So, yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Supporting the resolution, just an observation, I think that came out of this morning's discussion. A number of other councils that we're comparing ourselves to subsidise through rates, and I cited Hamilton at 20%, so to me that's not a fair comparison, and yeah, one of the things that need to be considered with the pressure we're having here, I think I'd rather have the libraries open than be subsidising funeral facilities.
Right, any other discussion? Would you like me to take the cemetery and cremation fees separately, Councillor Crowther? All right. So we'll take the full resolution excluding D2, because you don't mind D1, do you? Yeah, okay. That's good. All those in favour of everything but D2? Those against? That's carried. And D2, those in favour? Those against? Morris, Kurak and Crowther. All right, that are both carried. Right. So we've done 11.5. I think, well, I think it goes on what we discussed right at the start. So now we get on to your favourite one, Councillor Roseboom, 11.6, and obviously we've had a bit of feedback. So we've got Jane and Sarah to talk about this.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors. on the 3rd of March, you adopted the Street Use and Public Places bylaw, which is intended to come into effect on the 1st of July. This paper deals with two matters that are arising from that. Firstly is fireworks. So when you adopted the bylaw, you heard from SPCA requesting that fireworks be banned in public places and made a decision to consult with the community on that. So we've just come back with for a decision on that. And if you approve consultation, we will engage through June and July and hopefully have hearings in August, September. The second matter, and you heard this morning in the public forum from a number of people around real estate signs and the size limits. The draft bylaw included a definition of real estate signs as well as the number of signs you're allowed to have. But submissions through that process suggested that it would be good to put a size limit on them. So what we had proposed and what was approved was making all signs, real estate or business, a consistent size on public land, and that's 1200 by 800. We have since heard from both the makers of signs and several real estate companies that this would be difficult to operationalise, and in particular the Real Estate Institute of New Zealand has asked for more time before that is required and before it comes into effect in the bylaw. So we've provided you with three options in the paper. The first is just to implement that 1200 by 800 sign as planned on public land on 1 July. Our recommended option, the second option, was to defer it for 2 years to give sign writers and the real estate companies time to operationalise that. But we also, there's an option for you to consult on different sizes. So if you would like to go back to the community, and in particular real estate agencies and sign writing companies, we could, in conjunction with the fireworks consultation, consult on different sizes for the real estate signs. Just wanted to emphasise that it only relates to public land, it's not private land. You can put any size that you like on private land, and not all councils even allow real estate signs on public land. So just wanted to emphasise that.
I think I've asked this question 3 times already today. 2.2 square metres seems to be the accepted wish from the sign makers and real estate. Do we just put it in as 2.2 if we're consulting, or do we actually have dimensions of a certain sign? I think 2.2 gave them some flexibility about sideways. And
Yep, so a couple of points. So with the 2.2, that's just Auckland, and that is, they allow that when they're only for properties that don't have a front boundary. So just bearing that in mind as context. And when we go out with the draft bylaw, we do need to put your preferred option of what the dimensions are, but we can definitely, as part of the consultation question, give people options to say, well, you know, what's your preferred? Do you want the current? Do you want 2.2 metres squared, or do you want something different too? Does that make sense? Yeah. So we put
it does, but I'm just sort of asking if we have a preference whether fixed dimensions for a sign or actually flexibility around a square metre area of a sign is something we'd entertain.
So your point is more about having the 2 metres squared, 2.2 metres squared, like the existing 1200 by 800 is approximately 1 metre squared. Yeah. The only tricky thing is when you're getting to a sign that big, if you were going really high and narrow or really wide, it's potentially a visibility issue for cars. That's the only consideration there.
Can we deal with that through the bylaw that we're proposing, that if it did create a view hazard or we got a complaint, that we can ask them to move it?
That's already in the bylaw too.
Okay.
Like, we've got the dimensions, but then we've got those general clauses, like if it is a safety hazard, you know, we can definitely...
So we could deal with it on a case-by-case basis if it became a problem. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
In the submission that we received from Bauer, it states that clause 14.1 states that real estate signs must be placed directly outside the property as close to the street front boundary as practicable, and it says they are therefore legally required to be fixed at a specific private property boundary. Is that statement correct as to your interpretation of our bylaw?
Yeah, I think we were just trying to give guidance in the bylaw that we want it as close to that boundary, but sometimes, you know, there's properties down right of ways, so
Yep.
we're just giving that guidance.
Well, if I can do through the chair follow-up, then when they say if berm placement is the true concern, which they're assuming it is, so the first part of this is that correct? But then the second part is they're saying the solution is already in the bylaw to enforce that, require the signs to be moved back to the property boundary if there are ever cases where that's not the situation. So the appropriate response to signs being in the wrong place is to move them, not to make them smaller. So could you sort of comment on that general principle of, is there a lack of enforceability there that's driving this, or is it that they have made some wrong assumptions, or is it a bit of both?
Jane might like to add. I would say somewhat some wrong assumptions. The proposal in the bylaw when it was finalised was simply making it consistent with all signs on public land across the city. So you have the easiest way to do that is just the dimensions. Business signs already have a 1200 by 800 metre size requirement, and this simply makes it consistent with those.
I think their point is if it was treated just for real estate, and if it was literally as per the bylaw, they are suggesting that TCC could just, if anyone ever put a sign in a place that, I've forgotten what their quote was, sort of inconvenienced
Yeah, we can
the
get them
public.
to move it, which is part of a bylaw.
So I guess I'm just trying to understand, especially for commercial, like, is there any reason why, if we agree with that rationale, is there any reason why we couldn't enforce it and over a period of time probably shepherd those signs to be on the boundary and not clogging up berm space?
And part, I think, that's about the cost of compliance falling on us, not the real estate companies, and so we would need to be actively monitoring rather than just specifying a simple size that everyone needs to comply with. That would be the onus on the council to have bylaws staff going out and checking those right across the city. And remember, the reason that this came up was just a complaint from submitters that they are feeling like sometimes those signs are too big in public places.
Sorry, just to clarify, at the moment though, they can have multiple signs out, big signs.
So the current bylaw, because the new one that you adopted doesn't kick into play, will take effect to the 1st of July, doesn't have a limit on the number of size. It doesn't have like the number of signs or the dimensions.
So they could do whatever they like, pretty much.
Yeah, and then as part of the review, we were receiving complaints, and so we looked into it.
Yeah. So, and I can absolutely understand that because, you drive around and you see really political signs of real estate agents plus a for sale sign on each if it's a corner section on each boundary. So, I think this does limit. If you just have one sign per property, it would make quite a significant difference. And what we've heard is you can also enforce if signs are in the wrong place, which should deal with some of it. Is there any reason for the 1200 by 800? I know it's consistent with all the existing business signs, but any science behind that size?
Yeah, it was in the bylaw historically, and everyone seemed there was a level of satisfaction with that. So I think we'd have to dig back to see that science. Or was it, acceptable?
Yeah, it's just a number we've somehow got to. Yeah, okay. Councillor Curran.
I think, and being consistent with Auckland, right? The submitter said in Auckland there's a 2.2 as well. Yeah. So in terms of sign placement, and I heard this morning that sometimes it's not practical to fix the sign to a fence. So running, the desire is to have it parallel to the fence, but they can't put it on the fence, so they put it up against the fence into the ground. So is there a way to accommodate that situation where, obviously if it's on the fence, they could put a bigger sign on there because it's on private property? Could we allow that to be, say, have a 100mm area where you could put a sign parallel to the fence, not perpendicular but parallel, where, that I can understand the effect that a sign which is perpendicular to a fence has because it's intrusive. But, so yeah, potentially can that be considered to be acceptable?
I mean, currently that could happen, it's just with that size specification. So at the moment, because what you're talking about is still council land that we're allowing signs on, right?
So I'm suggesting, hypothetically, if they wish to put a bigger sign on the fence, which would be currently allowed, could we accommodate the bigger sign, it being not affixed to the fence, but close to the fence, so it appears like it's on the fence, but it's not, and it provides a bit more flexibility to the agents to provide a bigger sign. And sometimes it's quite appropriate, particularly in a commercial area, to have a larger sign than the 1200 by 800.
If that was council's preference, we could provide for that in the rules. So you could have a 1200 by 800 or a 2.2 square if it is within 100 mils of a fence. We could do something like that if that's what council would like to see.
We're complicating it.
I'm thinking, no, to allow a larger sign if it's parallel to the fence and within 100 mil of that fence.
I think keep it simple, stupid, I think is
comes
to mind. Councillor Taylor.
This one's for you, Sarah. So a bit of a process accusation this morning that maybe our consultation wasn't as good as it could have been in this situation. Have you got any thoughts on that?
We did send out the draft bylaw to, I think it was about 90 real estate, agents, and the Real Estate Institute of New Zealand. But we are acknowledging that there wasn't specific consultation on the size limit. So what we consulted on was the number of signs and the duration of them being out. We didn't consult on the size limit, so that came in through comments and feedback provided by submitters. So that was an additional requirement that was adopted through the draft bylaw when it was approved.
Councillor Morris.
I'm happy to second option 3 up to 2.2 square metres if someone was prepared to move it.
Sorry, what are we talking here?
Option 3 proposed to amend the rule to allow signs up to 2.2 square metres.
Sorry, option 3.
Sorry, depending on which version of Stella you're using, it's page 6 or page 217 of the agenda.
This is the public consultation requirement. So we can include an additional recommendation in there. So Anahera, thank you, you've popped that up in there. Agrees to consult on options for real estate sign dimensions. That one? Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, second.
I think.
I was going to. Can you just clarify? So, 2.2 square metres with no fixed dimensions.
Yeah. All right. Just before we do that, has anyone had any questions about fireworks? Because that's the other part of this. The one clarification, I think, to Jen's point, does it include BVL? We say Tauranga City Council, but could you go and let fireworks off at a BVL facility?
BVL can let off fireworks at a BVL facility. But otherwise, BVL's, all their facilities are private, well, they're council land, yes.
Yeah, I guess so. B2 prohibits the lighting of fireworks in all public places owned, managed, maintained or controlled by Tauranga City Council without approval.
Without approval, and they have consent at Bay Park.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, can I go to a Bay Venues facility and let off fireworks?
No.
Not unless
And
you
the-
approve. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could apply for approval with, yeah.
But is that, so B1 covers that? Because I don't see that covers it, but
Owned, managed, maintained or controlled by TCC covers BVL
Controlled, you
facilities.
think?
Yeah. Yeah.
okay.
I think they would get really upset if you went and let off fireworks in their facilities.
No, it was,
It's where the reason, the same reason that they can't allow any fireworks to get off at their premises, but they're actually our premises.
yeah, okay. All right, so we've got a mover and seconder. As Councillor Morris, did you end up moving with Councillor Roseboom seconding? Is that correct? All right. All right. Martin can move and Rod can second. All right, Martin.
Right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you, staff. So on this, I'm mainly looking for consistency on our signs. So on our Electoral Signs Act, it's got 1.5 square metres. So this gives us some consistency around sizing, and also consistency across the country for ease of real estate companies to go about their business and can like signs from wherever they like around the city. So it doesn't hem an agent into one region because that's where their signs are sized for. So definitely like the ease of the sign, and also this also aligns with the signs you'll see later this year. For the general election, 2.2 is their maximum size as well. So it's ease and consistency for everyone to understand and keeps it nice and simple. So definitely support the recommendations as they are.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. Fireworks. I think this is an important consult, and I'd ask that we put an action out that we do get hold of the ladies that came and presented to council and requested this, and make sure they're well aware of when it's happening, so they can gather their troops, as it were. To me, this is probably one of the big things we've done this year. It sounds like a small one, but to a lot of pet owners, I think this is a huge thing.
Anyone else want to talk to this? Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, I'm very keen to support the fireworks part especially. I think that's going to be really important, and it's great to be able to do something for those animals. And I understand the loss of enjoyment from some people, but I think we've got to that point.
I will also support this, and I'm a bit torn on the fireworks. I think Councillor Morris, swayed me last time around the fireworks issue. While I do support it, I'd like to probably see potentially a national ban rather than us trying to do this. On the flip side, we are trying to get people to live in smaller houses and more intense, so there's less opportunity to let fireworks off in your backyard as we always have. So that's why I am a little bit torn, because I do see the other side of it. But I guess we're not making a final decision now, and I'm happy to support it to go to consultation. We want to hear from people as to whether this is going to limit your enjoyment. As for the real estate signs, I think this is something we've put a number in. We haven't necessarily understood the ramifications of that. We've heard loud and clear as to what that potentially does and how hard that makes business. We're not in the business of trying to make it hard for people. As we've heard, we're not quite sure where the 1200 by 800 came from, but it was probably just a number that we sort of picked. What sways it for me, and why this is different to the normal business sign, is it is only there temporarily, and as we've heard, it generally is up against a fence. If it was on the fence, there'd be no restriction because it's maybe just off a fence. If it's a nuisance and people complain about it, we can get them to move it, and it sounds like they're quite prepared to move it. But in the history, there hasn't been too many times we have actually asked that question, which means it's probably not a big issue. And obviously, this directly affects our ratepayers who are trying to sell a big asset, and so I think we should go out. I think we should be less restrictive and make life easier for a significant part of life that is selling and buying property. And if the real estate agents, they're still limiting only to one sign on public property, which will create has created some of the issue, and I think size is secondary to that, and working with them is a good thing. So again, this will go out to consultation, and it would be good to hear from people as to what they think, and we can make a final decision as that comes back with the fireworks. Anyone else? Okay, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried, thank you. All right, now hopefully a very quick one. 11.7, review of Tauranga and Western Bay of Plenty Transport Committee terms of reference. We've got Sean going to speak to this.
So just a quick one, actually, in addressing a error that we have found. Actually, Councillor Crowther, I believe, found in the document that it refers to a TSP representative that no longer works for Bay of Plenty Regional Council. So suggestion there is that we add a resolution in that the TSP representative may be changed based on the TSP Executive Steering Group nomination without further Tauranga City Council resolution. I'm happy to adjust it. Otherwise, the idea here is that it enables the wider TSP partnership and stakeholders to ensure that they have a representative on this group rather than somebody being nominated by a specific council.
Councillor Crowther.
Is there any reason why it couldn't also say that the representative may be changed based on the ESG nomination without further Tauranga City Council resolution if supported by the Joint Transport Committee? Because to me that's part of what happened last time, is we ended up with the wrong construct around all that. It was the wrong person in the room in the wrong room at the wrong time, and we want the right person in the right room at the right time.
Yep, and ratified by the committee.
Through the Chair, I'm just not sure whether appointing a member to a committee is something that the council does under the Local Government Act. So I'm not sure that you can just have a resolution that appoints a representative and you don't actually name the individual. No, we can't. So this is a formal committee under the Local Government Act. It's a joint committee of the councils, isn't it?
Okay, so we need to, it needs to come back to us, it sounds like, so.
But only one, we did get legal advice around this when we set the joint committee up for waters, and only one council needs to appoint if it's a non-council, if it's an appointment other than a council or only one of the councils needs to appoint, which is what we do.
We're the administrative.
So generally it's the administrative agent, so it doesn't have to go back to all, but I think you do need to, but you could say that's your intention. And then generally what we would do, if you haven't passed a resolution about an individual, the chair would allow them to participate in the meeting. It's at the discretion of the chair, and then you'd formally appoint them, so you can sort of manage it quite effectively without... I just think it's that it's without further council resolution. So agrees, and be appointed, to be formally appointed by Tauranga City Council as the administrative agent. Yeah, and then, as I say, the chair, if you haven't done that resolution yet, it's at the discretion of the chair, can allow anyone to speak at a meeting. So they
Executive steering group nomination should come out.
will still be based on executive steering groups, no different from tangata whenua appointments are a nomination by tangata whenua, so that's still appropriate, but the actual decision must be made by
If supported by the committee
and
with,
approved by council Tauranga City Council resolution, and I'll just put it in brackets as the administrative agent. Yeah.
Given it alternates from year to year, though, should we actually put
Is all the administrative, it be approved by the administrative
Yeah,
agent,
yeah,
council,
right.
council, approved by the
Administrative
council
council.
acting as the administrative agent for the committee. Yep. Yep. Yep.
by the council acting as administrative.
Approved by the council acting as the administrative agent for the committee. Administrative agent for the committee, yep.
By resolution or take that out?
Yeah, you can put by resolution. It's fine. Approved by resolution by the, yeah. Yep, thanks, Alan, that's right, yep.
Okay. All right. Have we got any questions, other questions on this? Then have we got a mover and seconder of this? Councillor Crowther. Well, not really, but.
You can't sell it to us, mate, we ain't voting for it. Come on, floor is yours.
Well, we just got to approve
Yeah.
Do you have to approve the terms of reference for the committee to function? And it's just such a resolution to allow that.
Yeah, so Councillor Currat, Councillor Crowther will, anyone else want to talk to it?
I'll just threaten anyone, if anyone dares to vote against that and we miss out on our meeting before Councillor No, I'll withdraw that.
All right. No discussion? Councillor Taylor.
I don't know what happened here, but I've been really concerned that this thing hadn't got back into the swing of things. We haven't had a meeting for 11 months on this committee, which to me is seriously poor given what it looks at in our community. So hopefully it's now back on track and we will get these regular meetings.
All right. Then I'll put the resolution to council. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. All right, we're nearly there. So now we've got 11.10, which is the status updates on actions from prior council meetings. There is a publicly excluded attachment. Again, if you want to talk detail of that, we can go to publicly excluded, but preference would be to stay away from that if we can. Out of here before 5, that's the challenge. No, positivity. There's a challenge to council. Status updates. What do we got? 7 closed, I think, is it? Whole lot of red.
Happy to move, councillor.
Councillor Roseboom, no questions? Oh, yeah, sorry, Councillor Baker? What was is that the
Can you use your mic?
3.1?
Your mic? Yeah.
3.1, this is Anthony Riranui submission, is that the one? We've got an update? That.
Yeah, apologies, the update didn't make it into the papers on time. The works requested on the marae are on private land and would set a precedent for us if we did that. Also, it's also unbudgeted expense that I'm not authorised to make. On the bigger picture, though, that marae should be supported during emergency management. We propose to tackle that as an issue during the LTP, where we can make it equitable across all marae, not just this one in need.
Yeah, and I take that point. I just recall, if I recall correctly, the ask was for better stormwater, stormwater stuff for that lower part of Maungatapu as a whole, because that Wikitoria Street up to the end of Maungatapu Road, from their point of view, presents a lot of risk. It's not just the marae, it's just the marae is the thing at the bottom of the hill that cops all of the rubbish, basically. So it was an ask for that, looking at the wider catchment, not just the marae itself.
The stormwater program has recently been reprioritised, so I don't know off the back of my head what's in that at what point in time right now, but I can take that as part of the action. I just want to re-emphasise that we don't do stormwater on private land. So if all of those properties surrounding the marae and in that area of Maungatapu are private, there is limited action we can take.
Right, any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Just the one question on, oh gosh, where's my page? Sorry. 10th February, 11.1 supplementary. It's talking about the OPEX savings. I just like, do we need to sort of put an update? Because if this is coming back as an in progress, it's talking about requesting the CE to find further cost reduction during the year of 4.6 million. It'd be sort of helpful to see where we're tracking in terms of these iterations of, at this point we said this many million, at that point it's a different number of million, because there's been a bit happened since the last update on the 30th of April. So just as part of like when the annual plan comes, it'd be good to sort of put where that is and then close it. So we say for the next financial year, Craig has to go and find X $1 million, rather than just leave it open at 4.6.
Right. Okay, well, we can have that as an action, that the actions come back at the annual plan with updated figures for savings targets. Does that sort of cover? All right, if there's no other questions, have I got a mover and seconder for this? So I think I had a mover before, did I? Councillor Roseboom and Schuler. Any discussion? All those in favour? Those against? Carried.
It's not in the paper, but it's the 11 point.
Yep, so we've got one late report, and this is around the publicly excluded WSP report, putting it into the open. Obviously, the advice has been that should be made public. Councillor Crowther, would you like to move this one? Councillor Kurek, I think you'll second. Any discussion?
I'd just like to say thank you to staff, because it wasn't a formal resolution or anything, so it was an initiative picked up by our staff to go away and go the extra mile on this. And I think particularly, I suspect Christine and Charlie and others who are involved, I think that's an excellent sort of approach to try to double check, just because a couple of us had raised that. I think that was fantastic, so thank you very much.
And the recording will also go into the public, and I think that's a good result from trying to do it on the day to checking it all and getting it out there as soon as we can. So I'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That one is carried, and that finishes us for the day. So I'll now get Councillor Rolleston to close us off with closing karakia. Thank you.
11. 11 minutes. Well, ngā mihi mahana ki a koutou, he rā whakahirira tēnei, mō te pote o te awa nui, te nuinga o ngā tangata whenua ko taimai, nō reira he mihi kawana ki a koutou. Oe no, ko tīmata, ko whakakapi tō tātou hui, he karakia. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa te ato whai o tātou ariki au kraiti me te aroa te atua, me te whiwhi taitanga ki te wairua tāpū. Ake, amene. Kia ora.
Kia ora, everyone. Meeting closed at 4:49. I think that was a great afternoon from 2 agenda